Good morning, everyone. I think Craig will be joining me shortly. But we're about to get started with the platinum pairs. Soonish, for sure. I guess I will jump into the Discord call, and whenever Craig gets here, he will say hello. But welcome. So we had the day off yesterday, and we went through a qualification phase where we'll take a look through all of the qualifiers before we get started. Let me just quickly make sure that I have YouTube chat pulled up, in case people are talking to me over there. But let's get going. So, day 1 of 3 of the platinum pairs. Not all that important to do well. You really just want to qualify for day 2, and on day 2 there's going to be a little bit of a carryover from day 1, but to making the carryover from day 1 to day 3, not terribly relevant. You really just want to make it to the 3rd day, and then anything can happen. But in terms of pairs that are going to have good carryover, Vince DeMoy and Dror Padone, not a long-term partnership, I don't believe. They probably just decided to play this event for fun. Either they didn't have any sponsor commitments, or maybe they're sponsored to play in this event together. But most likely they're just kind of mixing and matching partners. We do see a lot of that, in fact, from pairs on the leaderboard. Ola Rimstedt playing with Bobby Levin, Mikhail Rimstedt playing with Kamil Novak, Kevin Rosenberg and Zia Mahmood up there, Finn Klesnik with Giovanni Donati, 2 young players, Italian and the American, Jeff Meckstroff and then Anam Teba, not a regular partnership by any stretch. Joanna Stansby and Kit Woolsey playing together. That has a lot of history behind it. Kit and Lou Stansby, I think, played quite a bit back in the day, although they weren't necessarily the most regular partners. Ron Smith up there playing with Ethan Wood. I don't actually know who Ethan Wood is. Joel Wooldridge and Kent Minochi are a regular partnership from the US. They won the transnational pairs or something, or I think maybe they finished 2nd in that. But I know they did really well in Buenos Aires, and they frequently do well in a lot of big events. Looking further down the list, we have Nigel Bird, Brian Sr. I think these are English players, but maybe I'm wrong about that. Christina Madsen, Laura Lipman. I assume that's a sponsorship commitment, but I'm not sure. David Granger and Venkatra Konaru. Boya Brogland playing with Richard Seckhauser. Hampson and Greco on here in 19th qualifying spot. So this thing on the left-hand side is the total number of master points that they've won. And you can see that on day 1, like even the pair that's in first place did not earn the largest number of master points on the first day. That's probably because they finished like 2nd and 3rd, maybe in the 2 sessions. And so combined, that's going to get them a decent chunk. But if you win a session overall, you're going to score a lot more. It's very top heavy, the prize pool for master points in these things. So the Dutch pair, Tim van de Pavard and Oscar Neeson, who I guess it's been a couple of years now, but won the 2023, I think, junior teams, world junior teams. Up there, strong Dutch pair. Rising stars. So yeah, for example, Granger and Konaru, even though they're sitting in 16th place and are surrounded by a bunch of pairs that barely scratched. They had 1336. So they probably won one of the sessions. I mean, I guess we could take a look if we really wanted to stalk them. But similarly with Greco and Hampson, they get 9 platinum points for probably finishing second or so in one of the sets. Zamir and Toledano from Israel, really strong partnership. They play together quite a bit. Thomas Pask and Simon Cope also play together quite a bit. But a lot of names on the scoreboard. We got my buddy Aaron Jones up here playing with sponsor Todd Werby. They qualified. Weixel and Krikorian, some very senior players from the U.S. Marian Mickelson playing with Andrew Rosenthal. Adam Kaplan on here qualifying with Greg Hinsey. Harrison Luba, second in the Robot NABC, playing with Bart Bramley. Franco Baseggio, one of the Edgar founders, playing with Aitai Lo. Klukowski, playing with, I think, one of his regular sponsors, Jody Edmonds. They've qualified. Lots of strong pairs, although actually quite a few more pro sponsor pairs than I tend to remember from when I used to play in the event. Corbell and William Bailey, also a sponsored pair. Hanlon and Amoyles, same. Just looking down the list, Alex Hudson and Jonathan Steinberg, another pro sponsor pair. Peter Boyd Bowman, Olin Hubert. Wildowski and Doug Daub up there in 41st. This is actually really amusing that you can qualify having earned no platinum points. So qualifying to the semifinals. I mean, there will be overall awards if you make it to the finals, which would be if you make through the cut of today. But just for day one, if you get, 252% rounds or something, you don't earn any platinum points for it. Not good enough to qualify in the overalls for either session, and there is no overall score of master points for the entire day. Carlos Pellegrini making it through. The really nice, friendly, and fun Argentinian pro player. I don't know who his partner is. Debbie Rosenberg and Max Shearson. Another sponsored partnership. Olivia Shearson playing with Chris Willenkin. And Georgia down here qualifying. Don't know who her partner is. Ish Del Monte playing with Jay Barron. I think another pro-sponsored pair. Hey, Aragorn. You're 7 minutes behind. That sounds like it might be on your end, but maybe other people can let me know. There should be a way to fast forward the video to get to live, or at least as live as YouTube can make it happen. Fred Stewart playing with James Holzhauer. Kind of an interesting partnership there. Holzhauer often sponsors players to play in events, and I wouldn't have really expected Fred Stewart to be the pro of choice, but Berkowitz playing with Wolfson. I guess they live in the same area, and so that's how they hooked up. Emma Klesnik playing with Amber Lynn, so also qualifying, didn't manage to scratch on day one, but maybe they'll be able to have a good day too. Crystal Hunter and Uday barely making it through as we get towards the bottom of the list. Owen Lean playing with Christian Jolly up there. Michael Bedell playing with, I don't know who his partner is, but I think Michael watches the channel every once in a while. And then all the way at the bottom, Lynn Feldman and Kitty Cooper. I'm actually not that familiar with the Feldmans, but I assume that this is Jason's wife. I know Jason fairly well, but I don't know much about his family. So 60 pairs make it to day two. I think they tend to cut to... wait, is it really only 60 pairs that make it to day two? Because they play a... single round robin on the final day. So if we cut to 28 pairs, you play 27. Yeah. I guess that does make sense. I think the cut between days 1 and 2 tends to be about half the field, and then the cuts from day 2 to day 3 is always down to 28. Maybe it'll be down to 26. I don't know how many boards they actually want to play. But I think when I played, it was down to 28. If I recall, it was a long time ago. But yeah, it actually looks to me like it's a much weaker field than I generally remember. Like, there are obviously a ton of good players, but many of them are not in their regular partnerships. And there's also a ton of players that I've just never seen before. But there should be a ton of good bridge. And we also get to play match points, which is fun. I like match points. Maybe no one else does. So we should be getting started. It says 19 minutes until we get going, which, if you actually do the math on the time zone, this is absolutely not correct. Because that's 15 minutes from now, and it says, anyway. So I guess we'll have options as to which table to watch. I don't believe that they're using tablets. It's probably going to be the same setup as we had for the World Bridge Tour, where they just had VuGraph operators and people were playing behind screens. When I played, we didn't have screens on day 2, but I think if you're going to do VuGraph, you probably do implement them. So I don't know. It just all depends on how many screens they have available and if they can get them set up in time, as well as where they're putting people in the hotel. Where is this? This is in Memphis. I don't recall the venue. No, I do recall the venue. There's like a giant ballroom when you come up like the stair. I think when you come up the stairs, there's like a giant ballroom, and then there's like a bunch of other separate like rooms that they have rented out on like the menagerie level. Is it the menagerie level? The mezzanine level. That's the one. Mezzanine. What's the menagerie? Oh, it's Bridge in the Menagerie. That's the one. Aragorn says there's actually a couple players that they've played with. That's great. Yeah, these are... It tends to be a lot of pretty popular names that enter into this event. And just to remind everyone, this event's running concurrently with another NABC championship event, the Imp Pairs. So this event that we'll watch today, the Platinum Pairs, tends to attract the better players, but there will be some other people playing in the Imp Pairs. So this isn't going to be everyone we'll see at the Nationals. Also, half the field got cut, so maybe some really, really strong players did end up getting cut on day 1. Alright, we got 16 minutes until the thing starts. And like I said, I think Craig should be joining me shortly. Well, let's talk favorites. I tend to believe that pairs who are in regular partnerships are going to be favorites in some of these events. The Rombos have had a good day 1, but I think of them much more as Imp players. They do very well in all of these team events. I don't think I've seen them necessarily at the top of the leaderboards in some of these pair events. I'm kind of looking at, where are they? Yeah, Zamir and Toledano sitting down here in 20th after the first day. Again, just a solid performance. They easily qualified. It doesn't really matter what your seating is going into day 2 all that much. Day 3, it's a little bit important because there tends to be about 4 boards between the first overall qualifier and the 28th. So if you qualify in last place for day 3, you have a lot of catching up to do to make it past the rest of the field. But these are guys I would be looking at for this. Greco and Hampson, these are guys I would be looking at as favorites potentially. I think there was, Joel and Kent. I mean, they had done really well in Buenos Aires in pair events. They're a regular partnership. I would be looking at them. Maybe these guys, I don't know their pair abilities, but obviously they've done well in team events. So I think they're obviously a partnership to look out for. And sure, there are some other players at the top of the leaderboards. Rosenberg Mahmoud could easily do well. Kolesbenik Donati. Obviously, the pair that's in first. These guys, I think, individually are very, very strong match point players. So even if they don't have the strongest partnership dynamic, they might be pretty fearsome because they'll have a good understanding of the scoring format, which is really important at match points. A lot of players just don't really get match points because they are so used to playing teams. But I think both of these guys individually have a strong understanding of match points. So that would be scary if you're playing against them. But there's a lot of partnerships that have potential to I think, make a run for it. Just taking one more last look down the scoreboard to see if there's any other front runners that I can think of. This is another of the Dutch partnerships, right? I passed over them earlier, but I now recognize Van Oosten, and I think I've seen Sprinkweetsen. Are these guys a regular partnership, or are they mix and match? I don't remember. Hey, Babs. Whiz Kids, huh? Vince and Drawer. I don't know if Vince is still a kid anymore. Maybe 15 years ago he was. But, yeah, he still has a lot of spunk. They would be fun to watch. Maybe we'll see if we can start at their table. Assuming that this is run the same way that most NABC events are, which I don't know why they would have changed this, but I haven't been around for a long time. They probably have a 1 seed on day 2. So they'll be playing up against, in the first round, another very, very strong partnership, even if that strong partnership is not on the top of the leaderboard.
Twitch tells me to be respectful. Hard.
Richard, 26 months. Thank you for the Prime sub. Really appreciate all the support. Welcome back to the lounge. Excuse me. Choking on something. So yeah, maybe Vincent. Oh boy. I think I'm good. Maybe we'll start off by watching them in the first round, if it's available. I don't really know how available. All the tables are going to be. But hopefully we can get them. I mean, if they're sitting north-south, we might have a table that just follows them for the entire day. Wouldn't be the worst idea to take a look, but one of the difficult things, I think, is going to be getting conventions, because I'm sure they showed up like 15 minutes before game time and discussed a few things and filled out a card. I mean, maybe they had planned this well in advance and have been practicing on BBO or something, or on Cubids or whatever, but I think it's a lot more likely that they just showed up in person 15 minutes before the round. I mean, that's what I did frequently when I played in this event with pickup partners, was to just hash things out a little bit before the first session. But yeah, we won't be able, we will not be able to see their convention card, and so we might be a little bit more confused about what's going on at that table than we would be, for example, if we followed the Rombo table. I mean, there are some very interesting partnerships. Like, I have no idea how this partnership is possibly going to function. I know Zia played with Michael quite a bit, including in the recent U.S. Senior, or, well, yeah, the recent U.S. Senior event, and then in Buenos Aires on the U.S. Senior team. So I guess he's used to it, but I feel like they have such different play styles that I'm not sure how it would work out for them. But they're doing well. I mean, so far they've made it work. It is only day one. Is there a... let's see, how did I get here? I came from this. Summary. Is there more than 60 people? Well, not really. I mean, in theory, we could see the pairs that didn't qualify by just looking at this column. This thing. Bab says, watching Zia is always an adventure. It is. It is. We'll see if we can get him on camera. Well, not on camera, at least on screen for a little bit today or tomorrow. They'll probably make it to day 3, but it's a tough event. I thought they qualified. Didn't I see them on the leaderboard? I don't remember. They don't have a Q next to their name. Maybe this is not an accurate representation. But we see a couple of names that Steve Garner, Mike Capoletti, and Ali up there not doing well enough to qualify. It's a tough event. Oh, we have, this is Ace in the Desert, another bridge streamer. Did manage a 51 in at least one of the sessions, but not good enough to qualify. Berkowitz and Wolfson, I thought they did qualify. Something feels off about this qualification thing. I think we saw Berkowitz and Wolfson on the list of qualifiers. Oh, maybe they qualified fewer than 60, because they have a list of 60 pairs on here, but maybe not all of these qualified. Yeah, Berkowitz and Wolfson down here in 54th. That would be a little bit weird. Oh, it's like 52 that qualified? Wow, Drew Cavalier. There he is. I don't know if he's still junior, but a young player. I don't know who his partner is. But that feels a little bit odd. So I guess then they're going to cut from 52 to 26 tomorrow. That's not really what I would have expected. I'm pretty sure there were 28 when I played. I don't know. I could probably look it up. It's just not that important. Okay, so then maybe all these qualifiers are correct, and quite a few players did not end up making it. Oh, I guess I would have to go through all the sections. We're not going to do that. We got 5 minutes until the start of play, which I guess they're on a broadcast delay is probably what's going on. The bulletin shows 52. Thanks. I mean, so that would mean that you would only be playing 50 boards on the final day. because you'd play 2 boards against every other pair. So that's 1 set of 26 and 1 of 24. That just feels like a small number. But because like a normal match point movement plays 27 boards, right?
Good morning.
Hey, Craig.
How's it going? So I think they're starting on a shorter delay than the previous event, right? It should be up and running in just about a minute.
Yeah, it says 4 minutes, so looks like they're running behind as usual, but...
Yeah. And do we know how this works? Obviously, I'm just getting here. Is there only one view graph table, or is there going to be a choice each round?
I have no idea.
That's what I like to hear. Bridge base, correct?
No, it's on Real Bridge.
Oh, cool. All right.
Yeah, so it's going to be the same sort of setup, but I have no idea how many tables will be in play. I think the operators tended to do a pretty good job during the WBT. That might just have been because they actually had extra people available. Like, since the WBT was not really overlapping NABC events, they could pull like bridge players who had gotten there early to do VuGraph tables. Whereas now everyone's going to be competing in something, so we might get a little bit of a sloppier VuGraph presentation today.
Yeah. Stratified BCD view graph operating.
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah, that is one thing. We see this a lot where less experienced players, they just think they know what the players are going to do because they don't really, have a great understanding of what an expert might do in a situation. They just, anticipate, the guy's, of course, going to win the ace and click it, and then, just sort of can't really undo the error, and you never actually figure out what happens.
Yeah.
But hopefully this will be a little less error-prone as the world was. It's true, I hadn't really thought about it, but the quality of the operating in that was really very high.
It was certainly better than we're used to experiencing, so I liked that. It wasn't perfect. There were definitely some errors that were being made from the VuGraph operator, and every once in a while a board was lost, but it was nowhere close to the disaster that the Risinger has been in general.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, sure, there were a few times that they adjusted the result later, but I guess I remember one hand where it felt like the play record was corrupted, but only one. Of course, you saw more boards than I did.
Yeah.
Anyway, so who's leading the event at this point? I know you've already told the spectators that, but you can tell me in the late arrivals.
Yeah. So Vince Demoy, playing with Dror Padone, is leading the event.
Okay.
And of course, it's just day 1. So, biggest thing is qualify to day 2 and then qualify to day 3 and then try and win the thing. But yeah, they had a solid performance on day 1, but they did not earn the most master points. That award goes to Tim van de Pavard and Sibran van Oosten, I think, whoever his regular partner is.
No, he's actually playing with Oscar Neeson, kind of.
Neeson. There we go. Yeah. So Neeson and van de Pavard earned the most master points, which probably means they won one of the sessions overall.
Right. Vince and Dror must have had 2 seconds probably, because they're 135 match points ahead, which I would guess is about 2 boards.
Yeah.
Maybe more, actually. I don't know how many pairs there were in the event overall. Yeah, 112, so that's actually more than 2 boards.
Yeah, so they cut to 52, and then they'll probably cut to 26 by the end of today.
28, I believe.
See, that's what I thought, but why would they cut to 52 then?
Just 52 is just a good number to run the movement.
Oh, okay. Makes sense, I suppose.
Yeah, I don't know. 26 is also a good number to run the movement, so I don't know why they do 28, but since it's effectively a howl, round robin, maybe 28's a better number for that than 26 would be.
Okay, let's start at the leaders table. Padone
cool.
and Demoy playing up against Ola Rimstedt and Bobby Levin.
Oh, wow. It's a strong table and nice. 5 tables in play, so we'll have a lot of choices.
Okay, so one of the difficult things, as I had mentioned, but I'm sure you're aware, Craig, is that we just don't have convention cards, so we're going to be doing a lot of guessing.
Yeah, in some of these pairs we would, but of course there's a lot of pickup partnerships here. But I think in general we can assume the pickup partnerships are going to be doing somewhat simplified stuff.
Yeah, exactly. So a club, a diamond, north-south, no transfers over a club or anything. 1 no, 3 no, easy auction.
Yeah, check out that north hand. I mean, you and I would open, but I think it's going to be a minority choice in this field.
Lovely 11 count. What's the problem? All right, so hard opening lead goes to the 9, queen, and king. And how many tricks does Declare actually have here? He has 3 diamonds, 2 clubs, a heart, and 2 spades would get him up to 9 if he can manage to take all of them. He doesn't really have a re-entry to the north hand, but the jack of clubs will provide one.
Yeah, so if you're north in this position, you probably start the diamond since you're there, right? Like, you need to work on spades at some point, but that's not really going to matter if you start it from the north hand. So I think, like, queen of diamonds, guarantee your 3 diamond tricks, and then look around and see what to do next.
Yeah, that's exactly what he does. So queen of diamonds covered. Declare wins the ace.
Maybe now queen of spades holding low club. I don't know. Like, none of these choices are great, especially knowing that he doesn't want to let West on lead.
Yeah, it's not so terrible to have West get in because you do have a second heart stopper, but...
Right. The opponents only have 4 hearts left, so at most they can take 2 tricks.
Yeah. Queen of spades runs around. Bobby wins the ace. I'm not sure I like that play, but it's...
Yeah. So I especially think I don't like it because he doesn't really want to do anything now. So now West played his lowest diamond. If they're playing reverse Smith, it's possible they had a carding accident.
That's true. That's true. Yeah, and this is another thing for some partnerships that haven't played together a bunch, is that, like, even if you both agree on what a signal should mean, sometimes it carries a bit of different weight to you and your partner without having discussed it. So Bobby gets in, thinks for a while on the ace of spades. I mean, I think he's going to switch to diamonds.
Yeah, and of course, the longer he thinks, I think the more it feels like winning that ace of spades was maybe not a mistake, because, I guess actually it probably was a mistake, because it makes Declare's transportation a lot easier. But also just, like, I'm sure at this point he's like, why did I do this?
Yeah, for sure. And, some people will say, well, what if partner has the king? You can't just duck a trick. Partner would always cover the queen of spades with the king here. So for a fact Declare has the king, and Declare wouldn't play the spades this way if they didn't also have the jack. Like, they would be leading towards the queen, for example.
Well, plus Levin has basically now seen every high card in the deck other than Jack of Spades, Queen of Clubs. Declare could easily have both of them. The Jack of Spades is virtually guaranteed just on that basis.
Yeah, for sure. So he does switch to diamonds to cut communication. Declare tries the 8 of hearts.
Yeah, of course, not really, cutting communication, sort of, but of course, Dummy has those club entries. I think a diamond is just guaranteed to be safe.
Yeah, for sure. So heart goes to the jack and ace.
Yeah, I like this play, right? Declare is just going to force a heart trick and, I believe, make 10 tricks.
Well, so Bobby can switch to a spade. I mean, West can get squeezed. I mean, there's a lot of So this is why match points is so, at least to me, this is why match points is super cool, because there are 9 tricks available, and if you were playing teams, Bobby would probably just cash the 10 of hearts and exit and move on with his life. But playing match points, it's really a big fight for 9 tricks versus 10 here. And I think if Declare does read the end position well, he's always going to make a 10th trick. As you say, if Bobby cashes the 10 of hearts or just passively exits with a club, let's say, Declare will be able to knock out the heart 10, and then he'll have 10 tricks on top. But a spade switch will cut communication.
Yeah.
And Declare would then not be able to do that. But West, holding on to all of the missing cards, will get squeezed if Declare reads the position properly in the end.
Yeah, so let's see. So let's say the spade goes around to the king, and now Declare can't catch that other spade quite yet, right?
No, he has to. He has to play it as a strip squeeze. Because if you don't cash the spade, then you lose that spade trick.
Oh, I see. So he cashes 2 spades and exits a heart?
He could do that. Well, no, that doesn't work, because you have to...
Does. West is squeezed on that trick.
Well, dummy is squeezed on the second spade.
That's only going to be 9 tricks, right? So how does the squeeze operate then if Bobby did exit with the spade?
He doesn't exit a spade. He then plays a club to the ace and cashes the 10 of diamonds. And West, and then throws West in. Let's see. Hold on. Am I miscounting?
Yeah, but now West can exit a spade because he's never had to make a pitch. Then they'll get a 4th defensive trick that way.
Did I miscount tricks? Declare had 3 here. He would take 2 spades, 2 clubs, and a diamond. Oh, it's only for a 9th trick. The strip squeeze is only for a 9th trick.
Right, but I think now Declare is going to have 10 because he's got 2 spades, a heart, a diamond, and 2 clubs, and West is going to get squeezed on this trick.
Yeah, here West actually gets triple squeezed, right? Which is...
Yeah, he's squeezing 3 suits.
Yeah, so the spade switch from Bobby was actually necessary to hold Declare to 9, and only 9 if Declare actually guesses the position
right.
from there. So it's a really tough hand to defend, but it became a lot more challenging when Bobby won the ace of spades.
Yeah, and here I think Declare is just going to fall into taking 10 tricks. He just cashes his winners, and there he is.
Yeah.
He just cashes Jack of Spades now, or King of Spades now, because he has no choice. And he'll get the good news. Yeah, there we go.
Yeah, 10 tricks, so... Tough defense. I think a lot of the field is going to get the defense right on this one to hold Declare to at most 9, but... I guess a lot of things could happen. Anyway, good result for North-South. It looks like we might once again get running totals, which is... This is actually really nice, assuming this is accurate, if it's being match-pointed across the whole field in real time.
Sorry, I'm just sending a message out to the New York group that we're here if they want an ACBL alternative.
Sounds good. So East has 16. He opens a spade. Bobby, not a huge fan of the off-shape no trumps. South passes, of course. 6-card diamond suit. I mean, you could maybe think about overcalling 2 diamonds, but red-white, it's pretty sketchy. 3 spades limit raise. Look at that. 4 spades by East, all pass. So Queen of Clubs lead. Aragorn asks, are there the same boards in play at every table? I don't know the answer to that.
I'm trying to remember from last year, and I believe the answer was yes. I think each table had a stack of boards, but I'm not 100% sure.
So we definitely do during the finals. I don't know about
Yeah.
during the semifinals.
Yeah, the finals 100%, because in fact, the finals is barometer. You see the
Yeah.
results every round. I think for security, they did have the same board, like, every board plate. Oh, you know what? I'm 100% sure they did because in the breaks, people were like talking about what they had done, and it was totally legal.
Hmm. All right. Ace of Spades. Trumps have split. Declare is now going to hope that 2 club entries are going to be good enough to set up the heart suit. And he's correct. He could elect to run the Jack of Hearts. North will, of course, not cover, and this presents Declare with a problem. Really important for North-South here to have given accurate club count, because South is going to have count in both the spade suit, given that his partner dumped the queen on the first round, and the heart suit once Declare shows out. So if he knows about Declare's last club, he won't chance underleading the diamond ace. Like, let's say Declare pitches a diamond here on the Jack of Hearts. South could, if he wasn't sure about Declare's shape, try and underlead the diamond ace to give Declare a guess. But if he knows about the last club, he'll know that that's just pointless, and he'll just cash the ace of diamonds when he gets in.
Yeah, we do see. So, in fact, they must be playing the same boards at every table since we have a match point result for the first board. I mean, I assume that is only across the 5 tables that are being broadcast on Real Bridge before it's activated. But it's possible they're pulling in the results from the bridge mates.
Yeah, it would be
I think
it would be really nice if they were pulling in the results from Bridgemates, but I do suspect that you're right, that it's just across the 5 tables that are being broadcast.
But yeah, one thing about this event is they run it really professionally, and having the same boards in play simultaneously for security is part of that. Like, this event is just in a different class from everything else on the ACBL calendar.
I'm a little surprised Bobby's taking so long on this trick. I think roughing is pretty clear. The Queen of Spades from North is pretty unlikely to be from King-Queen. I think most players on defense would play the king from that holding, King-Queen Doubleton, mostly just to let their partner know, as opposed to anything else. And so, given that we know that either hearts are 3-3 with South having the queen here, or South is just roughing this trick and switching to diamonds, it doesn't really seem worthwhile to pitch a diamond and potentially just lose to the heart queen. If North happened to have King Queen of Spades, then obviously this is actually a pretty valuable position, because we could pitch a diamond here on the Jack of Hearts with South not roughing, then rough the hearts good, then rough the club, and then play another heart, pitching our last diamond as North roughs in with the natural trump trick. But I would be pretty convinced. Okay, Bobby disagrees.
Yeah.
Yeah?
Well, I was just thinking, like, the longer he thought, the more it felt like he must have just had a read of some kind.
Yeah. And Vince pauses for a couple of seconds, but then does correctly cash the diamond ace. Really nice play there by him to prevent the other diamond going away. So yeah, I mean, you're probably right that he did have some sort of read. It could have been in the heart count itself, which I know I've talked about before. It's like really important on defense to give proper signals to your partner, because it helps your partner defend accurately, and that's usually very important, both at match points and imps, but that also helps Declare. So that could be the reason why he ran the Jack of Hearts.
Yeah, it's hard to know, but like, as you say, I think roughing is the technical play, which means he must have, thought he had some reason to back his judgment, thought about it for a minute, and decided that he was going to back his judgment, and he was correct.
Yeah. And
I mean, guess sort of correct. He could have just let a diamond to the king.
Right. And it's definitely the case that if he was incorrect, like if he had roughed and South over-roughed and then South tabled a low diamond, he would have been in a worse position. So it's not as if his line of play really had nothing going for it. Like, sometimes Doing this, if he's right, he doesn't have to guess the diamond, so he guarantees 11 tricks. He's not making 12, like, ever, but this is a guarantee of 11. Or 10 if he's wrong about the heart suit. Are these two-board rounds? I guess they are. Running score. Wait, there's a tiny URL for running score?
Well, he was never making 12 anyway, right?
So he could have if North had the king of spades. But yes, I mean, like...
like if you take him... Wait, how is he going to make 12?
You run the jack of hearts, pitching a diamond. It holds.
Right, yes.
Yeah.
Sorry, I misheard you. I thought you meant he could never make 12 by taking that roughing finesse. Okay, yeah. Never mind, I just misheard something.
Okay, maybe these are actually a running score, and maybe this is going to update as things go on. I'm quickly taking a look at... This doesn't seem correct to me.
So my guess is that the quote-unquote running score is the bridgemate running score, but the real bridge percentage is just the real bridge tables.
Well, it doesn't make any sense to me that the pair in last place has 231 match points.
Yeah, it does, because the carryover, I think, from day one goes from 0 in 112th place, so, the lowest qualifier doesn't have 0 coming into today.
Really?
It's arbitrary, right? Like, you could define 52nd place as 0 and first as, however many, like, 80 match points ahead of that, or you could define 112th as 0, go all the way up, but, like, the spread in match points is going to be the same either way. It doesn't matter what numbers you use arbitrarily starting the day.
Sure. Yeah. I mean, like, I agree with you there, but it definitely doesn't make sense. Anyway, taking a look at some of the results so far, you know what? You talk to us about the results. I've pulled up board 1, and I'm going to make a little command for the scoreboard, just in case it's important.
Yeah, so I'm just taking a look at the top 10 here. Trying to see how far. So I guess at 6 we do have the Rombos as the highest regular partnership. Ken Minyaki and Joel Woldridge, who are defending in this event, are kind of a quasi-regular partnership. They play in, I think, this event always, and occasionally other pair events. They do not play together or they have not played together in imp events. I don't know what Joel's plan is now that he's no longer playing with Johnny Hurd. But yeah, going down beyond that, I think the next regular partnership I see is 17th place, Wyxel Krikorian. Greco and Hampson in 23rd. But yeah, it's actually kind of surprising. This event, a lot of times people do play with their expert partners, but here it looks like there's a lot of top experts who are playing in new configurations.
Yeah, that's what I kind of noted earlier as well. And Zamir Toledano had a pretty rough start to the day, getting smashed in 3 diamonds on that first board.
Oh, wow. Well, they also, so they were second in this event last year, and there was a controversial appeal that, would have had them winning the event. So, I think they're definitely, definitely looking for some, some satisfaction in this thing.
Yeah. Yikes.
So I don't see here. Do you know what place they came in?
Who? Zamir Toledano? They were like 20th coming into today.
I believe you, but I don't see them on the leaderboard here.
Well, they had a pretty terrible first board, and their second board was flat.
Oh, I see. Yeah, they've fallen into 41st place.
Okay. So now we're going to get seeded pairs playing against non-seeded pairs. So in terms of tables, we probably don't have a bunch of the top tables. Yeah. Let's watch Zia's table. You have a guy in the race here.
Yeah, I was going to say them or Celia Abdu, despite presumably being non-seeded, are maybe it's 1 versus 13 or something. I don't know. I'm surprised that that pair is not seeded, but that's also a strong pair for a non-seeded pair. Anyway, yeah. So
Yeah, Kevin has decided to introduce his spade suit naturally at the 3 level.
yeah, just kind of catching up here on the auction. Spade pass, no trump, takeout double, card showing redouble. 2 clubs by Kevin. A little surprised that he's waking up with such a strong hand on this auction. 2 diamonds, 3 clubs. The surprise to wake up with 5 clubs on this auction. 3 diamonds, yeah, 3 spades. 3 spades, I think, is probably stopper showing. I don't think that he's trying to get to a spade contract here.
No, certainly
It just
not.
says I have a spade stopper and I don't have a diamond stopper.
Yeah, I do wonder. So Zia bids 3 now, and I mean, I think this is maybe a little bit of not playing together as partners is what's going on, because Kevin went very low with the 2 club bid since he had 6 cards in the enemy spade suit, despite kind of a nice hand, 6-5. And Zia bid 3 clubs, which I think for Zia is just like, I'm Zia, I do what I want. Like, many players would probably expect the 3 club bidder to have some values on an auction like this when your partner hasn't showed anything. And so Kevin decided to take a look at 3 no trump.
Yeah. Yeah, from Zia's point of view, like his partner said, I have a spade stopper and I'm willing to play 3 no trump because why else am I showing stoppers? If Kevin just had a 6 club, this would be the easiest 3 no trump of the day.
It is.
Well, assuming that he's counting on a second diamond trick, which it turned out the king is offside, but...
Oh, sure.
And I guess actually, check out West 3 diamond bid.
Oh, Zia's a passed hand. Actually, that's a good point.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, so 3 clubs. Yeah, but AT Low bidding 3 diamonds on his King Doubleton.
Yeah.
East and West here, besides East being a very close friend of mine, are my regular teammates for the Alton OCBL events. Low is the organizer of our team, which occasionally has as many as 24 players.
Yeah, okay. So, I mean, with Zia as a passed hand, I'm not sure what Kevin was really hoping for, because he knows he only has 5 clubs. So
right.
He would need his partner to produce 3 tricks outside of the club suit, and that seems pretty unlikely as a passed hand.
That's a very good point.
But they get to 4 clubs, and now what?
Zia's giving this such a long look. I wonder. So this is actually really interesting. I think Zia might take this in because Zia's hand is limited, but Rosenberg's isn't, right? All he knows is that Kevin has a hand that couldn't act over 1 spade and then came to life. North could have a much better hand than this.
I don't think so. North bid 2 clubs over the redouble.
Yeah, but then he made this... I don't know. I think Zia thinks that Kevin may have a much stronger hand than he really does. And look, 5 clubs is pretty close, right? We have 2 major street aces to lose, but... with the spade on side, if the diamond finesse were working, we probably would make 5 clubs. As it is, we're pretty close.
Yeah, you can certainly rough down the diamond king and make it.
I don't even think we can, but we don't need to, right? We have 5 clubs and 3 roughs, and the other hand is 8. Ace of diamonds and 2 majors, 2 kings with the aces on side. That's just 11 tricks.
Okay, yeah, that's true. Wait, is that true?
I think so, right? 5 clubs, 3 roughs, since there's a 2-1 split. That's 8. Rough, let's say 2 hearts and a diamond in the north hand, and take the 2 majors, 2 kings.
Yeah. No, I believe you. Yeah, 5 clubs does look absolutely ice cold. I mean, I think there's some chance that Kevin goes down in 5 clubs. It might depend on the defense, but if Kevin leads a heart towards the king and East ducks, he might stick in the 10.
Yeah, although that, as you say, he can play ace and rough a diamond, and that's his 11th trick.
Yeah, it's it's not
I think you're
guaranteed
just
he'll
going to
make
fall
it.
into. It's not, but I think one way or another you're going to fall into it. Um, I mean, I suspect if they do bid and make five clubs, it will be a complete top. I think even 150 is going to be a very good result north south, but we'll see.
I wonder because East West don't make a whole lot, and East West could easily get in trouble. I think West has a strong no trump in terms of values, at least, and East West have a heart fit, but the hearts split very badly. I mean, basically everything splits badly for them. So I think we may see some 500s on the cards for North South here.
It's possible. So I think if any West is inclined to open in no trump, they'll probably just play a diamond partial, and that'll be pretty good for them. If they open a spade, let's say it goes pass and East bids a no trump as before. Um, Maybe if West introduces hearts, they get a little too high. Like here, that redouble protected East West from finding their 8 card fit, which turned out to work out well with the bad heart split.
Right, right, yeah. So East leads the Ace of Hearts, which I don't really understand that lead.
Well, you only have. Oh, wait a second. I'm just thinking, like, so if it goes now spade, I guess, like, if they get a spade rough, it doesn't matter. He can only get one rough, so there's no reason to preserve a hard entry to partner's hands.
No, but I mean, like, you could just lead a singleton in your partner's suit as opposed to leading an unbid suit's bare ace.
Right, but I think he might have been planning to do that in trick 2 if it looked right.
Yeah.
Like, when you there's no reason to, like, there's no urgency to lead that singleton spade, I don't think.
No, but, like, do you just lead... I mean, has he been playing with Gib too long? Like, leading an unsupported ace in your left-hand opponent's suit that they made a takeout double with? I don't know about that.
Yeah, I think it goes both ways, though, right? Like, suppose Dummy had hit with, like, Queen fourth of hearts, well, I guess now partner could, like, win and just play a heart himself, and he could play another. I think, like, maybe he wanted to be able to play heart, depending on what hit in Dummy, but maybe there's no urgency to do that either.
Sure. Yeah, I mean, it could definitely work out, but it seems a little bit unusual. Spade switch to the ace, and now...
Yeah, you look like a real idiot if King Queen fourth of hearts came down in Dummy.
Yeah. Or I guess not spade switch to the
not
ace.
actually.
He did continue a heart at trick 2, and then now spade led up to the ace.
Declare is just gonna get to the south hand as quickly as possible, take a club finesse and claim.
Yeah, that seems correct. I mean, he's only in 4, so even if clubs go 3-0, taking a first round club finesse, yeah. A club gets led through. I mean, this is probably the best that West can do, but after East turns up with the heart ace, the club king is on side.
Yeah, that redouble certainly exposed West hand really well.
Yeah.
Yeah, so
this will be 11. All the rest of the tricks here.
Yeah.
And the claim.
Yeah, so we'll see what the match point score is here. I predict this is good for North-South, but as you say, there are a lot of ways for East-West to get overboard.
Yeah. Aragorn asks about a spade pass double by South. There's no way that anyone in this field is passing the East hand with an ace.
Agreed.
Regardless of having 7-4 shape, an ace is just too much to pass partner's opening bid at this level of play.
So actually, of the 5 view graph tables, 150 is dead average. There was a 420.
Nice.
Joe Woldridge made an over trick in 5 clubs.
Nice.
And Bart Bramley made 2 over tricks in 4 clubs.
Wow.
And Drew Perdoan made 0 over tricks in 3 clubs. And so Nazi made an under trick in 5 clubs. So we may have to look at the play records there because 11 seemed like the most likely number, and it was only made 1 out of 5 times.
Yeah, that's actually incredible. We will have to take a look at that afterwards.
Right. Also, surprising to me that every all 5 tables had a club contract north-south. East-west never bought the hand, which is very surprising to me.
Yeah, I agree. Um, well, two
Anyway,
passes go around to a spade. South lets it go. 2 spades by West, and East probably just bids the game. I mean, he has 17, a little bit shapely. Maybe you make an invite.
yeah, or I was thinking like maybe he decides his hand is quasi-balanced and makes a move to no trump.
Yeah.
Like that king empty fourth of diamonds is so bad for declaring spades in a 8-card fit. Like you really want a ninth trump, I think, to deal with those diamonds.
Yeah, for sure. Um,
And
but
here it turns out it's just fine, but you know,
well, I mean, a
uh,
big problem is the heart suit and no trump. So
right, right. Like 4 spades is just going to make fairly easily, even with the spade suit itself being kind of sketchy.
yeah, so 2
Rough
no,
1 diamond,
probably
take a
some
bit, yeah.
asking bid.
Yeah.
And West has this 8 count. I mean, 10 third of spades, it's not exactly the ideal holding. You would kind of prefer king third of spades, ace jack, double ton of diamonds, and 4 small clubs for the West hand. But I wonder if he's going to, make whatever his non sign off move is. Presumably 3 spades would just be I have a dead minimum.
Yeah. So one thing here also is both East and West are pretty aggressive players. And, the more aggressive you are, the better the West hand is in the context of every hand you could hold. Of course, it goes both ways if he's making an aggressive game try, but I think that's much less likely. But West is kind of an aggressive raiser in this position, I think, so I think he has to treat his hand as a maximum, just given that his minimum is not great.
Right. Well, not necessarily maximum, but just non-minimum, right? Because
Oh, yeah, sure.
um,
Or,
so yeah,
or,
South gets
so,
off to a heart lead, makes a lot of sense. Queen empty fifth.
and this is gonna make Declarer's life a little annoying because he is now gonna get threatened with a tap here.
Yeah. So, I mean, I think the best plan is to just start pulling trumps. It looks a little bit scary because if they pull 3 rounds of trumps, you don't get any diamond roughs. But if you start roughing diamonds, the big problem is that you're going to have to rough both diamonds in the West hand. And that could become problematic, especially if South is the one with diamond length. So I think it's better to just try and pull a couple of rounds of trumps. And then if you're able to successfully do that before the opponents pull 3rd round, then you can rough a diamond and play a club to the ace, pull the last trump, and run the clubs to pitch your other diamond loser. And if they do pull 3 rounds of trumps, you can fall back on the diamond finesse.
Well, you don't even need. Well, at match points, maybe you want to, but I mean, at imps, that would just guarantee 10 tricks, so it's pretty clear. But yeah, I guess at match points, the diamond finesse is going to be free because you'll have. Well, it sort of depends because it's possible. I guess they could. I think can they take your entries out? But I guess not. If they tap you and take those entries away, you have clubs, so the diamond finesse is going to be free late in the hand. I guess this actually is. I see. I was going to say like if you can take that finesse immediately to try to lead a spade from the West hand.
Yeah, I think it's a little bit too risky. So he is going after diamond roughs, and this is going to work out fine given that that clubs are 3-3 and that South is the one with 3 diamonds. But
Right.
this could have, presented Declarer with some serious problems if, okay, he does decide to cash a few clubs first before. He really needs to cash a 3rd club. Oh, no. Well,
Yeah, so he is still going to make his contract. Obviously, West and South is going to pitch his club and get a rough, but now he'll play a trump and South gets a rough, but that'll be. Oh, wow.
yeah, so a bit of a slip up from Rosenberg there, although he might have expected that Declare would have played the hand differently if a club ruff was actually coming. Maybe he also got false club count from Zia. I wasn't paying that careful attention to what was going on in the club suit, but Zia could have led him astray from the club count.
Yeah, that's quite possible. I'll go back and take a look here.
So Declare makes 11 tricks. Bit of
So
an
Zia
error on defense.
Zia played 5 then 6 of clubs, and I suspect that they play standard carding.
Mm-hmm.
I think Zia's, of that generation and has always been a standard carder, but I could be wrong.
Yeah, what's really interesting? So Zia pitched the 10 of clubs, which he had to do. I wonder if he had to do it because he was getting a club ruff. I wonder if pitching the 10 of clubs should retroactively tell partner, hey, I started with 3. Because Zia wouldn't have had any reason to ditch a club from 4 of them.
Right.
He could have just pitched a heart to clarify the heart count to his partner. So...
Well, his partner knew the heart count anyway, right?
Well, I think he led a 4th best heart, and he still had the deuce in hand. Anyway, we're into the next round.
No, he did, but if Declare had ace doubleton, he would have put up the 10 or 9 from dummy.
Let's take a look at Bart Bramley and Harrison Luba playing up against Ishtal Monte.
Jay Barron's unusual partnership here.
Yeah. So East opens a club. Nice little flat 10 count there. A heart showing 4 or more spades, and no trump by East. Weak no trump, 2 diamonds, game forcing. East bids 2 spades. And they get to the spade game.
Look at that East opening.
Yeah, I know. I love it. So this looks like a pretty good result for East-West. They have 2 entries to take 2 spade finesses. So Declare's best plan in the spade zoot is to run the queen of spades. And, well, that now... I guess that solves all of your problems. Jack of spades lead. But they'll lose 2 diamonds and a trump for a really nice plus 420 that maybe the field is just not going to get there if East doesn't open.
Yeah, and this is kind of funny. Like, sometimes when your partner has the queen of spades, this generates a trick in a weird way because everyone knows that, like, you lead the jack and queen jack doubleton to try to job Declare out of a restricted choice position.
Mm-hmm. There's no real danger in the defense not getting both their diamond tricks. I mean, they would have to really screw this up to give Declare the ability to set up the 5th club. And I guess if the 5th club gets set up, then North gets a long trump, so...
I don't even think that can happen, right? East just doesn't have the entries to set him up and cash it. Yeah. You only have, 1 heart and 1 spade entry, and, you need to rough 3 clubs and still get back there.
Right. Yeah, it's just impossible. So this is just going to be 10 tricks all day, but getting to the game should produce, I think, quite a few match points for East-West. So East-West come in with a 59%, and this is because they're being match pointed against the other tables in play, so they must have already played against one of the other pairs that we've seen. I don't remember where they started, but they must have started up against one of the other 4 tables in play.
Yeah, so my guess would be, from a mechanical point of view, that the 5 view-graph tables are consecutive tables in the movement, that they're not selecting pairs to go on view-graph, that it's just like, you play table like 1 through 8, and then table 9 is view-graph, and 9 through 13, you just play 5 view-graph tables in a row and then move on to the next section.
It looks to me like the north-south pairs are seeds. So
stationary north-south at the view-graph tables. Yeah, that would make sense with what I just said then, right?
Well, you don't go from seed to seed to seed.
Right. I see. So maybe it's like 3, 5, 7, 9, or even in the 2 sections. But,
yeah, that's what I'm thinking, like 3, 5, 7, 9, or something like that.
Yeah. But I think, like, yeah, I don't think that they're, like, pulling people out of the movement to go on VGraph. I think it's just, like, East-West gets to VGraph table and plays there.
Right. Yeah, I think so too. Um,
So, while Bart is thinking, and he is a famously slow player, we can take a look and see the scores after round two. We have Demi and Padone are still leading, and Mextrith and Anam are now in second place,
wow.
13 match points behind, and the Rombos have pulled up to third. Yeah, I am very curious about the origin of the Tempstrith partnership here.
Well, I mean, Rodwell wasn't available, so... Hey, Bridgeland. Welcome.
I mean, Rodwell is available again. He is permitted to play bridge again.
He's permitted to play bridge, but
I think that partnership will never make a reappearance. Mextrith and Rodwell.
No.
Those guys hate each other so much.
But yeah, Berkowitz was playing with Wolfson in this event, so Mextroth needed to pick up a partner.
Yeah, that does make sense. Well, I think the Berkowitz-Wolfson partnership would have been long arranged. Like, Mextrith Keba feels like a partnership that was formed, the night before the event. When, maybe, I don't know, maybe Jeff had no plans and Anam had a sponsor who could make it or something, and he was like, oh, that sounds like fun. And, like, she's a good player and she is super fun. I certainly see the appeal of, deciding on the spot to play with her.
For sure. And they're having a good performance. I mean, yeah. I think Anam is an excellent pickup partner. She does really well with just, sitting down 5 minutes before game time and getting...
Yeah, 100%.
Yeah.
Yeah, the Mextrith, too, for all of his... having an insanely complicated system with Rodwell. Like when he played with like Steve Garner, Steve is more of a like sit there and play cards kind of guy, and they had a really effective partnership. He played with Zia, who's also a sit there and play cards kind of guy. Like I think he's pretty adaptable to that style.
Mm-hmm.
And Bramley, he's also written a lot of match results for the Bridge World, and he's a very strong analyst. Bridgeland is saying that Bart's articles on bridge winners are very much worth reading, and I agree. A good player, but yeah, he's a very, very sharp bridge analyst.
He is, and I think, okay, Four Spades down one is not the correct claim. Four Spades making is, yeah. So we'll get result adjusted. But yeah, unlike his regular partner nowadays, Kit Woolsey, Bart, I think, tends to be a little bit more down the middle or mainstream in his views on bridge in general. And so he's a great person to actually learn from because not only is he a very excellent and strong analyst like Kit, but he also appeals to a much broader population. So... No Bridge World in Norway for you.
They do send mail internationally.
Yeah. Yeah, but I guess with it being... It's based in New York, right? Bridge World?
I think in New York suburbs, but yeah.
Okay.
It was in New York when Edgar was alive, but Jeff Rubin lived in Westchester, and when he took it over, I think he moved the offices up there.
Oh, Eric says it's fairly expensive.
Yeah, that makes sense. I'm not sure. Like, I assume Norway has a high-level Norwegian language magazine. I know Sweden has strong bridge publications, and there's also some, there's Bridge Magazine in the UK. I don't know if that's still published, but that was always very good, and I'm sure available a little more accessibly than the US magazine.
Yeah. Yeah, it makes sense that, especially because they probably aren't doing, like, different language prints, that it would be a lot less popular in countries outside the US.
Yeah, I just sort of always assumed that everyone in Scandinavia speaks English, but that doesn't necessarily mean that you want to be, like, choosing to read in English. It's more like, you speak English when you have to.
Yeah. Bridgeland says they do have Bridge in Norway, BIN by Boya Brogland. Well, that's probably a better author than anyone who writes the Bridge World.
Yeah. I think
So
in
I think you have us beat on that one.
I think in Sweden, I think Mats Nilsland had something that he was involved in, and he's also a really sharp bridge rider.
Yeah, for sure.
We got a new hand.
We do. Yeah, so Ish, we'll have to see what he opens. He opened the flat 10 count at the one level earlier, so is this a one spade opener? He says yes.
Yeah, well, this to me is a much more compelling opening than the, dry ace, doubleton queen on the previous board.
For sure. And South
Yeah.
has, I mean, South overcalls two hearts. He has the 5-card heart suit. I think it's a little bit too important to overcall the 5-card heart suit, especially favorable. But it's always a little bit risky at match points to overcall on just 5 at the 2 level.
Yeah, I mean, at IMS, this would be a completely automatic two-heart overcall because you just can't risk getting frozen out. At match points, you have to do it, but you're a little less happy about it.
Right.
But also at match points, they're going to come after you a lot later, like the West hand could. If he chose to go for a penalty, which maybe he should have, like obviously he's looking at the colors and doesn't want to have to get 800. But at IMS, you would go for a penalty, and it would be a disaster.
Yeah, for sure. And I will kind of bring up as the auction comes to a close in 4 spades that Weinstein and I, one of our few serious conversations about bridge was about situations like this. And he used to be, I don't know if still is, but back in the day, this would have been 10 or more years ago, because he asked me about a problem from the bridge bidding box, the ACBL bidding competition thing. And he was like, I was the only person to make a takeout double with 5 hearts, and I got a really bad result. Did I do the wrong thing? And I was just like, I don't think so. It's just a difficult situation, but everyone's obsessed with bidding 5-card majors, and I think that still tends to be the case nowadays.
Yeah, so personally, I agree. I think having bid 3 hearts, possibly showing exactly a 3-card raise if they played 2 no trump as a 4-card raise. Part of his 3 spades, yeah, I like 3 no trump. It doesn't commit your side to 3 no trump. It just says, hey, partner, here's some more information about my hand. Use it as you see fit. East would always pull, but I think West just raising 3 spades to 4, seems like he might have had a better alternative. I think against that, West is a good player, but East is a really great player. Maybe figures, well, we're probably going to be in 4 spades anyway. Let's make sure that Ish gets to declare the hand.
Yeah, speaking of great player, he's blown a trick already in the play. I don't necessarily blame him for it, but he could have led towards the ace-jack of diamonds and picked up the diamond suit for just 1 loser with 1 ruff. By leading the jack of diamonds, now that 10 of diamonds becomes a big card, and when he tries to ruff the 4th round, North will over-ruff in dummy. So match points is brutal sometimes on hands like this. I mean, it's very possible that he only roughs 1 round of diamonds and ends up actually, I guess he can make the rest of the tricks still from here. He can, because South gets triple squeezed. You rough a heart, you rough a diamond, and you take spade finesses and then run all of your trumps. And South gets squeezed in 3 suits. Is this right?
Yeah.
Maybe South can pitch a heart.
I don't think it's right, because I think the entries are going to be mixed up for it, but we'll see. But I think one other consideration is Ish knows that at every table, every other player is going to be opening 2. If he thinks that West may not be putting the hand in game, he may just be hoping for 10 tricks and figure that's going to be 60% of the match points and take, so maybe he's trying to find his imp line just to, guarantee the best possible match point result kind of down the middle. Not best possible match point result, but guarantee, an average plus result.
Sure. Yeah, that is certainly a thing worth considering, that if you strongly believe that 4 spades is not getting reached at every table, then you do want to kind of play safely. Sometimes you can convert match point hands into imps in the play. That doesn't seem too likely to me, because I think West's hand's a little too good to float a red on white 2 spade opener, if East does decide to open 2 spades at other tables. But Yeah, I mean, the way that things have gone, now he's actually doing quite poorly because North has got over rough. And if Bart Bramley, as we said, one of the strongest bridge analysts out there, switches to clubs, that's going to kill a squeeze against South. So Declare will only wind up with 10 tricks.
Yeah, I think the path to not getting to four spades goes two spade opening, South does something there, and like now if you're West, you're jumping to four spades. You know, on that hand where you have good defense. I don't know. Maybe, maybe not.
Well, I mean, when the auction starts, two spades double, redouble.
Well, he doesn't think it's going to start that way, right? He has no reason to think that if South had a two heart overcall of one spade, that it's not going to go two spades, three hearts.
Right. So then you would, I guess, you would have to think about how does three hearts double do, right? Because your partner might double. Your partner might bid three or four spades. I mean, there's definitely ways that four spades gets avoided, or is avoided.
Right.
Yeah.
And if three hearts isn't going for 800, which it doesn't look like it is, then I think playing for 620 is kind of sensible.
Yeah. Yeah, for sure.
I don't know if this is the safest line, but I think that kind of logic has some appeal to me.
Oh, definitely. I mean, it was never a question of going plus. Let's see in a few minutes what the field is playing at board 6. Yeah, if this hand ever finishes. I don't know why Ish hasn't roughed with the 9 of spades yet. I really just don't understand what's going on this trick. Okay, 9 of spades, king of spades. He returns the 2? No, he didn't. He played back. It's 4 spades equal. I trust the score more than the play. He returned a club. Okay, let's actually take a look at the scores, though, on board 6.
Yeah, so
wow!
It is 620s, except for the 990.
Wow, this is actually unbelievable. I mean, one table led the Diamond King and Declare only made 10 tricks. Whoa. Let's look at... Oh, never mind. We're into the next round. Let's not look. We'll look during the break. Let's move over to a different table. Let's go back to the leaders. Vince and George.
I was going to say, we can watch Jonesy play against Bramley and Luba.
Oh, do you want to?
No, I'm indifferent. You want to watch? I would rather watch them than the Italian or Italian-American pair.
Okay. We'll head back.
Yeah, we can watch Drawer and Vince later.
Bramley and Luba over here. South opens a little bit of an off-shape no trump. 14 count as well. So probably one no all pass unless East has a penalty double available and chooses to make it. I don't think we should be making a penalty double with this East hand.
I think if you were red-white, you would want to avoid being stolen from, but red-red, I think you're not looking to declare and don't have a ton of confidence you're beating one no trump under your own power.
Yeah, the big problem is that these penalty doubles of a no trump, you really want to have tricks that your side can set up, and East hand doesn't really have that.
Yeah, like if you're red-white, I think you just have to do it because, you're aggressive West opponent, and Harrison is young, so he's aggressive, and Bramley is much older, but also really aggressive. Like, you can't let a pair like that rob you of a game, especially at amps. Like here, maybe you can't even beat it. Maybe when you can, you get 200, and that's really good. Maybe when you declare, you go minus even 100, and if you hold it to 90, that's a win. Like, I think there's just no compelling argument for acting on the East hand here.
Sure, yeah. West gets off to a 4th best spade lead. Makes a lot of sense. It's sometimes scary leading away from an ace into a 1 no trump opening bid, but especially playing with a sponsor, I think a lot of the times you just should try and do the normal thing so that your partner doesn't get confused.
Yeah, I think ace queen 4th, like ace 10 4th, I hate. Ace queen 4th, here, if spades had been 3-3, it would have immediately set up 3 spade tricks.
Yeah.
Here as it is, it sets up 2, and now, declare, not that he has anything to pitch from dummy, but he can never pitch a spade from dummy. I don't know, I think looking for a round suit doesn't look that appealing either, so this is, at least guaranteed to set up something. So,
Yeah, I'm a little bit
So,
unclear as to what's going on carding wise from East, because if all of the cards that have been played are correct, East played the 8 of spades at trick 1, which I don't really understand, from 8-7-6, and then he won the ace of diamonds instead of the king. So West doesn't have as much information as he necessarily should. Now, Luba has done very well in guessing the diamond suit by leading the queen, picking off that singleton jack. He didn't really have a convenient entry to lead diamonds towards the queen. So, like, for example, if he wanted to play for singleton ace or king, which would be twice as likely as singleton jack, he could have let a low diamond out of hand, but he doesn't really have an effective way to get back to dummy to then take a diamond finesse. So I
right.
like what he's done.
So yeah, it's sort of twice as likely, but it would have to be in the West hand, and then you overtake the club to lead a second one. So, Jack of Diamonds, singleton in either hand has to be better than exactly singleton, ace, or king in the West hand.
And losing the club trick. Yeah, exactly.
Losing the club trick. And you pick up, right, and you pick up all the GG diamond splits with any card. So, yeah, so East, keeps playing his honors out of order, although here, since he's casting the next one, it doesn't really matter as much. But, and I think East also is not watching West carding, where West led a high heart, suggesting he had nothing in the suit, and East immediately was like, great partner, ace king in another.
Yeah, for sure. It doesn't really matter. The Declare had all the spot cards, and the defense, having kind of gotten off to the wrong start by playing on spades, wasn't really effective for them. Bridgeland asks, is the Real Bridge MP score in the top right corner always up to date? I don't think it's accurately reflecting the session scores. If you do exclamation point standings, that should give you a link to what we think are up-to-date scores in the event in real time, but yeah. I'm also not certain of that.
Quasi up-to-date. It hasn't updated for round 3 yet.
Okay, but I mean, that's as up-to-date as we can possibly get. So hopefully that will be updated as the play continues, and you can check to see where pairs are.
Yeah, and I believe that does include everything. I think that's just feeding right off the bridge mates.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I think, East there, he played pretty fast, and I think not that carefully, and maybe West will remind him that, this isn't some regional, we're playing against players like this. You really have to, bear down and make sure that you're doing everything, as carefully as possible. Like, you're not going to get much leeway in an event like this.
Right, yeah, I mean, especially if everyone's in 4 spades making 4 on that previous board. Like, it's just, there are so many 50% boards that, up against a really strong field, that if you make one mistake, you turn your average into a 0, and that's the difference between qualifying and not.
Yeah. Yeah, I played in day 2 of this last year. We missed by a board and change, and, it was just like one of these days where every pair is a top-class pair. Like, not just a very good pair, but, like, almost everyone is a really great pair. You just, like, they're not going to make mistakes, which means that your mistakes are going to be absolutely punished. In a normal field, if you make some mistake, like, you got a 30% board, and it's just not a big deal. But as you say here, like, a lot of mistakes are going to be 0% boards, and you can't afford those.
Yeah, for sure.
Anyway,
this hand is heating up the action. So after East-West just kind of calmly bid to 2 clubs on a really nice auction, East did respond to partner's opening bid. West didn't make a way too light jump shift. So South balanced with double. I think as West, I would definitely have redoubled. It might be a little bit of partnership dynamics that, like, maybe redouble would confuse West, and so that's why he didn't do it. But I really want to suggest that the opponents have made a huge error by coming into this auction.
Yeah. So South could have bid a no-trump over a spade just to show a strong no-trump with stoppers, but I agree with him to hate this hand with a tenuous diamond stopper and no source of tricks. Like, it could just be even an undoubled disaster in one no-trump. So, but then when it comes around to you 2 clubs, like, now he's reluctant to sell out with possibly the best hand at the table.
Yeah, and I
Yeah,
mean,
as you
West
say.
obviously has the 17 count. He's the one that he knows the opponents have made a pretty big error, but he was unable to go after two spades if he wanted to. I don't know if he did. Um,
Yeah, a little surprising also that West didn't try opening a no trump.
yeah, yeah, for sure. I know that Aaron tends to like to just try and duplicate the field actions. He's a strong believer that he's one of the best bidders in the field, and I think he tends to be right on most accounts in that respect. So if he can just duplicate the field auction, he tends to have pretty good bidding judgment, is at least my read of his skill set. So I think for that reason, even though he plays with sponsors a lot, he doesn't like to open these off-shape no trumps.
So it looks like this is probably going to make after that lead, right? I think the defense could have had a spade, three hearts, and a club, but now they're going to get to pitch one of these hearts away on a diamond. North can rough in, but it'll be too late.
Yeah, and I mean, I of course understand Bramley's decision to lead a trump on an auction like this. I think a spade is out, but the other alternative would have been a heart from queen third. He would have basically needed partner to have the ace king of hearts for a heart lead to be right, whereas leading the trump, I mean, often East is going to turn up with four clubs and a singleton diamond. And partner on an auction like this, when they can't act over a spade, but then they can over two clubs, is frequently going to have diamond length over there. So I think I agree with his opening lead choice, even though it works out pretty poorly here.
And he was correct. The South had diamond length. It was just length combined with weakness.
Right. So Declare now, after cashing three diamonds, Bart putting on a bit of a strong defense, not roughing, but this is going to still allow Declare to make his 9 tricks. Declare roughs the diamond good. He's probably now going to lead a spade to the king to try and set up a spade trick, because he can't really afford to try and pull trumps. If he does, North will be able to get in and... uh-oh. Is this a problem? Now South can play a club throw. Whoa!
Yeah, but that's okay, right? Just go up and play a diamond and
Oh, you're so right.
it.
Yeah, we can just go up and play a diamond
Yeah.
and then play the king of spades, or... Yeah.
Yeah, like with South having the entries and North having the long club, they can't do much to us.
Right. Good point. I was scared for a minute. But Declare does need to be a little bit careful.
What?
This is not good enough anymore, is it?
Maybe he's really going after that beer. Now he doesn't have to catch the 7 of diamonds prematurely. Yeah, this is so now he's going to lose a spade and 2 hearts after all because he's going to be cut off.
Yeah, it really needed to get the spade going. I mean, the hand was not that obvious to play as Declare, but he definitely was in control after the opening trump lead. He just needed to really think through all the possibilities.
No, but you can see exactly what happened, right? Like, North led this trump, South put up the queen, and, like, obviously we all know South is good enough to play the queen from queen jack. I think he thought that North just wouldn't lead a trump from an honor, and that the 10 was, running the club was going to be, virtually a guaranteed winner.
Sure. Yeah. Yeah, well...
Interestingly...
That did not work out this time. So 3 clubs, down 1. Doesn't feel like a great result for East-West. Having lots of other plus scores available to them.
Yeah, so on the previous board, I thought it was kind of interesting, the hand where Aaron led a spade. I was like, yeah, spade lead is fine. Every expert in the field disagrees with me. A heart was led at the other 4 tables. Second best heart twice, a top heart once, and a fourth best heart once.
Yeah, this is something that I forget who I learned it from, but someone told me that underleading aces against a no trump all pass tends to work out pretty poorly, just on average. and that's regardless of how strong your hand is. I mean, ace fifth is a different thing, but like ace fourth specifically.
Yeah, there's a school of thought that says ace fifth great, ace fourth never.
Yeah. And so I think that's what we're seeing here. And again, I mean, it's not like the heart lead necessarily does all that much better for the defense. It helps to set up Declare's heart suit, and now Declare doesn't have a guess for the 9 of hearts. But the spade lead obviously gives up a tempo, and you don't even gain a trick, given that the 10-4 of spades is in dummy. It is, of course, just one hand. As Craig mentions, if spades are 4 triple 3 around the table, you would feel like a genius for underleading ace queen 4 of spades. But not this time.
It's true, though. For Droppadone, Giovanni Donati, Joel Wildridge, and Kevin Rosenberg all let a heart. Those are 4 really great players. If they all think a heart is right, a heart probably is right.
Yeah. Bridgeland asks about letting the club run not being right. I agree. I mean, I don't think you even gain a trick if you pick off the queen jack third of clubs on side, because then you'll have to pull an extra trump and you lose a heart ruff. So
you have no entry to your hand.
Sure. Yeah.
You have to lead the spade anyway, and now Sal can win the ace and play his third trump. It doesn't matter that you got it right. You're cut off from dummy anyway.
Yeah. Exactly. So, yeah, I think it was just a little bit of playing too fast. Aaron is a very fast player, but sometimes that works against him on some of these boards. So, yeah, 2 spades in the east goes down, 3 spades in the north only goes down 1. So north-south kind of did well to reach 2 spades. I don't know if they would have made it. It was going to be pretty difficult for the defense to... Well, I think it was going to be pretty difficult for Declare to necessarily do the right thing on an auction like this. If East gets off to the queen of diamonds diamond lead, and then West cashes 2 clubs and plays a third diamond, East will overruff with the spade queen, and then Declare has to guess to rabbi the singleton king of spades. But it does look like most of the north-south pairs did make 8 tricks in a spade contract, so plus 110 obviously would have been the best result. But...
Yeah, it's kind of funny. No one, so Deep Finesse says that 7 tricks is the right number of spades north-south, but no one actually made that number. 2 tables made 8 and 1 table made 6. Yeah. I'm sorry, the 6 was by east-west.
So on defense, north-south took 7 tricks in spades, but...
It's funny, though. On offense, East took 6 tricks in spades in the 4-1.
Yeah.
That's really amazing.
I actually don't know the correct defense that always guarantees 6 defensive tricks. I mean, it might be 3 rounds of diamonds, north roughs, and East just discards, rather than roughing with the spade queen. And then eventually West gets in and plays a 4th round of diamonds, and East-West gain control in the trump suit. That could be the answer, but...
And... I suspect that this is a break round since we played 4 rounds, so that's probably what this pause is.
Okay, yeah, let's pull up the standings and take a look at where we sit, or at least where we think standings are. So,
unfortunately, they are still not updated after round 3, which is kind of annoying.
Okay, but this is after round 2, so after a couple of rounds, Demoy and Payton are still sitting in first. Mextroth and Teba have moved up. The Rombos started the day in 4th, so they've moved up to 3rd. Mignochi and Wooldridge also were a little bit further down the list and have moved up a bit. Granger and Conaroo have had a big start to the day. I remember seeing them about the middle of the pack. Rimstedt and Novak have fallen a bit. Where's the other Rimstedt? Oh boy. Ola and Bobby Levin have fallen quite a bit. They started the day in 2nd and now have dropped. Or maybe
we saw them obviously have at least one pretty bad result when we were watching, so maybe they followed it up with a not great second round.
Yeah, the Dutch partnerships have decided to meet in the middle. They're in 16th and 17th place. Bridgeland asks, how's the entry to the Platinum Pairs? Is there master points or just a high fee? Well, it's the same fee as every other national event. or NABC Plus event, the ones that award a national championship. But the entry fee is not all that steep, but you need to have scored some number of platinum points in recent history, or maybe a...
Yeah, I can answer this.
Yeah,
so,
go ahead.
You have to, platinum points for those who don't play NEBCs. I don't know, Bridgeland, if you frequent American tournaments. So there are tiers of master points, and platinum points are awarded for overall finishes and good session finishes in any unrestricted national event. So basically, like the premier events award what they call platinum points. Same way as any other master point program. You need to have won 50 in the previous 3 years to be eligible, or 200 lifetime. And 200 represents, it's not that high a bar to clear, but you have to have had reasonably consistent success over several NABCs. 50 in 3 years is anyone who goes to 2 nationals a year should be able to do that. So it's kind of more about the signaling. This is an event for people who, consistently do well in nationals, even though anyone who just shows up and plays bad pair games can also achieve that standard. So yeah, it's a moderately high bar to clear for entry, but kind of more intended to signal we really only want the best players in this event.
Yeah. So for example, and you say that 200 lifetime is not that challenging. I think it does depend on the level of skill that you have. Like if you're an expert player, so one that would reasonably be, somewhat competitive in this event, at least on day one, then yeah, it's not that challenging to get 200 in the course of, a couple of nationals.
That's right. I should call that by saying for an expert.
Yeah. But if you're a relatively weaker player, like a beginner or intermediate or even an advanced player, but not quite an expert, then getting 200 platinum points is actually quite challenging. There is a big steep cut or drop off from the top of the standings and people who barely scratch. Like the pairs that played day one in this event and didn't qualify to day two either got 0 for playing, or maybe they got 1 or 2 master points. So that would require you to play 100 or 150 of these types of events and scratch every single time consistently. Whereas if you win this event, you'll probably get 150, 140 platinum points. So
I'm not sure.
Yeah, but somewhere in that vicinity, 100 plus. So if you just win a national championship, which obviously, it's pretty difficult to do, then you'll be able to qualify relatively easily. Harsh Duality says the winners get 200. Man, master points have really inflated, haven't they?
Yeah, and of course, winning one national also covers you for the next 3 years because that pays more than 50.
Right. Yeah. Yes, they have. Yes, they have.
It's fine. I mean, I think there's a school of thought that I subscribe to, which is if winning a regional knockout gives you 65 master points, then 250 for the Spring Gold Vanderbilt, which is what they are now, isn't nearly enough. It's not 4 times harder to win a Spin Gold than a maybe a Gatlinburg knockout, but some normal regional knockout.
Well, okay, yes, but I mean, platinum points are much higher quality than gold points, right? Just based on
absolutely, yeah.
the relative value of the medals in question.
Yeah, obviously, that's certainly true. That when if you sort of look at those just as separate categories of things, and yeah, I think one thing that I look at a lot is the Player of the Year race, the lifetime platinum point accumulations. Those to me are really meaningful. Total master points is not that meaningful.
I like how Harsh Duality just called the Blue Ribbon Pairs a regional event, which, I mean, it's kind of been denigrated to ever since the introduction of the Soloway. But for context, the Blue Ribbon is still supposedly a prestigious national pair game.
Yeah, I mean, until a couple of years ago it was.
Yeah.
But yeah, the Platinum also, since it's the first event, everyone is pretty well rested for this, which also makes a difference. The Blue Ribbon used to be the premier event on the calendar, and there was no other top class national event overlapping with it. But it was in the middle of the week. People were already starting to fade a little bit.
Yeah, for sure. You just tried to make a copy pasta, and I appreciate you for it.
The 3 day Summer Life Master Pair is also like the Grand National Teams is going on alongside it, so a few good players are drawn out of that. But I think for the same reason, that's why it's been considered a really top event. And we got a new round in play here. So
Finn Klesnik's table. I'm calling it. Let's go.
Done. Whereas Ish, and I was like, oh, but since he does play with Ish a lot, but not today. He's playing with Donati.
Yeah, which looks like a fun partnership. So North opens a diamond. Lovely. Great 12 count. Spade overcall. 2 no trump, limit raise or better. 4 spades by East. Get off to a diamond lead. Makes sense. Declare making the very natural play of ducking to cut communications.
Yeah, no, I think really has nothing better to do than continue his King Queen Jack 10 suit.
Yeah, and South giving count. I mean, North doesn't necessarily know that this isn't a doubleton diamond, but may suspect it is. So what does Declare do now?
I think there's a pretty good chance he picks off the spade, right? Like, he's only missing 15 high card points.
Alright, he plays a heart to the king.
Okay, he's going to leave the queen of spades, but I'm not sure he's going to run it. No, I'm wrong.
He does. It's possible that North had the other black king instead of the spade king.
Yeah, just maybe if North South are playing 14 to 16 no trump, I'm thinking like, could South have the jack of, the queen of hearts, let's say, and North has both black suit kings. That would give North 14, but that's not possible. They're playing 14 to 16 no trump.
Yeah, it's obviously just a question of...
There'll still only be 13. I think that Declare might have been able to get that one right.
I mean, I think so too. Bridgeline points out that if Declare had played on clubs first, and, by the way, played on clubs and... Oh my. Declare is planning to rough a couple of hearts in the west hand, I guess. It seems pretty reasonable. North can't really have 5 clubs for the 1 diamond opening bid, so it seems as if he can get away with roughing a couple of hearts over there.
Yeah, is there any chance, though, that I guess you rough 1 low and 1 with the ace? That's got to be safe.
Yeah, you cash the jack of spades first. If trumps are 2-2, you just claim, but then you can heart rough, club to the ace, heart rough, club rough, and now we're safe.
Right.
Yeah, Bridgeland says on hearts he could just lead a low club towards the queen after getting in with one of the heart honors and try and figure out the location of the missing cards. The thing is, South could play low. South will know that North has a club, and then Declare would be in a position where if he pops up with the club queen, he'll figure out what's going on. If he plays the club 10, North will win the jack, and then he'll probably get the spades wrong. So it's not so obvious that a discovery play is going to work against defenders of this caliber, but...
except if he goes up with the queen, he's already got an overtrick and is getting a top anyway. It doesn't matter at that point if he gets the spades right for 12.
Right. But yeah, I mean, if he plays a club to the 10, North wins the jack, and then Declare takes the spade finesse, thinking that North has the club king.
Right.
But I mean, it's a good idea to look for discovery plays like this, and maybe that will be chosen elsewhere in the field, and then it's all going to come down to what happens when the club suit gets played.
Yeah. Yeah, we don't have any other comparisons yet, but I'm very curious to see what the field is doing. Anyway, we've got another hand here. So East. I'm kind of curious what East is showing here.
I mean, I'm not, because the ACBL has banned the no trump opener on this hand. So I think East kind of has to do this.
Well, he has to open a diamond. Obviously, he's not
Yeah.
allowed to open a no trump. But rebidding a no trump showing 12 to 14 does seem pretty dangerous to me.
I mean, everything's dangerous. This is the reason why all the Europeans hate the ACBL. Um,
Yeah,
but
I don't know. A diamond and two clubs seems fine.
mhm.
You'll
Diamond,
get to the
spade,
same
no
two
trump,
spades.
two spades.
Yeah. Yeah, there's one way or another. I think everyone playing East West is going to get to two spades. I think, you do have this 8 card heart bit, but I don't think you can find it in, you know, like certainly in standard methods and probably in most non-standard methods as well.
Yeah, Finn's thinking about balancing 3 diamonds. I mean,
Come
it's
on.
it's real scary with the diamond suit opened on your right, so he does let it go.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, you never love defending two spades at match points because you sort of figure it's probably good for the opponents, but sometimes you just don't have a choice.
5 of clubs lead, goes round to the queen. Declare is going to play a couple of clubs, trying to pitch a diamond.
Yeah, and West and South obviously can rough this without. Well, he can't. Actually, he can't rough it profitably, right? Because it does cost his side a trump trick.
Yeah, it's, I mean, a tricky position for South. Presumably he has to rough, though, because Declare
he could pitch a
probably
heart.
wouldn't take this line of play if he didn't pitch a useful loser.
Yeah, I guess that's true. Of course, this is going to cost himself a trump trick.
Maybe. He does decide to lead a heart instead of a diamond, so a diamond to cut communications first was probably a pretty important play.
Yeah.
Although,
Yeah, now South will get a heart rough.
yeah, I mean, although, then the question is just, if North gets in and plays another club, South might be able to rough in and promote an extra trump trick, because West spades are pretty weak. But yeah, North can go ace of hearts heart, or just duck the heart, and then when he gets in with the spade ace, he'll be able to give his partner a rough. I guess that was always going to be the case, so maybe a diamond to cut communications just didn't matter. Alright, ace of hearts.
Yeah, I wonder also East might have been hoping to get in with a heart, either right on that trick or now. Well, I guess it would have to be right on that trick because now North can catch the ace of diamonds. But somehow, if the queen of hearts held, if North had decided to duck it, he can play the ace of clubs, and maybe something good'll happen now.
Ooh.
Maybe he's asking too much for an expert North to duck that heart.
Ace of diamonds diamond will now Declare is in control. North-South have not set up their heart rough, and
Yeah,
Declare is going to take the rest after the ace of spades is knocked out. So this is going to be a pretty poor result for North-South, pretty big result for East-West. Stan says, Ish opened a no trump on the East hand. Illegal, but only illegal if someone reports him. And I'm not a tattletale.
Wow, so in the previous round, someone actually went down in 4 spades.
That's surprising because I didn't think there was really any way to go down, but
Yeah, so unfortunately there's no play record.
oh no. That is unfortunate. Oh, we're done with this round. I keep forgetting it's 2 board rounds. I need to pick up the pace. No play record on this one, huh? Yeah.
Which means that it's possible that it was not the correct result.
Yeah, very possible. Although, I mean, maybe if as Declare, you just pull 3 rounds of trumps and fail to rough a heart, you could lose a spade, a heart, a diamond, and a club.
Yeah, so in fact, Ish did win the opening diamond lead and just bang down the ace of spades after a 1 diamond opening, so he was counting high card points, I guess.
Diamond, he just wins the ace and plays the spade ace. What a beast. He doesn't duck the diamond to cut communications, like standard procedure. He's just like, I know what's going on. I've seen this hand a million times. Ace of spades.
Actually, so I do wonder if the Platinum Pairs has a special condition of contest with more liberal rules, but I would guess that even if it does, that the singleton lower than Ace, King, or Queen is not included. I also once got in trouble. I opened some 7x2 hand that had like 3 Queen doubletons. It was just like the most one-no trumpy hand I've ever seen for 7x2. One-no trump and got into trouble.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, the rule is no singleton lower than the Queen and no more than 2 doubletons.
Yeah. Okay, so Broglen took the line of play that Bridgeland was thinking. I mean, there's the Norwegian connection. Win the second diamond, Jack of Hearts covered, Jack of Spades. So it's kind of difficult to justify just like playing on side suits if you're worried about potential roughs outstanding. So Brogland also takes the spade finesse relatively early in the play without testing the clubs first. Yeah, just a really tricky hand. So then he cashes the 10 of spades and then leads a club and has 10 tricks. We have one more comparison coming in on board 10. East-West found their way to 4 hearts. Oh, this was after the no-trump opener. Yeah, West game forced the hand. And there's only 3 top losers. The Queen of Diamonds lead goes to the ace. North switches to a club. Declare plays a heart to the queen. Wow. Leads the Jack of Spades to the king.
Wow, so I do see how 4 spades was beaten the second time, and I do not think I like Declare's line of play at all.
Oh, it was beaten the second time, huh?
So after a diamond lead. Yeah, so Michael Gamble got a diamond lead, played 3 rounds of hearts, roughed with the ace to return a spade. So North won the king, cashed a diamond, played a heart to promote a trump trick, and the defense still had a club to come.
Oh my. That is not the line of play.
No, and that seems entirely predictable, right? Like, even if spades had been 2-2, I think that, that continuation was going to be pretty likely. So I think just kind of a blind spot by Declare and possibly a similar blind spot in the other room where it went down.
For sure. And sometimes you get it all in your head about, well, I have to protect against 5-2 hearts, so I rough the third round of hearts high. You don't think about the consequences of roughing the third round high. But then there's just nothing Declare could do from there.
Yeah, it's funny, somehow it's like it's just a draw trumps and claim hand, and I guess people are maybe just looking for some way to make it more complicated than that.
Yeah, for sure. You never really want to go down if the line of play of draw trumps and claim is working. So whenever this is how at least I build Declare play at match points, and I consider myself one of the strongest declarers in the world. And so I start out with if things are splitting, am I making the contract? Yes, good. Now let me see if I can protect against other bad splits. But let's not go down when things were just splitting normally, right? Normal splits will happen really the highest percentage of the time. So, a 4-3 heart split is going to happen 62% of the time. That's just how the math works a priori. It might be a little different on an auction like this. It's probably even higher, given that North didn't open a heart and South didn't make a negative double. So, you want to protect against that, and if your line of play goes down against that lie of the cards, you've done something wrong. So you start with that, and then you start adding on small extra possibilities here and there if you can find a way to do it.
Yeah, that's really important. You just, first priority has to be don't get a bad result when everything is just totally normal.
Yeah.
You know, like sometimes they tell you things aren't totally normal and you adjust your thinking accordingly, but like, you know, just some hand like this, the guy opened one diamond and they never bid again. That's not enough information to tell you that abnormal things might be happening.
Exactly. Mark Rivora says that the EBU is only a bit less restrictive on no trump openers. It allows singletons, and 7-2-2-2 is allowed if the 7-card suit's a minor. I would say that's a lot less restrictive, because the ACBL doesn't allow either of those. Yeah, exactly. As Eric says, it never feels nice to go down when a simple line of play is going to work. Because you know that, like, a significant portion of the field is just going to take the simple line of play for one reason or another. Either they haven't read too deeply into the hand, or, like, maybe the simple line of play is just best. Sometimes the simple line is just the best one because it feels natural, looks natural, and it guards against all of the normal layouts. I mean, I've definitely been burned before by, like, taking a deep read on a hand that just wasn't there. I'm sure Craig has, like, nightmares about these hands where, like, I go down when, like, I could have just pulled trumps and claimed. But
usually when you back your judgment, it was for a good reason, and you know, they're not all going to be right, but
yeah,
you know, if your lifetime track record is much more positive than negative, then that's really all you can ask for. Like, that means it's right to back your judgment, even when it isn't on any given hand.
Right. Exactly. But, you know, I mean, it's just like, if you do something unusual and it doesn't work out, like, people are going to complain. Your partner's going to complain.
Sure.
Like, other people are going to be like, why would you take this line of play? Like, and they're probably right. But anyway, enough discussion.
And also, like, you know, there might be hands where you take the back your judgment line playing with an expert and the do the normal thing line playing with the sponsor because they're just never going to forgive you.
Mm-hmm. Right. Sure. Mark says, the EBU does allow that instead of a balanced hand, 1-no can be played as any strong hand or unspecified splinter. Or any unspecified suit of at least 4 cards. What? So we could just play 1-no as 4 or more clubs, any strength?
Well, so you're allowed to play an artificial forcing 1-no trump in the ACBL because that was the Romex method, and George Rosenkrantz was influential in the ACBL for a long time. But it has to be forcing, I think. It can't be a strength showing, non-forcing 1-no trump.
Looks like we don't have score updates.
Yeah, so round 2. It's legal to play 1-no as your, like, pseudo-strong club opening. I'm not sure that it's wise to, but it's legal to.
Yeah, gotcha. Yes, a 1-no can simply be a hand showing 4 clubs. 1-no is a 2-club preempt, any strength.
So when we played Strong Spade, how did we define a no trump? I feel like 1-no had to be artificial, but I don't remember exactly what. Maybe it was clubs. I think we might have just played transfer openings.
If you told me about the system, or if I played it with you, it has been completely blocked from my memory.
We played Strong Spade in a couple of midnights at one point.
I'm sure we did.
And you remember the Strong Spade story, of course.
No, maybe, probably. Yeah, tell it again.
Yeah, so it was the April Fool's prank on Eric Kokish.
Oh, yeah. Uh-huh.
So it was one of the, for the spectators I've heard, just one of the great bridge stories. So,
we're into the next round. It'll have to wait. Let's go check out Joel and Kent against Corbell and William Bailey. Bill Bailey.
Sounds good.
All right, here we go.
I think Bailey also, has played a lot with Josh Don over the years.
Yes. Yeah. He plays in that sort of rotation. Corbell, Josh Don, Aaron Jones.
Right.
Pass by South, a Spade by West, Psychic 1-no by North. Penalty double by East. Passes back around to North, who's going to balance with two clubs.
Yeah, this kind of comic no trump over call had a real vogue, like in the 50s and 60s, I think, and so you see it once in a while. Zimmerman did against me and Sonya in 2014, and it didn't help him. Dan and I still got to seven spades. Like Dana was 4-8 something something, and it went a spade and ocean to her, and she went six spades.
Yeah. The thoughts on this ending the auction and East West taking the first 13 tricks?
I'm surprised that North hasn't pulled yet.
I wonder if he's thinking about pulling to three clubs.
Oh no, you know what? Also, it's possible he did pull. It's East action, but the operator is waiting until the tray passes to put them both in.
Yeah, that's possible as well. But yeah,
East has a pretty rough problem.
I mean, how would you feel about a three club bid from North here?
I guess it's possible, but I don't know. Yeah, so one thing about two clubs is two clubs makes it much harder for East West, right? Like, if East wasn't quite, sure what his continuations would mean, like it thought two hearts might show more strength, you might just job North South out of, job East West out of an easy game.
Sure, yeah.
Where three clubs, like East now has to bid three hearts or three no trump or probably three hearts, and now East West have no further problems.
Yeah, that's a good point. Well, East does jump to three hearts and I don't know. What is three hearts supposed to mean? Is this forcing?
Yeah, and Eric points out you can also psych the run out, which would be pretty funny.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think so that the psychic run out is much better when you have something below your actual suit, because you can run to hearts knowing you can run back to spades at the same level. Here it's really dangerous because you have to, make your real run out at a higher level.
Well, East West get to four hearts, and
I mean, you can do that after a strong club opening, bids three hearts on a singleton with seven spades.
yeah. South leads a high diamond, so he's going to cash a couple diamonds, and assuming Declare takes the heart finesse, which I expect him to, this will be 11 tricks.
Yeah, so it's interesting. So South obviously now 100% knows North is psyched. I do wonder at what point in the auction he was pretty sure North is psyched, possibly as early as the double, holding 10 points, opening on his left, card showing double on his right, 10 points in his own hand. I think he has to have known that North psyched at that point.
I mean, it may be when the two club bid hit as well, because their agreement...
That's a guarantee.
Yeah, their agreement might be that pass is to play over a no-trump doubled.
Yeah, but I think even earlier, there just wasn't possible that, maybe West Psych is opening, maybe East Psych is double. Both of those are vastly less likely than North Psyching his overcall.
Definitely. So we get a high diamond lead. Declare is thinking it through. I mean, Declare might be asking a bunch of questions, he's been able to count out the high card points and realize that even if South doesn't have the Diamond King, North only has 11. So, but now the Diamond King is going to show up and East is going to ask some more questions.
Well, I think East knows North is psyched, but couldn't the psych include the round kings being switched where North had King Queen Six of clubs, and that's kind of totally normal, whereas psych is a little more pure, and now the King of Hearts is offside, and now he's got a real problem because if South switches to a club, he can't take the heart finesse, it'll lose and they'll cash your club.
Yeah, but I mean, you can't really not take the heart finesse, so...
Well, but you try to play 3 rounds of spades pitching a club, possibly.
Yeah, I mean, someone's going to rough in with a low trump over... I think, you just have to take the heart hook, but yeah. It is important to note, though, and I think Kent is going to switch to a low club here, because Joel played his diamonds 4-3. And these guys, as mentioned, are a very practiced partnership. Okay, he switches to king of clubs. Same idea. But, like, this is a really good play from Joel, because if he wanted a not club switch, he could have played his higher diamond. The fact that he had 2 touching low diamonds, he played the 4, which originally looked encouraging, and then he followed up with the 3. If he really didn't want a club play, he could have played whatever his higher diamond card is on the first round of the suit.
Mm-hmm.
All right, 10 of hearts. Joel does cover with the king, and so now Declare can just cash out, test the spade suit. It's 4-1. Claim the rest.
Well, it just doesn't matter.
Oh, yeah,
right?
it just doesn't matter. He just only needs 3 tricks anyway.
Yeah, I think, as you say, there's no real alternative, but I think he was probably thinking about whether, whether there might be some way to guard against the King of Hearts being in South by playing on spades. And I think probably he decided that no, there wasn't, but that might have been what he was giving a look to.
Yeah, for sure. So I think that board's going to be pretty flat, because if North doesn't overcall, East is once again going to be declaring a heart contract. They might not reach game at every table, but they probably will. And South will always cash 2 diamonds before switching.
Let's see, in the kibitzing column, Chris Lubeznik, who I've not seen in a very long time, but was one of Kent's first partners when they were playing bridge as juniors, a very good player who, I guess, possibly just life came up and he's kind of dropped out of playing high-level bridge. But Kent apparently has a cheering section here.
Yeah, Kent is a very friendly player.
Yeah.
So West opens a diamond.
Certainly.
We'll see a heart
One of the
from
nicest
East.
guys in bridge, which is, I think, the strength of his professional career. Like, besides being a very good player, like, clients just love him because he's just so much, there's so much joy to be around him.
Yeah, for sure.
So,
diamond to heart, 2 diamonds. East will make
East
some check back bid, and they'll get to 4 hearts.
Yeah, probably 3 clubs. I mean, 2 spades, like, is safe because partner can't have 4 of them, but you might as well bid relive.
Yeah, my personal preference is to just play the cheapest new suit here as the forcing bid, to game forcing, like artificial, because it saves space. But I know a lot of people prefer to just use 3 clubs in this spot. We'll see what East-West do.
Yeah, I think it's okay just to, start, bid your strength. But nope, Bailey agrees with you. He bids 2 spades. And I think now I'll just go 3 hearts, 4 hearts.
Yep. Yeah, West has limited his hand, so East, despite having kind of a nice hand over there, I don't think is going to go looking for slam. I mean, if you flip West's black suits, there's some chance that a slam could make if the diamonds come home, but it's just not worth investigating.
I mean, they're going to make this, though, right?
It depends. I mean, the defense could cash 3 spades and sit back and wait for a
Yeah,
hard
but
trick.
they're going to make this, right? There are players who would beat this, but Edgar catches most of them.
I mean, so South on lead probably leads the Diamond Queen.
I'm actually not sure, because you don't really want to rough, right? Since you have natural trump tricks.
Oh,
Like, the Diamond Queen
you
is
know
sort
what?
of-
You're so right. Yeah, so a club lead makes a lot of sense from South. I mean, I don't know. Like, a spade lead is not out of the question, I don't think. I think at imps, a spade lead is probably automatic.
Automatic has been called.
At imps, like, that has to be our best chance to beat it. Partner just needs the king of spades, right? A club lead, we need a lot.
Yeah, I guess that's true. We do know that we have the ability to get in later because of a guaranteed trump trick, but I guess it's true. We also know that Declare probably has some quick diamond tricks.
Yeah.
Maybe not that quick since we can rough in on the second one, but here, we're smashing singletons. It's quick enough.
Yeah,
Yeah, he
so
does lead a
Kent does
club.
lead a club. Martyr says Zia led the ace of spades. Stan
Wow, that's
says
at Harrison
Harrison
Luba.
led the ace of spades. Same auction. I mean, like, I don't think it's so crazy to lead the spade ace. It's definitely between the black suits. Um,
Yeah, I guess. Right, if you think that the king of spades is rarely going to be on your right, then it's totally safe. If it's on your left, that's fine. If it's in partner's hand, that's amazing.
yeah. Yeah, it's a little bit unclear at match points because, the ace of spades lead could just give up a single trick and convert, minus 420 into minus 450, which would be terrible. At imps, that's really not a disaster. Like, you just lose one imp. So that's why I think it's a lot clearer to lead the ace of spades there.
Yeah, no, you sold me on that for sure.
But, yeah, the club lead, I mean, I like both of them. I think they're both fine. Lots of people leading the spade ace, though, is a nice result for them. So Declare needs to be a little bit careful, because he either needs to ruff a couple of clubs before pulling trumps, in which case I don't think he can make it if he roughs two clubs. He doesn't have a fast way back to his hand. Oh no, he will make it because South will be roughing with a natural. But I was wait a second. This hand is not over.
So, all right. So let's say you win. Let's say you play, ace of clubs, king of clubs, pitching a spade, rough a club,
Yeah.
ace of diamonds, king of diamonds, also pitching a spade, and South roughs. Aren't you just done now?
Um. So definitely not, because you haven't pulled trumps and you still have a club loser in your hand. And you can't then pitch a club loser on the jack of diamonds because South will rough
Like,
again.
that's 10 tricks, but of course one of your tricks was just roughed away.
Right, yeah. I mean, like, it's... The hand is complicated, and I think Declare's natural line of play is going to go down. He decides to cash a second club, so that seems fine. He roughs a heart, or roughs... And now, as you say, Ace King of Diamonds pitching a spade does seem like a pretty natural continuation.
Well, so we could. I think he actually could have made it. No, I guess not. Yeah, could he have made it by playing a spade there?
Yeah, I mean, there's definitely double dummy ways to make the hand. I'm thinking, can he still make it here? I think at this point he's going to be pretty confident about what's going on in the diamond suit. And...
Probably. I mean, South could have Queen Doubleton, right?
Yeah.
That would be kind of a free drop.
Right.
Doesn't
Right.
even have to be Queen 10. Any Queen Doubleton, this would be a pretty savvy false card.
Yeah, but either way, like, I think the point is he just has to play the King of Diamonds pitching a spade, and now the spotlight shifts back to South. So what does South do at that point? I think South's best... Oh, he pitches a club. That doesn't...
Yeah, that seems weird, because doesn't he want to preserve that score a rough and dummy with?
Yeah. He's obviously worried clubs might not be 4-4, which, of course, is a concern. But, well... So I think South can now beat this by just roughing and playing trumps. Declare can't pull trumps to access the jack of diamonds, and he's just going to lose 3 spades in the end.
Yeah, or he can play ace of hearts, hearts of the king, hoping the hearts were 3-2 all along, and now when he plays the jack of diamonds, South gets promotion.
Right, yeah. I mean, variety of ways for the defense to beat it from here. But I think just playing trumps is the simplest.
Yeah. Yeah, like he might be regretting not leading a spade earlier, but there's no hurry to lead one now.
Yeah. It would also work. You could play 3 rounds of spades,
Sure.
which I think is good enough to defeat the contract because Declare is then forced to promote one of your hearts by leading a diamond later. Joel has even asked for spades. He played that 7 of diamonds there. So I'm sure that Kent knows exactly what's going on in the hand, and he's just working through what's the easiest way to collect plus 50. And yeah, I think this is just the easiest. Jack of Hearts switch. Yeah. Ace of Hearts, heart to the king. Trumps don't split. Jack of Diamonds, South can ruff and exit the 8 of clubs and sit back and wait for his 3 spade tricks. This would be effective even if his partner had the Jack 8 third of spades.
Yeah, although I think Ken should know that his partner has the king of spades anyway, because I think after taking that pitch from dummy on the club, Declare just would have tried to lead a spade toward the king.
Yeah, for sure. For sure. I mean, lots of reasons. I think the 7 of diamonds is a pretty clear signal for it as well.
Yeah. Yeah, agreed.
So, Jack of diamonds, pitch a spade. And down 1, so maybe a slow route to duplicating the result in at the other tables.
Yep, so let's see if we have scores from the other tables. We have one table that went down 2, one of the Italian women. So I think Perluzzi, I think, probably actually is Italian. Giorgia Bozza is a native Italian, but has been living in New York for quite some time. We have 4 hearts down 1 at 3 tables, and Jonesy managed to get himself to 3 no trump, making 430.
Not Jonesy. His partner got to 3 no trump pretty quickly, I might add, on the auction.
I assumed it says Werby and Jones,
Yeah.
and I assumed that it was West. Oh, I see, it's East-West, so yeah, you're right. So Werby got to 3-0 and made it. Nicely done, sir.
What happened? I glitched out the Queen of Diamonds? Oh no, I broke the thing. Diamonds just disappeared. Okay, but they get to 3-0, and with... I guess they have, what, 3 diamonds, 3 hearts, 2 clubs. Is this even making? 3 of diamonds to the ace. King of diamonds. Pitch a spade, apparently. Ooh, South threw a spade. Now Declare plays a spade himself. 10 of hearts comes back. North throws a diamond. There's no more entries. Jack of diamonds pitching a club. Oh yeah, Declare just sets up the long heart. Yeah, the defense really needed to hold on to their spade winners. Oopsies, oopsies.
So we do have the next round in play if you want to pick a table.
Okay, let's I mean, this could be a fun table, but yeah, let's head back. Let's watch Drew Cavalier and Brian Howard, some of the young guys.
Brian Howard is not a young guy.
Okay, well, Drew Cavalier is. I was close.
Yeah. Brian is Allison Capoletti's older brother. I actually played with him in this event 2 years ago.
Ah. So 2 spades in the north. I see the text chat on Real Bridge. Thank you, Jeff CT.
Yeah. I was going to say, for what? And then I realized for your national championship.
Yeah. The national championship asterisk. So we got a spade transfer auction here. Top diamond lead. How's Declare going to do? The trump suit is pretty poor. I mean, you could decide to pick off that Jack Doubleton of spades, but you probably won't.
Yeah, you don't have a ton of entries, but the queen of clubs is good enough to lead a spade toward the queen. It's not like you need it for anything else.
Yeah, and also with West having no entry to put hearts through, East is under a lot of pressure to find testing defense for Declare here. He picked up a 14 count with the no trump opener on his right.
Yeah, so it looks like East West are playing standard signals, so that seven of diamonds will presumably tell East that that West has four of them. I don't think two is really going to be possible here.
I mean, it'll also tell him that they aren't beating the contract.
Possible,
right?
Yeah, why not?
You would never squander the beer at Trick One as a junior.
Yeah, right. I guess West could have two diamonds. Just to declare more diamonds and fewer clubs. Why not?
Yeah.
Is Drew Junior? I would have thought Drew was a recent ex Junior, but I'm not sure.
I don't know, but he's definitely on the younger side for the field.
Yeah, for sure.
I mean, what do you do as East?
Maybe you just do play king and another diamond and hope that West is the one with a double tin, for lack of anything better to do.
You could. I don't know if the seven of diamonds is count or attitude, but I mean,
if you don't switch to a heart, you're going to lose it anyway, right? Because Declare is just going to play a diamond. So, and I think that heart switch is pretty unattractive at trick 2 with virtually no information to go on.
I mean, I think everything's unattractive from East, unfortunately. So.
No, I agree, but the diamond at least has the possibility of being productive on some layouts.
Yeah. I think it's not that unreasonable to just hope. The four of diamonds from North, I mean, you can get really deep into the meta analysis here on defense because with the 5, 4, and 3 of diamonds missing, let's say the 7 of diamonds was low from a doubleton, which would be 7-10 or 7-9 or whatever, and it's encouraging, then would North really have selected exactly the 4 of diamonds? There's a little bit of restricted choice consideration in which diamond North plays in some of these spots if he has a lot of diamond length. So I think it's much more likely that West started with 4 of them, or, not a doubleton, but East does decide to go king of diamonds. He gets the confirmation now. He tries another diamond, asking for hearts. 8 of diamonds comes back. So Declare will pitch a heart.
I was assuming that East West were playing standard signals, but I guess we can't be totally sure about that.
Yeah. I think it would be an error if East West were playing standard signals. I mean, West does want a heart switch, right? Queen fourth. He might not love it, but I think he would be welcoming one.
That's true. So maybe that 7 of diamonds was just discouraging in the suit and not worrying about the count.
Yeah, so as you say, you can use the club queen as an entry to lead a spade up, or you could try and ruff a heart first if you're worried about a potential club ruff. I think club to the queen, spade to the queen makes a lot of sense. Well, no, I think you should duck a heart first, right? Okay, well, this is not. This is...
I mean, to be fair, Bramley's a really good player, and, he also sees the club queen right there, and he's seen that you can lead toward queens, so...
Sure. No, I was coming around to the idea that I think it's wrong to lead a club to the queen, but I think it was right to cut communication and hearts. Anyway, spade to the 10 was probably going to happen anyway. He now, unfortunately, can't lead a spade to the queen anymore, but the spade suit was so badly positioned that he was always going to lose 3 trump tricks.
And everything is set up, so now he'll just get in and play us in another spade.
Yeah.
It's okay. I mean, down 1 feels like it's an okay result for North-South.
Certainly. And I think a lot of the field will be there.
Wow.
Wait, wow, what?
Someone made an over trick, Jorpadon.
In two spades?
Yep.
Did they get a trump lead at some point?
I don't know. They were playing Glassall and Papadopoulos or Patagopoulos, who we also saw they were one of the pairs that went down in four spades earlier, so they're having a rough go of it.
Gotcha.
Yeah, Ace of Diamonds, King of Diamonds, same. Third round of Diamonds, pitching a heart. Declare did go to the Queen of Clubs to lead a spade, and I see. So East won and returned a club. So Declare just played
Spade to the
he played
ace, ten of
to the
spades,
ace.
spade, and then the heart went away. So he picked up the
Yeah,
spades
so
and didn't lose a heart trick. Yep.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So kind of a combination of a nice play by North and soft defense by East West.
Okay, board 14. I mean, I would open the East hand, but I don't know what these guys are going to do with it.
Yeah, and I think most players would open this just because it's so concentrated. Yeah, obviously we saw some pretty sketchy hands opened earlier, but this does not look sketchy at all to me.
So if East opens a diamond, South can bid a heavy two clubs or double.
Yeah, I mean, I think there are players who would double just because the hand has so many tricks, but the auction just get away from you so fast.
Yeah, I do wonder. I mean, he does decide to overcall two clubs, and I think this is just going to end the auction.
Yeah, I mean, I think one problem with doubling is, like, sure, it's really bad if partner bids a lot of one of the majors, but it's really bad if the opponents do too. Now you have to use your clubs at a really awkward level. You might miss 3-no trump in a dumb way. Like, two-level overcalls can be pretty heavy. I think, obviously you're a little worried about how strong your hand is, but the downsides of any other action are, pretty daunting for me.
For sure. And I think that also kind of illustrates the point that I was bringing up earlier, why, like, two-level overcalls really shouldn't be made on some of these very light hands that, that Gibb is a big fan of, and that some junior players might be in favor of. Bart, the hero, although it might not work out for him this time, does come in with a two-heart bid.
Yeah, I mean, you've got a really strong suit. Your partner could have quite a strong hand. I mean, here, they're gonna, I guess they're not gonna make four hearts, but they're on a finesse for it.
Right, yeah, they're in a finesse through opener. So, like, they want to get to four hearts on these north-south cards. And I'm not sure, how difficult is the defense to beat it? I think you have to go 3 rounds of diamonds and then a spade through, which shouldn't be that difficult.
Yeah, well, it's not so easy, right? Because, I see, 3 rounds of diamonds because East can cast a jack and then lead a spade. You don't have to, yeah, I was thinking like, but like, what's it going to be after rough? But of course he won't be.
Wait, maybe... Yeah, okay, yeah. I was about to say something dumb, but, 3 rounds of diamonds and a spade through will beat this, because Declare just doesn't have a way to get back to hand to pull trumps. He'll have to blow up the club suit, and then... So, basically what I'm saying is he'll have to take the spade finesse, and it's going to lose.
Yeah, the problem with the ace of spades is his only entry to the clubs, and he needs to draw trumps with the hearts block. Like, if Dummy had a second trump, he could go up with the ace, draw trumps, and take a club finesse and get the good news about King Doubleton, but with the hearts blocked, he can't do it.
Yeah, exactly. Well, North-South did excellent in the auction, I think, but unfortunately,
Yeah.
they're not going to get a great result on this one.
Yeah, I mean, and this is one where, as you're saying earlier about the strength of the field, every North-South knows they want to be there. So, like, in a regional pair game, this would be a disaster for North-South because most, Flight B and even weaker Flight A pairs just won't be able to cope with this to get to the good four-heart contract. Here, I think we can assume maybe not everyone will, but a lot of people will. Like, it's where you want to be. Bramley made a good decision to bid to get there, but you can assume that good decision will be duplicated fairly often.
Right.
Yeah, here it's probably like a 40% board north-south. We're in a regional pair game. I think you'd be thrilled to get 20.
For sure. So there's 3 rounds of diamonds, there's the 4 spades pitch, and now Declare knows that he's in trouble.
In fact, so far, there's 3 comparisons, and all of them are minus 50 north-south. It's just totally normal.
Gotcha. Yeah.
One is in 3 no trump, but the other 2 are in 4 hearts, but either way.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so nice defense by East-West here. I mean, indicated, but nonetheless nice.
Yep, exactly. Yeah, Bramley is thinking this one through and does decide to try the queen just in case. All right. West gets to try and give Declare a problem on the return. I mean, the hand's not exactly over yet. Declare does need to get back to his hand. If West plays back a spade here, Bramley might win the ace of hearts and try and ruff a club. But if West plays back a club, I think he'll try and return to hand with the jack of spades. The queen of spades is a really nice play. I didn't bring it up earlier, but that was what I was thinking that Bramley might do, because and if West just returns a heart, the point being that if the defenders were getting a spade ruff, they would have gotten it. So the jack of spades has to hold. So he'll try and return to hand with a spade to the jack as opposed to roughing a club. And if he had just played the 9 of spades, which equally would have done well if the king of spades was onside, then he would have been restricted to trying to ruff a club to get back to hand, and then he would have to guess whether to ruff high or ruff low if East, makes a good play of dumping the king of clubs, for example.
So, that at IMS just wouldn't really matter, like 50 points, 2 IMS, who cares? Here, again, if he thinks that getting to 4 hearts is going to be normal, guaranteeing only minus 50 could be really important.
Yeah, for sure. And it's just like these careful plays that really kind of separate a lot of the best players from those that I would say are struggling to make day 3 of these events. So good play by Bramley. Unfortunately, it doesn't earn him anything on this board, but lots of pairs going down. I am curious about how they got to 3 now. Oh, a diamond, yeah. So Vince did decide to double rather than overcall 2 clubs with the south hand. A heart by West, 3 hearts by North. This all kind of makes sense. I guess a heart showing spades.
Yep.
And then Vince decided to give 3 no trump a try with the 10-9 third of diamonds.
Yeah, kind of getting it was saying that, like, one problem with doubling is, you end up in this position where you don't want to get past 3 no trump, but obviously 3 no trump here is not, not the bid of your dreams. Like, North, I guess, maybe could have decided to try pulling, but, he has no idea what's going on.
Man, okay, hold on, because did he actually just go down 1? I mean, that's a masterpiece of Declare play if he did. West led a club at trick 1. Okay, just kidding. There was nothing special about going down 1 at all. He just cashed 8 tricks. But I was like, man, if they run 5 diamonds, Declare's in a lot of trouble.
Yeah, like 5 diamonds and a hard exit, and now South is end played.
I mean, it's even worse, because South, to give himself a chance to get out for down 1, has to pitch both the queen and 9 of spades. And, it's... Oh, no. Very fortunate for them.
So the other three tables we're looking at, two of them got to four hearts. Somehow Joel and Kent got to five hearts.
Ooh. Yeah, they also started with a double, Kent did. So, yeah, actually really interesting. So the auction got out of hand in a different way than might have been expected because Kent was trying to keep three no trump in play. He bid three spades, showing a spade stopper and asking about a diamond stopper. And Joel, of course, said, no, I don't have diamonds stopped, and bids four hearts. But at this point, Kent hadn't really showed his hand yet after the takeout double because from his perspective, Joel might think that he just has a normal takeout double with extras and three spades was a cubid. So Kent had to pull four hearts to five clubs because he only had a singleton heart. He couldn't risk playing a 5-1 heart fit.
Yeah, again, kind of, what I was getting into about a problem with the double is, like, yeah, like whoever bids a lot of the majors, it's probably going to make you face an awkward decision later, and that's exactly what happened.
Yeah.
I mean, Joel, I guess, could have passed five clubs, and, maybe the defense, I guess actually that probably even worse. Well, I guess that, but yeah, I was going to say five clubs might even be down three with no entry to the north hand. And I guess you can, I guess they cast heroes of diamonds. You can, lose the queen of spades to West and use the spade as an entry and take club finesse. If West figures out to withhold the king of spades in the first round of the suit,
yeah,
you actually might get it. Well, I guess then West will be end played.
Okay, let's take a look. We have Bramley and Woolsey sitting at the same table, but we've been here a lot. Let's head over to. Let's actually watch Vince and Dror against Van de Pavard and
Yeah,
Neeson.
that's exactly what I was going to suggest because Neeson has been one of the hotter players in the game lately, and I've actually never seen him play.
Oh yeah, no, he's fun to watch.
I shouldn't say that. I do not recall having seen him play. It's entirely possible that I have.
So after a no trump from West, South is the one that's ended up declaring three no trump on this board. We've come in midway through the play. Apologies to spectators.
There's a weak no trump and a card showing double.
So it looks like the diamonds are blocked currently, which means if West withholds the spade ace, then he can declare one diamond trick.
Yeah, and so this was a 23.3 no trump for those who care about such things.
So Declare still has a couple of a handful of spades. He still is going to be able to take three spades and a diamond, which gets up to 7.
Well, the defense has taken 1, and they have 4 more easy tricks, right? A spade, a heart, and 2 clubs.
Ah, yeah, that's a good point as well. West could just cross in hearts to get a club through. So I guess the battle is going to be for down 1 versus down 2 on this hand.
Yeah, which maybe is important because if East-West can get a plus score anywhere, 200 is going to beat them all and 100 is going to lose to them all. But I don't think if East-West 17 highs and no fit, I think they're going to be getting close to a top with any plus.
Yeah, that's a good point. But West is just being careful. I have not followed the defense. I'm going to very quickly step back as we're paused on the 9 of spades. So a heart to the queen and king, a diamond to the 10, a heart back, diamond, spade. Okay. Heart to the queen. Man, I mean, so East false carded at trick 1.
I think that's really dangerous. Like, false carding your honors when you have all of them is totally fine because you don't care if you deceive your partner. Here, he knows West had an opening, presumably 12 to 14 no trump, although it might have been weaker. Like, false carding when your partner has all the partnership strength is super dangerous.
Yeah, I do agree. Well, the 9 of spades holds, so West doing his best to kind of cut communication between Declare's hand and Dummy.
Actually, so here's a wrinkle. So let's say Declare just continues a King of Spades, because like, what else can he do?
Yep.
How about West just wins and plays another spade? The South hand is starting to get kind of squeezed here.
Yeah, I mean, so I down two is definitely possible, and I think that's kind of what West was thinking about on that 9 of spades. I mean, he might not know where the Jack and 10 of hearts are, but he might expect his partner has one of those cards. So King of Spades, now another spade. West wins.
So trying to cut Dummy off from having a spade entry seems reasonable.
Yeah, East gets a little bit squeezed on this trick, because if East pitches a heart and West switches to hearts, then that'll set up the 10 of hearts and Declare's hand.
Right, but that would happen anyway, even if East keeps his low heart.
Yeah, Declare could choose to exit the 10 of hearts at some point, pinning the 9. I mean...
Well, no, but I'm saying if East keeps his heart and West exits the heart, the 10 of hearts is going to be a winner anyway.
Right.
East can pitch a club safely, right? He doesn't need to keep all three of those.
Well, if he pitches a club, the 10 of clubs is pretty likely to take a trick.
Yeah, and if he pitches a club, it means Declare can pitch a club, which might be a source of relief for him.
Yeah, exactly, because Declare basically has to pitch a club on this trick, or on the next spade. I suppose for the defense to really come out on top here, maybe East pitches a heart and West plays a heart to the Jack, and then East switches to diamonds to really cut communication. Is that good enough? Because if Declare overtakes with the Diamond King, then he has to lead clubs towards the King, and that's bad for him. And if he doesn't overtake the 8 of diamonds, then he can cash the 10 of hearts, but then the Queen of spades goes away. He'll have to lead clubs away from the King out of hand. So East does pitch a heart.
Zia actually did make 2-0 Trump, played in 1, made an over trick, which feels like it's going to be a pretty good result for his side.
Yeah. East-West? Or...
Zia was south and declared 1-0 Trump,
gotcha.
making 2.
So this heart pitch, coupled with East's false card at trick 1, is really going to throw West for a loop. Because if West places Declare with the Jack of hearts, now a heart discard, or the heart pitch, makes it look like East has set up Declare's entire heart suit.
I wonder if West, deceived by... Well, it's also a little weird, right? Because West knows, whatever's going on, he's seen every high card but these 4 missing points, and South jumped to 3-0 over 2 hearts on, what he knows is kind of a light hand anyway. Yeah. So he might think that South has everything left, because how could he not, really?
Well, yeah, for sure. But I think the main point I was trying to make is that I don't think West can find the heart play at this point. I think that false card at trick 1 is really going to do them in. Yeah, West plays a spade, and now East legitimately is squeezed in 3 suit. Well, okay, we get a claim for down 2, but East is actually squeezed in 3 suits here, right?
Yeah, but Declare probably just played the King of Diamonds, hoping that those split, and now that was the end.
Okay. Fair point.
King of Diamonds, club to the King, and it doesn't matter that East was squeezed. West just returns a club, and East hand is high, including the beer.
Maybe it didn't matter. Maybe Dummy gets squeezed on the 3rd heart anyway. Yeah, actually, Dummy gets squeezed on the 3rd heart. So, okay. This line of defense also gets out for down 2, as the operator reported.
Yeah, and that feels like a huge result, East-West. I would be curious to know whether the East hand was a claim at the end for a defensive beer.
Good point. Yeah, Declare would need to pitch the King of Diamonds from Dummy, or cash the King of Diamonds.
I think that's what happened. I think it went Queen of Spades, King of Diamonds, hoping for, the remaining diamonds to split so the blockage didn't matter, and the 3 was a winner.
Yeah, good call. Okay, board 16, pass by West. North opens 2 spades in second seat. We'll
Now,
see.
this is one, if you're East, I think you do double planning to bid hearts because now you can make a same level conversion. But yeah, just bid 4 hearts. That seems fine too. South is probably going to whack this, right?
Yeah, this is a tricky question. I mean, South has a couple of aces. The spade voids.
Vince likes to double things, though, right?
I think I would be nervous because we don't have a good lead.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, at Imps, I think this would be a totally clear double. It's true at match points. Maybe you're in a good position anyway. Maybe you can't beat it. So, like, at Imps, you might not care if they make 590 and it's 5 Imps at match points. You care an awful lot about that?
Yeah, right. Like, the consideration is, can you beat this more than 50% of the time? And I mean, Vince is sitting here constructing hands for his partner, trying to count up 4 defensive tricks. And I mean, some of them it's going to happen, some of them it's not. To me, it looks like it's a little bit hard to get to 4 defensive tricks, so I would be in Vince's camp where I pass 4 hearts, but it's definitely close. Ace of clubs does seem to be the standout lead, so he tries that.
But there's actually another consideration. It's not can we beat it more than half the time. It's can we beat it more than half the time when everyone is in the same contract.
Right. Yeah.
Like, the less normal 4 hearts is, the less necessary the double is.
Yeah, for sure. I don't think East necessarily is going to step out of line too much in an auction like this. But, yeah, I do understand the concern.
Yeah.
So
and if we had even a singleton spade, we'd be happier about the double because we could lead it.
Yeah, for sure. Like, a singleton spade and 2 outside aces with Jack 10 third of trumps, I think is much closer, if not just an automatic double.
Right.
All right, so Declare has 1 entry to the dummy.
Well, I think you start by exiting a hard now, right? Like, you might as well throw the defense on lead and hope something interesting happens. Like, maybe North has the 3rd hard and has to play a pointy suit.
Yeah, for sure. If North had the 3rd heart, then Declare would be making here. So South gets to play club to the jack. It looks like Declare is going to wind up short a trick because South is going to be able to just constantly exit clubs when he gets in.
Yeah, and you could play, like, let's say you play a spade and just duck it when North splits and North plays a diamond. Like, I guess you can pitch on that, but yeah, as you say, South does club exits.
Yeah, and it is going to be important for Declare to get out for down 1 because by the looks of things, he might end up losing 3 more spade tricks from here. But as you say, we can basically throw North in twice. We can lead a spade towards the jack. North will have to split. I mean, North will split. And then North will exit a diamond because playing back a spade would give up a trick. And we can pitch a spade on... No, we are just down. We're just down 2. Yeah, there's just nothing to be done, is there?
So we pitch on this, but now when South exits with a club, we're still just going to be stranded.
Yeah, I was thinking we could throw North in a second time by ducking another spade, but of course we've already lost too many tricks.
Yeah.
So yeah, down 2.
And then possibly in this field normal result, like the 2 spade bid was automatic, the 4 heart bid was reasonable. We do have another comparison that was the same down 2. Like, you'd rather have the north-south result because it's east-west worst possible result, but I don't think it'll be that bad. It'll be like a 40% board.
For sure. Pretty much the exact same line of play taken at the other table that's already completed the hand. 3 rounds of hearts, and South just exited a club, and then same spade lead towards the ace-jack. North splitting their honors. This time East actually elected to win the ace, not that it really matters. but 4 hearts 2 down. On the previous board, actually, quite a lot was happening. So there was a 2 hearts down 2 in the 4-2 fit. Wow.
Presumably after a double and a run out.
Wow, 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 wow.
Oh, wow. Oh, no. It was, I was thinking, like he's got the 2 hearts after a run out, but no, South declared 2 hearts in a non-fit.
Yeah, North was making a penalty double, and South, I guess, confident.
Yeah, I think North was just making a, I'm Italian and have the best hand at the table double.
Yeah, fine, we can call it that. But I think this type of double in this auction, right? Like, the opponents have bid 3 suits. You had the chance to overcall a club and didn't. Like, your suit is theoretically clubs, if anything, or you just have a ton of points. And I think it tends to be the ton of points hand type. So, generally, I would recommend passing with the South cards in auctions like this.
Yeah, I think North just looked at his hand and was like, my aggressive, non-vulnerable opponents are stealing from me, and I will not let myself be stolen from. If you think you're getting a 0 for defending 2 clubs anyway, what difference does it make if you turn it into 2 hearts down 2?
Yeah, for sure. But I do think that Finn kind of misread the auction a little bit on this one, and probably should have just let the double go.
If he had passed, they were just going to slaughter 2 clubs, right? They were going to get a spade and 2 hearts and a rough and 2 diamonds, and probably still score the king of clubs because he's had no entry. So, 300 for a top instead of minus 200 for a near 0.
Mm-hmm. Oh, we missed the fireworks on the Bramley-Woolsey table. Kid opened a no trump on his 12 count, and Bramley's like, I've seen you do that enough. Double. They beat it a trick.
Yeah, I think East-West are probably playing precision in a weak no trump, so, same as the double we saw at the table that we were kibitzing the North hand. You just got to double to not let your aggressive weak no trump opponents rob your blind.
Yeah, how are we doing on updated scores? Nope, we still only have scores after round 2. So
no, in fact, there's now a banner on the lobby table saying running score is not available.
Oh, amazing. Is that true? Running score?
Why would I lie about this? What's my motivation here?
I didn't know where the banner was, and it still wasn't clear once I backed out. I see it now. It's in fine print at the top of this page.
It's the same size as every other print on the page. Anyway, I don't know whether this is a Bridgemate issue or I think more likely a security issue that they don't want to be running this as a barometer.
Mm-hmm.
So we have Chip Martell kibitzing they did not qualify somewhat surprisingly to me. I think, that certainly was one of the stronger pairs in the field. Although last year Fleischer played with someone who was not Chip. It might have been Brad Moss.
Who did Chip play with? Oh, Marty?
I don't recall.
No. I mean this year.
This year, I don't know.
Oh, okay.
Possibly no one. Maybe he just doesn't want to tire himself out before the main events.
Yeah, that's a good point. And that's another kind of thing to consider, that especially if you're playing pro and have these commitments, you wouldn't really do anything if you got knocked out of a national event on day 1. You would just take a couple of days off, as opposed to dropping into some silly side regional event or whatever. And
in fact, neither Martell nor Fleischer played in the event at all. Kind of reasonably, right, since they played in this really tough 2-day event starting out, and now they have the Vanderbilt that they obviously want to try to win, and have won before. To play yet another grueling 3-day event heading into that, I see the appeal of, just being a tourist in Memphis for a couple days.
Yeah, for sure. Well, let's check out Rosenberg and Zia's auction, because that was the table I just had pulled up when we got here, and this hand looks very exciting. So, a diamond, a spade, 3 clubs, jump shift. Zia bids 3 spades, and Rosenberg bids 5 clubs. I think he's trying to basically show like a minimum. Not everyone's going to jump shift with the north hand, but that's kind of his objective. So Zia bids 5 hearts as a Q-bid. I think Kevin's just going to sign off in 6 clubs. His hand is really bad. Like, it's so bad it probably wasn't a jump shift in the first place. Yeah, he does sign off.
Yeah. I mean, it's kind of interesting, right? I think one alternative would have been, well, maybe it wouldn't mean this, but like a diamond, a spade, 5 clubs just to show that you have a freak. Like, you know, I think certainly North's goal was just to send the message at some point in the auction he had a really extreme hand, and maybe 5 clubs was his, like, maybe this sequence was a reasonable way to do it.
Yeah, it could be. It gives Zia a bit of a problem because, you know, I mean, you don't frequently have 3 key cards when
Right.
your partner jump shifts.
Yeah, and of course they're not going to make 7 clubs, despite it being makeable by deep finesse. They would.
No, like,
they would not
I
pick
think
up the
they
club
will
suit.
because they'll probably rough a diamond. Maybe.
Oh,
I mean,
see.
like, you have both trump and diamond problems. Hey, Shift, thanks for the congrats. I know you're just reading the table chat. If you can read the timestamp as well, you'll note that it was 37 minutes ago.
Yeah, so you subside in 6 clubs, which seems like the certainly best single dummy spot.
Yeah, I do wonder. I mean, so, okay, they lead a spade.
Let's check out. We have a new kibitzer. There's a little chat from them. I'm curious who that is.
That's just Shift. Everyone knows. um, so yeah, it's going to be a bit of a tricky play problem. I mean, this is one of these hands that I think Kevin Rosenberg and his father would specifically excel at because you don't have any information from the auction. You get no information from the opening lead. The opponents are not going to help you in the defense. You just purely have to solve a math problem. And it's going to be all about, like, what is the percentage for picking up the club and diamond suits for just one loser? Do you take the diamond finesse, and then if it wins, do you rough a diamond? Do you just rough a diamond immediately? Do you try a club finesse at some point? So, lots of options. The fortunate thing for Kevin is that he got a spade lead, so that gives him an extra entry to be able to do everything he needs. If he got a heart lead, he would have had to guess, do I take a diamond hook at trick 2? And the difficulty with some of these hands is that basically every line of play is going to be very close in a priori percentages. So
Yeah.
yeah.
So, well, I was looking to see, like, is there any possibility that we, like, suppose that lead was from king third of spades, like, could we set up the spades? But I guess not because the opponents would solve a stopper. So,
Yeah, it's a little bit too slow.
yeah. So, like, let's say, you know, how are you proposing to take advantage of this extra entry that the opening lead into our void has given us?
I mean, you know, I might read in a little bit to the fact that East didn't lead a trump. So I think it's very possible that you should go ace of spades, diamond to the jack, and then run the jack of clubs. I think that would be a very reasonable line of play to take.
Yeah, of course, though, at that point, you know, you're not necessarily solving a math problem. That's more of a, you know, table reading problem.
Yeah, but, like, you know, you asked me how I would approach it. Like, how will
Sure.
Kevin approach it? Yeah, I mean it's going to be based on and I mean he's been thinking through this for a while. I'm honestly sure that he's almost about done because I don't think this is a very challenging math problem. It's like 4-2 diamonds versus 3-3, queen of diamonds onside versus queen of diamonds not onside, queen of clubs dropping doubleton on some layouts versus like being able to take the club finesse. Right? These are basically all the considerations. And so you can kind of like to solve the percentages problem, like once you know that 3-3 diamonds is 36, about 1 and 3, if you want to approximate it. Queen doubleton is 18%, 18, 16, 16, right? Yeah, 16.
I trust you.
And queen doubleton of clubs would be two-fifths of the 68% of the time, which is approximately, let's call it 30%, just to make the math easier. Like once you have all those percentages, you can just like multiply the two together that you're playing for. So like queen third of diamonds on side and queen doubleton of clubs dropping, right? Like that would be 18%, or 1/6, we'll call it, times 3/10. So that would be 1 in 20. That's going to work out, and you take all 13 tricks. And then similar thing for like taking a club finesse. So he plays a diamond to the ace.
Yeah, so I think you are correct. Just drop a diamond, king of clubs, get to hand, ace of clubs, and hope one of the minors comes in now, and it turns out they both do.
Yep. King of clubs now, and a small pause at this point to
I guess actually, is that true? How about rough a spade, rough a diamond, just giving up on the clubs coming in but guaranteeing 12 tricks? Yeah, I think
well,
that is what he's doing.
but hold on, because it's not right. If diamonds are 4-2 and the queen of clubs is doubleton with the queen of diamonds, then they get a diamond rough. So this seems pretty bad if that's going to be his line of play. He might just be roughing a spade to prepare for a trump coup. Like he might now go heart to the ace heart rough. Okay, he does rough a diamond. Yeah. Like, I mean, this is not without risk.
Right, if someone can win the queen of clubs and give his partner a diamond rough, then he'd be going down in a cold contract.
Yeah, and I think, again, every line of play is very close. So, it's not as if Kevin's decision here was so insane.
Actually, it might be even a little worse because in some layouts there might be a trump promotion to the 9 now if East was just out of something.
Yeah, exactly. If East was out of spades, then West could win and play a spade through, and Declare would have a guess at that point. This looks pretty bad to me, I will admit, but it's not as if this line of play couldn't have been the only way to make it.
Although he will be punished in the match point column because, Wooldridge, if he makes 7 clubs, obviously will get a top, but the other 2 declares and 6 clubs did make 13 tricks.
Right, exactly. So, at Imps, maybe that line of play was, like, fine and a little bit better. I think it is important at match points when you get to a spot like this where the entire field is going to be there to at least give yourself a chance to make all 13.
Yeah. And again, in a regional field, not everyone's going to be there because people don't understand that 6 clubs is a viable contract. But in this field, it's, one pair got to 3 no trump. I don't want to see their auction.
Wait, did they get to 3 now?
Sure did.
No. Uh-oh.
Actually, good pair. Bramley and Luba playing opposite Chang and Max Rotaru.
Oh, no.
Bramley opened a diamond, did not jump shift, just rebid his clubs and his clubs again, and trusted his partner's 3-0 trump bid. I mean, the auction looks kind of reasonable.
Yeah. All right, board 18.
A very match-pointy kind of auction, but a reasonable match-pointy auction in my view.
For sure. Zia, not happy with the previous board, opens 2 diamonds on this hand. I mean, maybe he would have anyway.
Yeah, and I think there's a school of thought that this shape is okay since the suits are touching, but 4-2-6-1 would not be, because now, the spades could outbid the opponent's hearts. Here, neither red suit outbids the opponent's spades.
Right. So 4 clubs, leaping Michaels from West. Clubs in a major. East doesn't know which major it is, but he might suspect it's spades, given his hand. What do you do as East?
Yeah. Probably 4 diamonds to tell partner to bid his major.
Yeah, you think you just game force?
What's the alternative, right?
I mean, you could pass.
Yeah, but you can't pass, right?
Yeah, probably not.
I mean, for one thing, you can't pass because even when partner has spades, you're playing some 4-level black suit contract. Don't you want to play 4 spades when that's the case and not 4 clubs?
Yeah. Yeah, I think that's a fair point. So he does bid 4 diamonds, asking about the major. Partner's going to bid 4 spades, and then I suppose we have another question. As you say...
is West going to bid 4 spades?
I hope so.
I mean, if you're West, aren't you feeling like your hand is a little heavy for that action?
Well, but partner hasn't showed anything. Oh my god! Okay, apparently we're not in 4 spades anymore.
Well, there also could be something of an accident here. Like, Daniel obviously just thought that 4 diamonds was asking for the major. If West thought that 4 hearts was a weaker pass correct, now he has to take aggressive action.
Okay, fair enough. Yeah, it could be the case that East is showing values with 4 diamonds, and Chad is yelling at me because 4 clubs is clearly forcing. That's probably a fine agreement. Look, I don't play Leaping Michaels, really, with the robots, so I haven't did this
I feel
in a
like,
while.
kind of like intended as forcing is the normal agreement. Like, if he has a, like a 1-6-3-3 Yarborough, of course you just pass.
I think it's about time for us to look away. I know exactly what's going on in West's mind right now. West cubed 5 diamonds thinking they have a good hand, and West now thinks that 5 hearts is a cubit. Oh, Zia saves him with the double. Granted, I would double with Zia's hand too. But I think West might have, kept going over 5 hearts. I mean, they're already too high.
I think 5 hearts still had to be passed correct because West has never shown what his suit is.
I mean, it does, but I don't know if West and East were on the same page about what's going on in the auction.
Right.
Sometimes when you start Q-bidding, you just get into this mindset that everything your partner does is a Q-bid in support of your suit.
Yeah.
So.
And slightly interesting here, I could have sworn that Bailey was East earlier.
Yeah, maybe. Maybe they got the names. Oh, that's a good point. Maybe they got the names backwards. Yeah,
that's possible.
Not sure. Well, 5 spades passes out, so North on lead, presumably going to try a heart.
Yeah, he does, although... and I guess, once he doubles, it's automatic. I feel like a diamond, even after the double, doesn't look... it doesn't look like it's totally implausible.
Yeah, I don't think a diamond has anything wrong with it either. North has the trump control, so North can always switch to diamonds later,
right.
Switch to hearts later.
Yeah, if your partner had the ace of hearts, the heart could probably wait till later, but sometimes maybe a diamond couldn't.
Yeah.
Imagine if West had 5-0-2-6, and East had the same high cards. Now you really do need to lead a diamond.
Yeah, for sure. So, heart to the ace. I mean,
Probably
I assume Zia switches to the singleton
table,
club.
Right? Yeah. Yeah, if nothing else, it might make life more awkward for Declare, even though I think Zia knows 100% that, the ace of clubs is going to be on his left.
Yeah, the
Probably
diamond
ace
switch
king,
makes
because
sense
West's done a good
too.
hand. Yeah.
It's basically impossible that partner has a singleton diamond, so either Declare has the stiff ace or partner has the ace. Alright, spade to the king, and
Yeah,
Declare
we're just going
is
to take
going
this
to
finesse,
lose.
right?
What?
Oh, well, I thought he was going to take the club finesse. Because, again, does Zia really have a singleton club? He didn't switch to one. Nothing would have mattered. Yeah, so 5 spades down one. Pretty disappointing result for West with that monster of a hand.
Yeah, they got a little bit too high. As you say, I do wonder if the 4 diamond bid showed values, and that's why West decided to get super aggressive.
Yeah, although Jacqueline Chang declaring the same contract managed to go off 3.
It could happen. I'm taking a look at the 7 club auction. So a diamond by Wooldridge, a spade, 3 clubs, 3 spades, 5 clubs. So same auction that we saw from Zia and Kevin. Then the same 5 heart cubid, which is excellent. North made the same sign off, but Kent, sitting south, felt obligated to take a push. He just couldn't believe that off 3 key cards his partner would be able to jump shift without ace queen of clubs, some good diamonds, and how did Joel play it?
Where so there was a hand in last year's Platinum, this appeal I mentioned earlier, where was the north-south pair, had some hand, like it wasn't a slam hand, but some hand where there was a break in tempo at some point, and like here, it's really important for North to bid in tempo, because if that 6 club bid is out of tempo, then South, has a much more safe 7 club bid. Like here, yeah, sure, North jump shifted, showed a game force, but it's really important for North to do is breaking in tempo as early in the auction as possible, so that when South has the critical 7 level decision, he's doing it based on even tempo on the later rounds.
Yeah, so in 7 clubs, Declare's line of play is restricted quite a bit because he can't afford to lose a trick. But yeah, the opponents didn't lead a trump at trick 1 against this contract, so Joel placed the club queen in opener's hand, which makes a ton of sense, and then he was just very careful about the play from there. So very well done. The other tables did receive heart leads, it looks like, against 6 clubs. I'm going to check out the play there. Payton wins the heart ace, plays a diamond to the ace, king of diamonds, testing for queen doubleton, and then roughs the diamond low, then king of clubs, and rough back to hand. Yeah, none of these lines of play look all that convincing to me so far. Let's take a look and see what Donati did on a heart lead. He won the ace. He played a diamond to the jack. I think I like this line of play the best. I mean, this, like, if the diamonds come home, then you don't really need to do much else in terms of work. You play a diamond to the jack, you rough a diamond, but you haven't played the ace or king yet, so now diamonds are just cold, or you have all the diamond tricks, so king of clubs, and then you get lucky that the queen of clubs drops. I like that line of play best.
Yeah, and just to answer your question, I believe, yes, even well into his 40s, no one has usurped Kent's crown in that department.
That's true. Whew. Uh-oh. Someone went down in 4 spades on this hand. Diamond to the ace, ace of clubs. Oh no, did we see the king of clubs? We did. Well,
that's actually, like, on this auction, that's reasonable, right? Like, the opponents had never taken a bid, so to expect, South to have a hand like that, I certainly have a lot of sympathy for the Declare.
Yeah. Yeah. Tough. 5 spades down 3. 5 clubs doubled in the West, making.
Yeah, particularly, like, if it had gone, heart to the ace and a club shift, yeah, then sure, you suspect it here, just, diamond around to the ace. Declares had no reason to suspect this might have been happening.
Oh my god, what a beast! Whoever this Panagopoulos guy is.
He was my Vanderbilt teammate last year. He's a good player.
I mean, he just double dummied the shit out of this hand, and 5 clubs doubled. Look at this. Now he's gonna... Okay, cashes the ace of spades, whatever. Now he roughs his spade, and now he's gonna rough a heart back to hand. Oh, what a player.
My browser window crashed and no longer have access to Real Bridge.
Incredible stuff. Okay, who all got some good results? So Joel and Kent got a pretty nice score on that one. Looks like Rosenberg and Zia didn't do so hot, and then Bramley and Luba. Not a great score there. And then if we're following the same tables, well, they had one good result and one bad result. The Greek guy.
He is.
Oh no, they had
American.
two good results. Wait a second.
Panagopoulos runs a bridge club in Boston. So despite the extravagant Greek name, he is American.
Oh, okay. Maybe they should have been picked to play in the WBT finals.
We also saw them go down in 4 spades with the Sif King of Spades and some other hiccups earlier.
Oh, we did? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Maybe not then.
No, that's Lou Glassdoll is also a very good player from the Philly area. They've been playing a few years. Not a top tier pair, but a good pair.
Let's head to... Ooh, let's watch Bramley and Luba play against the Rombos.
Sure. Let's see. So.
Thanks for stopping by, Shift. Enjoy your lurk.
Cool. See ya.
So, Club by West. He's got a 19 count over there.
They could have
Diamond
upgraded
recall.
to Chino Trump, but, chose not to. So,
I wonder what their range is, because they play some funny ranges.
Oh, that's true, too. So East, very light negative double, but 9 cards in the majors. Doesn't want to get frozen out.
One no trump from South. Favorable. Here we go.
Yeah, well, I like this bid, right? He's basically, he has a weak diamond raise, and he'll make it eventually, but if he buys in one no trump here, he knows he's getting a top.
Yeah, so double by West, showing values.
Now, North might try taking this out to 2 of a minor, or might just pass it around and see what happens.
I mean, if North believes his partner, he might blue card this. I wonder how many times Harrison was
True,
psyched
too.
on the first day.
Yeah, Bramley also, not that he psychs a ton, but since most players psych never, he psychs more than most players.
Yeah. He also plays with Kit, where, like, every bid Kit makes is basically
Right.
a psych.
Yeah, so he does just bid 2 diamonds, figure, play it straight, show his hand, and, partner does whatever he does.
Yeah, this is,
No.
I would say, one of the... something that can go wrong if you psych one of these hands is South, because a pretty natural alternative is to just jump to 3 diamonds preemptive on the South cards. It's maybe a little bit thin, but that would put a lot of pressure on East-West to actually get to the right spot. Here, they've been able to establish the heart fit at a pretty low level. Looks like this is going down, though.
Yeah, so the defense is going to get, what, a club, a diamond, a spade, and a heart fairly easily, right? There's no, if North somehow leads the ace of diamonds, now a club goes away.
Right, but South is on lead with East bidding 2 hearts.
Right, so if South leads a diamond, there's really no possible defensive error.
No. Thanks, Norm. There's the diamond lead. South elects to lead a count card as opposed to the 10. I think I tend to like this, that if you never show your partner your length in the suit during the auction, I think it's almost always right to lead a count card as opposed to your natural honor sequence.
Yeah, I completely agree.
So diamond to the queen. North will try and cash the diamond ace, get the weird news. And there's really no way to end play someone. Declare might even go down an extra if he's not careful, because the singleton ace of spades and with South having 10-8 fourth, it's possible that he ends up losing 2 spade tricks.
Yeah, you would have needed the 9 of clubs in South maybe to be able to force out a club trick and pitch dummy spade away.
Yeah. Yeah, like couple the 4-1 spade split with the 4-2 club split and the 9 of clubs in North's hand, and Declare is in a bit of danger.
Yeah, it certainly looks natural to start spades from the east hand toward the king.
I actually don't think it is natural to do that on this auction. I mean, yes, it looks natural. I'll give you that. Like, if there was no bidding, then of course that's the natural way to play the spade suit.
It depends on whether you find out about North's club length.
I don't think that matters. I think the point is South can't have a singleton spade. They didn't lead it.
Oh, that's true. Yeah. Fair.
So, North can't really have ace-10 fourth of spades, which is why you would lead towards the king-queen to try and pick up that holding. And you are at risk if you play a spade to the king and it loses to a stiff ace.
Well, I mean, South could have singleton ace of spades, possibly.
I mean, they would just lead it.
Led that too. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I guess you're right. Yeah.
So this, I think, is a nice technical hand. I mean, again, at imps, like, it kind of wouldn't matter. You're already going down in 4 hearts. But at match points, the difference between down 1 and down 2 is relatively large on hands like this. That's really bad. Wait a second. Declare can just make this now.
Declare can make this now.
Yeah, South dumped the jack of clubs.
Like, why does that matter?
Well, so Declare can play 2 rounds of hearts and then duck a spade to North.
And North is end played. I see. North is actually going to get end played. Wow.
Okay, Declare advances the spade king. I don't think that's the way to play the spade suit. But yeah, so a lot of juniors, I think, get really excited about making false cards, figuring like, oh, I can job the opponents into thinking that I have this hand, and they're more interested in playing poker than like trying to, pull off the most accurate defenses. And I think that's what happened here. Harrison was like, I'm looking at the ace king 10 of clubs, like, I'll stick in the jack. Maybe Declare will then try and cross back and take a club finesse, thinking I have the queen jack. But
it's not possible against a world-class Declare.
Exactly. Right. And that's the thing, that juniors often play against either other juniors or at lower level events for the most part. So they don't frequently play against these strong declarers that just aren't impressed by false cards like this.
Yeah, I just think it's simpler. I think he was worried about getting end played himself and wanted to get it out of Bramley's way.
Okay, I mean, that could be the case, but then, I mean, the teaching point here is that he has 3 trumps. He can always exit in trumps, or if all 3 of his trumps are gone, he can exit in diamonds. So there's no risk about... I think
it's a misanalysis, but I don't think that it was like some devious false card. I think he thought that it was a technical card.
Okay. I accept your argument, but I've seen this way too much that junior players just like to try these quote-unquote devious false cards. And I think that happens a little bit too often. But either way, Declare did elect to lead the spade king, and I mean, Bramley's not happy because now he feels end played. He can, of course, exit in trumps safely, but he doesn't know that. He does elect to switch to the queen of trumps, which is a good play.
Yeah, so the jack of clubs also, I don't know that North would have been in such a hurry to exit a club anyway, but it certainly restricted North's options.
Yeah. 2 rounds of hearts. I wonder what he's going to do now. I think he should probably play a spade to the queen, and once he gets the bad news, he can still escape for down 1 at this point.
I was going to say, I thought that he might play a club just, hoping the South's jack was from Queen Jack Doubleton, where it would have been forced.
Okay, yeah. I mean, he wouldn't have needed to do that immediately. He could have played a spade first, but...
Yeah, sure. But, now if it's like, if it is, and just, basically you just got to claim.
This is a fun end position. North is getting squeezed in trumps. So now declare roughs the club. Okay, 4 hearts making didn't happen, but 4 hearts down 1 did.
I think 4 hearts making did happen.
No, South has a natural trump trick.
Oh, right. I was thinking, South gets thrown in, but of course that's, first, that's the last of the trumps, and it's also the setting trick.
Yeah, exactly. And, declare will have a full count. Even if South pitched a diamond there, declare would have played a spade to the jack, and then he would have a full count on South's hand. He would exit a trump.
Yeah, so assuming that it was minus, it'll still be, I guess it'll be a top for Brownlee and Luba, because every other north-south pair is declaring in diamonds and going minus at various levels.
Ah, yeah. Yeah, and not surprising. I mean,
down 1 and 3 saves.
Right. And I mean, that's what happens if you psych a no trump in these auctions. It a little bit just kind of randomizes your results on the board.
Yeah, although randomizes in a winning way, since every other South just made a normal raise and their partner got... Every other South is making a 3-diamond preempt and their partners are getting way overexcited.
Yeah, exactly, right? On this hand, you don't want preempt because the opponents are going down in game. On other hands, if the opponents were making game, then the preempt may well have worked out. So West passes in first seat and then comes in with 2 diamonds, really stretching to get that lead directional bid in there. North making a support double in hearts, and South has a problem.
Boy, I hate that 2-diamond bid. I mean, if South solves this problem by passing, they'll get a good result, I guess, although he's not so far off from making a no-trump game, right? Or a heart game. It's not going to make here, but it's playable.
Yeah, a lot of contracts are somewhat playable. If the king of clubs is in West's hand and the trumps are 3-2, then you just have 2 diamonds and trump to lose. You can pitch your club loser on the 3rd spade. But
yeah, it's even better than that. The jack of spades could come down.
Well, I mean, if the club king is offside, they're just going to lead clubs through the ace-queen at some point.
I guess, yeah, you have to guess at that point, but, theoretically, you could go with the ace and hope to play 4 rounds of spades.
Sure. Yeah, you could.
And possibly would, if you've seen the ace king of diamonds from West, you would play that way since he's a passed hand.
Oh, definitely. I think that would be reasonable. But it's not a great 4-heart contract. I mean, it's certainly not a great 3-no-trump contract.
It's just, you have 24 highs, a bunch of aces and kings. It's kind of normal to get to some game.
Well, it is if the opponents pass throughout. But this is something that I frequently talk about. I really like doubling the opponents at match points. It just tends to work out, especially if you have any reason to go after them. And here, the reason to go after them is that you're thin on values. Your hand has become, maybe a little bit worse as the auction went on. You found a heart fit, but your left-hand opponent has your diamonds locked up. And West is a passed hand, so West just doesn't have anything for the 2-diamond bid. West is, trying to stick in a thin lead director. Otherwise, they would have preempted or, opened on the hand. And so there's a strong argument for just going after 2 diamonds in a spot like this.
Yeah, I agree with that. I think from South's point of view, he might have 0 trump tricks, which was putting him off a little bit. Maybe if you just plan to lead the king of spades and get a rough, it doesn't matter that you have 0 natural trump tricks. but I think he was kind of worried like Queen 10-9 is a pretty non-existent holding in the trump suit for a pass at the 2 level.
For sure, for sure. No, I mean, I totally hear you, and that is a little bit of a scary concern. Obviously, if South had Queen 10-9 fourth of diamonds, he would have been a lot happier defending. Yeah. But
even Queen Jack 10 of diamonds, where we've got a guaranteed trump winner.
Right. But I think a big consideration is depending on how light your partner's opening. Like, you might just not have a game anymore when the opponents are sitting over there with ace, king, jack of diamonds, and you have a lot of aces and kings. Your partner opened the bidding. Like, you should be plus 200. Sometimes you're plus 5. Obviously, if you get 800, you just win the board. But if the other table's just getting to game and going down and you're being offered a plus score, sometimes just taking the plus is a winning position. Like, I wouldn't recommend defending if we had like a 15 count. Now we're probably making a game. But with the 12, it's worth considering at the very least.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like that's also maybe a more attractive action on day 3, where like, now you can just back your judgment, try to win the event. Here, getting to a game is much more down the middle action than passing. So, like, betting the board on that is a pretty big proposition in a qualifier.
Mm-hmm.
Like, you're never going to get a terrible result for committing to a game on 24-25 highs,
Yeah, like, again, as long as your partner has a normal opening bid, I would agree with this.
I guess, Joe, though vulnerable, I would expect Bramley to have, something resembling every other table's opening bid. I agree with you. There are some positions where, look at that hand Ish opened earlier on, 2 aces and a queen. Anyway, how is he doing in 3-0 trump here?
Well, East-West need to be careful. I don't think they're going to get this defense wrong, but Declare, I do believe, knows what's going on in the club suit at this point. As you say, West probably wouldn't have passed in first seat with ace, king, fifth of diamonds and the king of clubs. Maybe he would, but there's still a lot of missing other high cards, queen, jack of hearts, jack of spades, jack of clubs. So I think Declare is placing the king of clubs offside, which is why he's exited a diamond here, to try and get West to rectify the count for him by cashing out diamonds so that he can squeeze East. Oh! Why? Oh, East blundered this hand.
I mean, obviously he's thinking, well, Declare I'll take the finesse anyway, but... Ugh.
Oh, I mean, actually, no.
I think maybe another possibility is he might think that Declare is going to try to end play him in hearts to lead away from his quote-unquote known king of clubs, and now he can cash his hearts with a spade and laugh at him as he puts the king of clubs on the table at trick 13.
Yeah, this was just a big goof by East. This is gonna go insta ace of clubs. He can't possibly be thinking about it at this point.
No, I mean, he'll take the finesse for the wrong reason, but I wonder if West had exited with a heart there.
No, like he's not going to take the finesse because he just has a squeeze against East.
No. But I was saying, though, if West had exited with a heart there, Declare might have tried to play for an end play.
No, Declare has all but one of the last tricks. Like, Declare was just always making it, as long as...
Oh, I see. Yeah, you're right.
Yeah. Wow. What a blunder by East-West on defense. I mean, maybe it's a little bit harder, because I think to beat it, West would need to not cash the last diamond.
If East had pitched, another spade, wasn't it going to be the same squeeze anyway?
Well, yeah, except West could have just not cashed the last diamond. So the defense gets really complicated if East does pitch a spade, and depending on what Declare had pitched. If Declare had kept ace, queen, third of clubs and dummy, West would have needed to not cash the last diamond and switch to hearts to cut communication.
Right, and not rectify the count?
Yeah, I didn't think East-West were going to have a problem with this defense, but man, once East bared the king of clubs, there was no problem. But
Well,
it was going to get complicated if East had kind of correctly pitched a spade on the fourth diamond.
it was not a top.
Yeah?
Vince made an over trick.
Of course he did. Of course he did. So the six of clubs lead went around to the king. And then East switched to the jack of diamonds to the queen and king. Another club went to the ace. And Declare ran the nine of hearts.
Well, not. I mean, he was just obviously intending to duck it, hoping to get a break, and it turned out to be a winner.
Nice.
Or maybe not, but,
Yeah.
it is funny. Nicely done, sir.
Wow.
All right, we got a new round here. You want to take
Okay.
at this table or find someone else?
Let's move. Let's move. Let's watch Greco and Hampson against Joel and Kent.
Perfect.
So Joel opens 3 spades. Wow. Heavy, but he's unfavorable in first seat. 4 hearts by Greco. 4 spades. Passes around to Greco, who decides to take a shot at it. This is going to make...
It's not really taking a shot, right? It's just, a takeout double, having bid 4 hearts earlier.
Yeah. He's announcing he has values, and Hampson correctly judges to run with his king six the clubs and the singleton spade.
Wow, so East, maybe, I guess you can't really redouble because your partner could have nothing, but, I do wonder whether East was, on the strength of his void, thinking about sending this back.
South might bid 5 spades here. I mean, I think South is going to bid 5 spades.
Yeah, which I guess is the winning decision, right? Because East-West... Actually, East-West cannot make
It depends on the
5
lead.
clubs, right? Yes, and on a diamond lead, they don't make 5 clubs. So
On a spade lead, they don't make 5 clubs. Or, no, on a spade lead, they do. So that's kind of
it takes a diamond lead to beat it. It takes a diamond lead to beat it.
Yeah, which is going to be tough. Because Joel doesn't know his partner has 5 of them.
Yeah, so 5 spades would go for, I believe, 500, right? A club, 2 dimes.
It's just
5
2.
spades actually only down 1.
Yeah. He finds a diamond!
Wow. And the 5, not even the 10 for 10-9 third.
Yeah.
Wow, so nicely judged by Kent to pass if your partner's going to do that.
Yeah, huge result. Whew.
And Joel and Kent appear to be having a good set with, obviously that's just among the Bridgemate boards, but a 57% game across the 5 tables that are being simulcast here.
Yeah, they're one of the pairs that I would have picked to do pretty well in the event. So I think they're showing that they deserve all that praise that I was giving them earlier.
Yeah, I think I would have picked them as a pair to, usually make the final, but their win last year feels like it was an overperformance, at least to me.
I mean, they did really well.
Success.
I thought they won the Buenos Aires pairs, unless I'm mistaken.
I don't think that's possible, but I could be wrong. George, they have I think it's basically a standing date for the NAOP, have for many years, so they have won that event before. But that's honestly, that's the equivalent of, one of the 2-day regular NABC games. Like, there's so many marginal pairs coming from districts that don't have great bridge. It's, it's a very nice win, but it really has nothing to do with your performance in an event like this.
Mm-hmm. Joel coming up with just the perfect defense, hopping up with that ace of hearts to play another diamond through in case his partner was missing the jack. And 5 clubs doubled down 1. They get to par on the hand. Feels like a pretty good
I take
result.
it back. Woodridge and Kent did win the open pairs in
Yeah.
Buenos Aires, although that was not a quote unquote World Open pairs. It was I think more of a transnational pairs.
Right. Yeah. Transnational pairs. But it was the same. It was the pairs event that was going on during the teams event.
Yeah, nonetheless, that is a very, very good result that I was not aware of. So I apologize for that.
Never doubt me again. Yeah, no, I vaguely remembered that because I saw their name on the leaderboards for it.
Yeah, and in fact, Dilopoltadakis and Brustis, a Greek pair that we saw doing so well for so much of the WBT event, were third in that event.
Mm-hmm. Greco opens a 14-16 no trump, playing precision. Stamen, they'll find the heart fit and get to 4 hearts here. They got 2 clubs and a spade to lose, and that looks like about it. That does
with the heart
not
splitting, you just
quite look like about it. Diamonds don't
hearts
split.
were. Yeah, actually, I mean, you need to be a little careful, right? Because you do need to rough both a spade and a diamond or 2 clubs to get up to 10 tricks. You only have, if you draw 3 rounds of trumps, you only have 5 trumps, and 3 diamonds is 8, and 1 spade is 9.
Yeah, we'll see if South can present Declare with enough of a problem. He'll get off to a high club lead, but without North being able to get in to pull a 3rd heart, I don't think Declare is going to go down. I think Declare will be able to rough 2 clubs in the East hand.
Yeah, something like so on a trump lead. Can Declare still make it then?
Yeah. You can still just duck clubs to South, basically. Who doesn't have a 3rd trump.
Oh, right, I see. Yeah, North has no entry and South has,
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, I guess there's no way to, maneuver the club into North as long as Declare doesn't play the queen on the first round of the suit.
No. And I mean, even if North splits their club honors, Declare can then cover, and then the power of the 9-8-7 will prevent North from winning the second round of clubs. Right. So there's Kent just cashes a couple of clubs, plays a 3rd round, and now Declare is going to have an easy go of it, I think. Can just rough, diamond to the queen, rough another club, and then pull trumps.
Yeah. 2 more rounds in your hand, diamond to the ace, knock out a spade, and you can't quite do everything because you'd love to be able to lead spades twice from dummy, but it's good enough. Oh, this doesn't even matter. You've just got 3 losers anyway, 2 clubs and a spade, so yeah, so you're just done.
Right. Yeah, he might spend, he's going to spend a little bit of time now trying to protect against potential 4-1 trump splits. Ruffing with the 9 of hearts was a precursor to doing that. Just in case he wants to rough a club high, cash the heart queen, and take a heart finesse, which I don't think he's going to do.
I think he's going to cash 1 high trump now to see if anything interesting happens, right?
Yeah. That seems pretty reasonable.
Yep, he does.
So ace of hearts, we could go ace of hearts, heart to the king. And if trumps happen to be 4-1...
maybe a late in the day trump coup after doing some stuff.
Yeah. He's spending some time thinking about it. It looks like there are some possibilities, but again, remember, we don't want to go down when trumps are 3-2. So you really have to make sure that your line of play is still making the contract on normal splits.
Yeah, and Greco is a very good technical player, so I kind of trust his judgment on hands like this.
Yeah, I like this sort of extra opportunity where if the ace of spades happened to be on side, maybe now we could actually do something a little bit clever. Spade to the queen, it wins, and
Well, it better win, right? Because I think South might get squeezed out of it if it doesn't. No, I guess not. Since he's behind Declare, but he does have the long diamonds and the ace of spades.
Yeah, that's a good point. As long as his partner holds on to the jack of spades, he can afford to pitch the ace when Declare runs the trump suit later. But yeah, Kent wins the spade ace. Continues a diamond. This is certainly the strongest defense. Declare now still has the option to go wrong of roughing a club high and taking a heart hook, but I don't think there's any chance he'll do that.
I'm not so sure. Oh, I see. He will rough the club high, but yeah, then he will not take the hook, presumably.
Yeah, because you still have the option to pull off a trump coup later in the play if the hearts split badly, whereas like if you're going to look real dumb if you run a heart into the 10 in North Sand.
It's funny, like this didn't look like that complicated a hand, but I guess it really is.
I think every hand is just very complicated at match points. That's the truth of it. Also. And people wonder why I have like 3.5-hour videos on the 24 board set of the NABC, because there's just so much to talk about on every match point deal. Imps, it's like, okay, we got 10 tricks, move on. He wins the Diamond King, is interesting. I'm very curious to see what he's doing now.
Yeah, so we do have some comparisons on the last board, and unsurprisingly, in 2025, there was only one 3-spade bid, and we saw it. Everyone else is opening the North Hand 1, even though, it's certainly not classical.
Yeah, 2 aces.
Yeah, the 7th spade, Jack 10, 8 of spades is your interiors. Like, it looks like an obvious 1 bid to me also, but of course, like, when we all learned bridge, it was inconceivable.
I feel like Greco's made a bit of a mess of this hand. He's still fine, but...
Yeah, I'm not sure what was his plan here to like draw another trump and try to cross drop or something. Like I'm not sure what the King of Diamonds was in service of. Like where is he proposing to go from here?
I think he's playing a heart to the jack, and if they don't split, he's gonna think for a while.
Yeah, although I mean, I guess he can rely on a spade rough to get back and draw the last trump. But
yeah, that's the point. Hey, Puffin Basher, it's going great. Thanks for stopping by. Yeah, so I guess he'll just play a heart to the jack, and now that the trumps have split, he'll rough a club, king of spades, spade rough, and then claim. It looks a little bit messy, but it's probably fine.
It's good enough, but yeah, it does feel like, even if you didn't expose no extra risk, it certainly feels inelegant.
Yeah, there's no award for having the prettiest play, though.
No, but, there's a penalty for having awkward play that boxes you up so badly you go minus.
That's true. So a couple of pairs did reach 5 clubs, really doubled down 1 on that first board. Couple got to 4 spades. East West got to 3 no at one table.
On 21 or 22?
22.
Yeah, I was just looking at that, and that yeah, I don't know. I mean, like, it's sort of the auction timed out badly for them, but where East was the one making the choice instead of West.
Yeah, usually the rule of thumb here is the more high card points you have, the less attractive it is to play in the major suit. But I think this is more of an imp philosophy. Like, at match points, it's just very important to get to your major suit fits in general, because like, being able to score 620 versus 600 is such a huge win, as opposed to at imps where 620 versus 600 doesn't matter.
Yeah, I think, get a little more nuanced than that. So at imps, if it's going to be about the same, you'd rather play the 9-trick game because it's a 9-trick game instead of a 10-trick game. At match points, like once you hit like the 29-30 high card point range, you'd rather play 3 no trump because your trumps might be roughing winners anyway when you have that many high cards. So if you're going to take the same number of tricks, you always want to play a no trump.
Right. But usually the idea is that if you have a weak hand, like sometimes your partner just doesn't have enough stoppers, and so you really need the trump suit, especially in a spot like this where West has all of their values concentrated in hearts and diamonds. You could be off most of the spade suit, and you might need to rough spades in your hand and a heart contract. And
yeah, I mean, I'm going to say I think this one is basically on East, right? So they play puppet. So East knew about the 4 spades, and made the decision, or knew about the 4 hearts and made the decision not to play a 4-4 heart fit.
Mm-hmm.
But like all he knew about his partner's hand was that it had 4 hearts and a game force. He doesn't know about extras. Like West, I think, would have obviously made the winning decision because he's looking at his hand, but
Sure.
East just decided he knew what was going on, and that's really dangerous when you have no information. Like, sure, you got 3 queens, your hand is soft, but that doesn't mean your partner's hand is soft. All you know is that your partner wanted to play a 4-4 heart fit if there was one.
Yeah, actually, that's a good point. I wasn't even looking at the auction. Right, if they're playing this sort of puppet, then East is the one making the final choice. And as Craig says, East just doesn't have enough information to make the best judgment about what West's hand looks like. So
3 clubs puppet, East would be making the decision also because it would go 3 clubs, 3 diamonds, 3 spades, same position. So, it's only after regular statement that West gets to make the decision.
Right. Good point.
But yeah, I think, here, East just, maybe they had some weak results earlier. Like, maybe he just, stared at those 3 queens for a while and shrugged. But, I think it's really dangerous to make a unilateral decision with limited information. Like, making a big decision when you have a lot of information, I'm all in favor of. But, kind of prematurely deciding what's going on. Like, you're just throwing a lot of match points in the air for no reason, and I don't think this is a hand that justifies that strategy.
Yeah, for sure. Wow,
Yeah,
after spade to the
no.
king, South gets squeezed? That's pretty brutal. I mean, again, I think we should just be leading our
Yes.
ace-king third.
Right.
But
Yeah. If he had, he would have gotten the top.
that's like so sad from South's perspective that, he just leads a low spade and then the opponents play 4 hearts and his hand can't handle it. Wait, could he pitch a high club? Wait a second. Can he pitch a spade and a high club? No, I guess not. He would have to pitch the 10 of spades, but then declare can hook against his partner's 9. What a mess. He pitches a low spade, and then if he pitches a high club, which, I mean, no one's going to do. Wow. What a hand, though. Oh, we're on to the next round. No, never mind. Just kidding. We're not on to the next round.
I mean, yeah, like from our point of view, he could have just pitched black cards and, and still beaten it. Declare wouldn't have a 9th trick, let alone a 10th.
Let's watch Bobby Levin and Ola Brimstedt up against Bramley and Luba. There's actually a lot of interesting tables, but let's try that one. We haven't seen
that is
Bobby
one thing
and
about
Ola
a
play.
day like this. Like, there's very few uninteresting tables. Like, even the non-seeded pairs are really great.
Sure. So South opens a no trump 16.
Yeah, I think Bramley maybe will try puppet to get to a 5-3 fit. But again, he might just decide with extra high cards, and spit 3 no trump, Like, again, kind of the 29 high card point range is one where even if they have a trump fit, the roughing tricks might, especially in the long hand, since you're flat, might just not be worth anything. You might just have the same number of tricks via your high cards as you would via roughs.
Mm-hmm. Heart opening lead. A little bit surprising that West chose a heart instead of, say, a spade.
Yeah, King 10 fourth is a pretty bad lead a lot of the time, right?
Yeah.
Like, kind of, were you saying with the ace fourth earlier, like, I kind of like King empty fourth better than King 10 fourth.
Sure.
Yeah, kind of leading low from here sort of neutralizes your own 10 in a lot of positions. Like, this would be one of them,
Yeah, it would have worked out very poorly here. But obviously, if partner had queen third of spades in this spot, then a spade lead would have been very preferable.
Yeah, I like this. Low play, you're not in a hurry to get an entry to dummy, so, play low. Like, maybe sometimes, West even led from a holding where the queen would be forced. He led high, so you're pretty sure the queen is with East. You can take a finesse later if you're really desperate.
Yep. Whoa. Oh, the seven of hearts marks the queen of hearts offside. I apologize.
I mean, it probably marks a third offside, right? Because, it's not like what holding is there where he's going to have queen doubleton and the 7 is led?
Yeah.
Well, I guess actually, yeah, West could have. I didn't see the initial spots, but I think. No, I think the queen was marked offside, unless, yeah, the queen was marked offside and not doubleton, but I guess there's no reason to take that finesse. Anyway.
Yeah, so the heart suit's blocked, which is good news for Declare. The diamond's split, and he's going to lose a spade at the end. I mean, he could have taken quite a few tricks if he had picked off this jack doubleton of spades in East's hand, spade to the 8. But pretty natural to just play spade to the queen. So this looks like a pretty good result for North-South. Later. He ducks a spade to try and set up a potential squeeze against an opponent who has spade and diamond length. Good play. And 3 no makes.
Yeah, or spades might just be 3-3.
Yep.
Feels probably like it'll be a somewhat normal result. I do wonder if there's going to be some 630s around the room on a different lead.
Yeah, I mean, I think there may be spade leads floating about.
Everyone's leading the 7 of hearts, and at 2 tables, that was enough to get a plus score.
Ah.
And yeah, I don't like that spade lead, and I think the more good players in this field don't lead a spade, the more sure I am that I'm right.
Well, I mean, Declare guessed what suit to play on. He guessed to play on diamonds, which is a big deal at Trick 2. North opens a club. 11 count. What a beauty. Spade overcall from East.
Yeah, South. Just gets to what you were saying earlier about Bramley's style. Like, this is just totally automatic in his world, but I think most other Norths are going to open also.
Yeah, how do you feel about South passing a spade rather than making a negative double?
I think with a working 2 count, since the Queen Jack doubleton, even Queen Jack third of spades, you're like, yeah, sure, or King doubleton, whatever. But with a working 2 count and an aggressive partner, and the opponent's having the master suit, I don't see any reason to stick my neck out.
So East-West get a free ride now. 2 club Cupid, 2 diamonds by East.
Yeah, 2 clubs probably exactly a 3-card raise, which is going to turn East off a little bit, but or not.
4 spades.
Yeah, I guess. Yeah, maybe the East hand is just too good to let it go. I feel like he's not going to love knowing he's in a 5-3 fit, but that's a really good hand.
South gets off to a third best 8 of hearts lead. So this will allow Declare to set up the Jack of Hearts for a diamond pitch for later in the play. I think a lot of this might come down to if he picks off the Queen Jack doubleton of spades, and I don't really see a reason not to. If North started with Jack 8 fourth or Queen 8 fourth, you can't pick up the spades for
Right.
0 losers anyway by taking a finesse.
Right, and you can always play them for one loser on that position since you have the 10 and 9, you know. So
Yeah.
yeah, I think you are correct. I was looking at that earlier and trying to find any reason to, you know, to think they might do that, but um,
Yeah, so heart comes back to the queen, and south once again is in. It doesn't get a ton of information. Bramley has been forced to follow with those exact 2 hearts at tricks 1 and 2.
I think he's just gonna play a diamond now. Like, you know, he doesn't know that declarer has the king queen. His partner did open the suit, right?
His partner
No,
opened a club.
open the club. Well, I suspect he's gonna play a diamond anyway. Partner might just have the king and need to, you know, get it going.
I'm not
Like a
sure.
club doesn't look very attractive.
I mean, a club switch feels safest. It probably doesn't matter all that often, but a club switch definitely feels a little bit safer. You just have to hope that you get in again with the queen or jack of spades.
Yeah, and I guess a diamond like maybe picks off partner's queen, but it was declared king jack, but it was going to get picked off anyway. He does play
Yeah.
club.
So club to the ace, queen of clubs. Maybe North continues the 4 of clubs, actually, just to not give away any information about the club suit.
I think you have to play the queen because you just don't know what's going on.
Well, declare is never really sticking on the 9, right? So,
Yeah, I guess that's true.
all right, spade to the jack and ace, moment of truth. Low spade to the 10 of spades. What? That,
Well, this is still fine, right? He can go up with the king, and if South shows out, cross the ace of diamonds, and lead a spade toward the 9.
yeah, but then he can't get back over to the west hand to play the jack of hearts later.
Oh, that's true. On the other hand, I am generally inclined to trust Bobby Levin's technical judgments, but I agree that look kind of weird.
Bobby has done some pretty weird things on stream.
Yeah, fair.
Anyway, he does lead the 10 of spades. I mean, he gets it right because Bart didn't play the queen of spades, and Bart would never have ducked the queen of spades there because that would have cost a trick. So, like, the 10 of spades kind of worked out for a weird reason. Maybe Bobby already came to that conclusion that he could just play the 10 and his right-hand opponent would always cover with the queen. But it still seemed like a funny way to go about it. He does make the overtrick, though, picks off the queen-jack doubleton. Well done. Okay, I'm curious about these 3 no-trump contracts. So we did see the one player, I-Tai Low, lead the 3 of spades at trick 1, and 3 no-trump made 11 tricks from there. So let's see how 3 no-trump was beaten by the Rombos. They led the 7 of hearts, declare won the king, and played a spade to the ace and a spade, presumably. Because this is definitely the percentage play on the hand. Harrison just took a different view. He decided to go anti-percentage. It's not very percentage, but the point is you can pick up this 4-2 spade split because of the power of the 9 and 8, whereas in the diamond suit, you don't have that luxury. If the king of diamonds is offside, you just need the suit to split 3-3. Another heart came through. Declare did set up the long spade. A heart came back to the queen, but now West had a diamond entry. So a club came. Declare was able to cash out, but eventually loses an extra diamond trick.
Yeah, it's true. Diamond's 3-3 with a king on is kind of the only time that playing a diamond is better than playing a spade.
Yeah, so, I mean, I'm not that surprised. It's not like a huge margin of error, but definitely the spades offers, a better chance. for things to work out. Like if East happens to have the spade king, then the hearts are protected. When West has the diamond king, which is like the positive for leading a diamond, then West just gets to play a heart throw.
Actually, Zia also played a diamond at trick 2 and also made it. So.
Yeah, some of it can be table feel, and I think there's a little bit of that going on. Finn Kolesnik actually puts up the Jack of Hearts at trick 1 on the heart lead, which seems a little bit odd.
On the lead of the 7 or a low one?
On the lead of the 7.
Yeah, that does seem odd.
And then he leads the 9 of spades. Oh no. I wonder if this is actually what happened. I mean, I think he did put up the Jack of Hearts, but did he really lead the 9 of spades? That seems strange. Anyway, he does finish down 2. And on the last board, what have we got? We've got 1 part score in. 1 pair ended up only making 10 tricks in spades. Club lead to the ace. Queen of clubs continuation. Declare played a spade to the queen and ace. But this declare actually, well, it doesn't matter, right? Like, once again, you should just play a spade to the king. They did. 9 of spades. They made the same funny play of the 10 of spades to the king. I mean...
This is Stansby and Woolsey. You're looking at their tables?
This was Rambo and Rambo.
Oh, I see the hand where they made on the nose.
You know, it's kind of a funny position where you can lead the 10 of spades, and if your opponent Grosvenors you by not covering with the honor, then you go up and something bad happens to you. But if your opponent doesn't Grosvenor you, then you always get the guess right. So it's the same as just going spade, jack, ace, spade back to the king. So, I mean, maybe it doesn't matter. Maybe you just always do the right... But it would be a really funny story if they ducked from queen fourth.
See, so Jerome tried taking a diamond finesse because he had not had the Jack of Hearts set up.
Yeah. Yeah, he had to guess what to do at the end of play and guessed wrong.
Yeah, see, so that opening heart lead did make the player's life easier in that you could just play a heart right back.
Yeah. Okay, so we still don't have running scores or anything for
nope
any of the tables. Unfortunate.
I think we have one more round in this set, is that correct?
Oh my god, we do have one more round, and also I need to get some dinner or lunch.
Yeah, as do I, because it's those storms in the south, I think, are not going to be quite as bad here as they are elsewhere in the south, but I can certainly see very high winds outside, and it's supposed to start raining any second now.
You'll be back for the next set?
I sure will. Yeah, it looks like it's going to start raining basically the second they finish play here.
Okay. Looks like we're still in the previous round. Are some tables still in play? Yeah, there is a table still in play. Looks like Franco is playing for a double squeeze. Although it doesn't look like he has high hopes of it succeeding, but North has already pitched a diamond. So,
so he does make the overtrick for nice results.
Yeah.
A little consolation after what looks like it's been a rough set for them at 43%.
Yeah, that's up against at least this field.
Yeah, obviously there's going to be some variance, but, I would certainly expect that they're probably comfortably below average, unfortunately.
Yeah, I feel like we've seen a couple of, unfortunately, poor results from them throughout the day. I saw your message, Eric, that you played in 3-0 down 1 when everyone else was in 4 hearts, and then later you played in 4 hearts down 2 when everyone's in 3-0. That never feels great.
I wonder what the holdup is now, getting into the last round here.
I do assume there's another round.
Gotta be right.
I'm just gonna flip through all the tables and see if anyone's still in play. Kevin Rosenberg's done.
Yeah, we got 5 results in, so.
One of the pairs did not reach a game.
Yeah, tomorrow it's going to be 28 boards the first segment, and then 26 the second. But here it's 26 and 26.
Well, I guess ACBL Live is not going to be working. I was going to say, let me try and pull it up, but that only reports results at the end of play, right? Is that manually done?
Yeah. So I don't know. I guess I assumed that, when the directors hit the button on printing the results, that it automatically updated there, but I don't know.
All right, pick our pair for the last round. Bramley, Donati, Rosenberg, Wooldridge, Padone.
Why don't we watch Donati and Kolesnik? We've barely seen them play.
Yeah, we've been avoiding the table. Finn has been a disappointment all around this session. They're at a 43%.
Yeah, they're having a rough one. Yeah, I do wish that we had those running scores. I'd love to see what the top of the leaderboard looks like. Yeah, I would suspect that the ACBL cut that off to avoid people, the barometer in the final, whatever, the world pairs use the barometer. Barometers in a qualifying are kind of dangerous because you really don't want people swinging like crazy the last few rounds.
Yeah.
And in fact, I think in the Platinum, it's barometer until about 5 rounds from the end of the second session, and then they cut it off for that reason, to avoid people, doing crazy things, trying to improve their standing.
I really don't remember. I mean, yeah, I do remember all of the barometer, but
yeah, I'm not 100% sure because it's been years since I played in that final, but I think so.
Did we ever play in the Platinum Pairs final? Or no?
I don't think you and I ever played that event, period.
Okay, yeah, that makes more sense.
Yeah, we played in a blue ribbon final at least once because there was that year that we had the score correction.
Sure.
Unfortunately,
where we
our
were
nemesis
Greco
was
Hampson
not...
for a day.
Oh, did we flip places with them?
Yeah. So that's why we were the 1 seed on the final day of the blue ribbons.
Oh, I don't remember that.
Okay.
I just remember running over like crazy to find a director who would be sympathetic to us. Unfortunately, our nemesis was not the director in charge at the time.
All right, board 25 on the table. We have Jacqueline Chang and Julian Rodaru, east-west. Diamond, a heart, a spade by South. Or South bidding 2 clubs, looking to attempt to get out in... Oh, actually, I don't know what's going on this hand. There's no way this was the auction, right?
I would have thought that.
Okay.
There's no way this was the auction.
A club, a heart, a spade, 2 clubs, 2 no. Maybe.
That's certainly possible.
And looks like we missed the play. No! Alright, hopefully we get the play for this last board then. So that was the delay. The delay was VuGraph operator in the bathroom. So East will pass in first seat. South has, count them up, 18.
Really?
That's what I got.
I guess. I mean,
so South opens at 14-16, no trump. I mean,
Yeah, that is about as bad as 18 could possibly be.
All right, a club, a spade overcall. Two clubs by Donati.
Yeah, I think if he had a three clubs mixed raise available, he might have considered it, but also pretty bad hand. 5-3-3-2. Partner possibly could even have a Doubleton club in their methods.
Yeah, so
Like you
West
can
on
alert
lead
it, but that
here.
doesn't. No alert on one club, but who knows?
Right.
I think if you're West, you just lead your normal low spade and figure you have, so many outside entries that if it looks bad, you don't care. You just want to start the suit.
Well, yeah, and for that reason, I think I would strongly advocate the ace of
The
spades.
ace of spades, yeah.
Because you really don't want to lose two spade tricks if you don't have to. Dummy sometimes hits with Jack Doubleton. And with you having, what is this, 15 with the opponent's game forcing, your partner just doesn't have an entry. So a low spade doesn't really help at trick one.
Yeah, I completely agree. But Max does not.
Yeah, this is a spade holding that I'm pretty confident about because I've held it many times against some of these auctions,
Yeah.
and it just seems like ace of spades is the right lead on a lot of these cases, from ace queen 10 sixth specifically.
Yeah. Yes, the 6-1 is very important.
Yeah,
Yeah, it is true. This is one where you'll see experts leading the ace here pretty liberally, and less expert players virtually never.
yeah. Diana asks if we only have one director nemesis. I think so. I think most
Basically.
directors are on my side.
I mean, many years ago, I had an issue with Saul Weinstein, but we are, I think he's now retired, but we're long since past that. I thought Solly was a really great director. But yeah, we have one very specific nemesis.
Yeah. All right,
And
West
for
cashes out the
those
spades.
who don't know, I don't know why West goes by Max, but he does. So anyway, that is it for this session. I guess we'll have results up in a few minutes, but I'm inclined to go get some food myself and come back in an hour and see how everyone's doing.
Sounds good. Yeah, we'll see you then.
Yeah, Rob, do you know what time the next set starts?
Same as the last few days, like 4:30 Eastern, 3:30 Central, question mark.
I was going to say possibly. I feel like this might be on a different schedule than the world was, since this is 13 rounds instead of 6 long rounds.
Oh, Diana says results are up because we're on a delay. That would make sense.
That would make sense.
Anyway, you should go get some food. And
I believe it's going to be 3:30 Central for play starting, which means 5 o'clock Eastern for the next VGraph segment.
Okay. Okay, so I
an
have a
hour
bit
and
more
45
time.
minutes from now. You have an hour and 45 minutes.
Yep, sounds good.
All right, cool. See you in a bit.
Yep, see ya. All right, chat. We still have a board to play. I moved over to Rosenberg's table with Zia, since I know that's going to be a fan favorite. Maybe Zia will do something fun on this last hand. We can always hope. I will pull up ACBL Live, and once the play concludes, we can take a look at the results, if I can figure out how to get there. K platinum pairs. I like how it's just labeled as the K platinum pairs. Isn't it the Norman K platinum pairs? Leaderboards. Boom. I have the results up. Oh! Well, I will say that a lot of the pairs that I expected to be doing well have really shown up in this first session. All right, Z opens a club, spade overcall, possibly a 3-club mixed raise from North. It's not a good preemptive raise. This is just not what a preemptive 3-club bid should look like. So I do strongly suspect they're playing the 3-club mixed raise that Craig alluded to earlier. East passes, and Zia can decide whether or not he wants to bid 3 now. Generally, the idea is that you and your partner should know what to do with 18 to 19 opposite this 3 of a minor preempt, or effective preempt, even if it's mixed. That 18 to 19 is either a pass or a bid, depending on what your agreements are, and you should kind of just stick to that conventionally. So I'm a little bit surprised as he is thinking for a while, but maybe they haven't discussed this. I will say this is a little bit more of a niche discussion. It's not one of those, like, what style preempts are we playing? What's our no-trump range? What's our system over no-trump? What's our carding? That sort of stuff. This is, I think, an important expert discussion to have, but if you're a first-time partnership, it's probably not up there on the list. I am a little bit surprised, though, just with Zia being himself, that he hasn't just instantly bid 3 now. He is looking at this King-Jack doubleton of spades and figuring that that's not a very good stopper, which he's right about. But I mean, like, ace-king 5th of clubs and out, or ace-king 6th of clubs and out, and you just have 9 top tricks, they lead a spade into your king, you run 6 clubs and cash the ace-king of hearts. Yeah. He does bid 3 now. I mean, he took a while to, like, think through hands that his partner could hold, and probably, you know, was constructing some of these, ace-king 6th of clubs, or even ace-king 5th. You get a spade trick, you have 5 clubs, you have 2 hearts, maybe an extra trick materializes, or you could try the heart finesse. So we'll see. We'll see how much I respect West after the opening lead choice. It was a very slow 3 no trump, and West will have seen this at the table. I think the ace of spades is just completely standout. All right. I like this West player. I think he knows what's up. Dean Panagopoulos. That's my boy. So ace of spades, he stumps the 9, and West is very pleased to see the jack fall. So now he can just continue the queen of spades, or the 10, or the 8, whatever he feels like. He also kind of knows his partner's never getting in, so it doesn't really matter. He tries the 10. Queen of clubs, up with the ace, down 2. Probably going to be a pretty flat board. Did they missort their black aces? Yeah, someone misclicked IRL. Ace of clubs and a club. I think this is a sponsored partnership. Anyway. We can take a look at the scores on some of these boards. So 3 no trump went down 2 a bunch of times. In fact, the table that we were at was the only one that led the 8 of spades. Everyone else has led the ace. And kind of as mentioned, I think that's pretty clear. Hey, Zapsniff, are they giving out free lobotomies? I mean, come to the US and find out. 3 no trump made one time when someone selected a club lead. I just don't... I don't understand the rationale for the leading clubs, like, at all. Like, let's say you score all of the Queen of Hearts, King of Diamonds, and Ace of Clubs, and the Ace of Spades. That's only 4 tricks. You're going to need another spade trick. Your partner's never getting in. Oh, man. Eric says, last tournament I played, straight up pulled the wrong card when leading, and partner spent the entire board wondering why he let a singleton trump. Yeah. Rather not to come to the US. I think that's safest at this point in time. You've made a good decision. Okay, oh right, I forgot. I was going to show this. Look at this. Look at this. We have results. Jerome and Leo Rambeau sitting in first after the first semifinal set. Van de Pavard and Neeson up there in second place. Demuy and Patton in third. They were the leaders going into day 2. Zab says, serious question. What is the reason behind leading the club ace there? Client? I don't know. I mean, it's... If I had to come up with a reason behind it, West was worried about leading spades because they were afraid of giving up spade tricks to declare. But it doesn't make sense. Anyway. So yeah, a bunch of the pairs that I expected might do fairly well, sitting up towards the top of the standings. These guys had a good day 1. Joel and Kent up here, I expected them to do pretty well. Greco and Hampson, Zamir and Toledano, looks like they're comfortably trying to qualify. Bobby Levin and Ola Rimstedt, Camille Novak, Mikael Rimstedt. We have Chris Walenkin and Olivia Shearson up there in 7th. That's a pretty good showing for them. Christina Madsen and Laura Lipman up there. How does second get more master points? So this is currently cumulative, because the way that the master points work is you get the higher amount of whatever you earn for session awards or your overall marks. So let's say Van de Pavard and Neeson, as well as Rambeau and Rambeau, have like a 35% game, both of them, in the next set, and they don't qualify. These are the master points they would earn because they don't score in the overalls, but they've earned 4, well, they will have earned 3 currently session awards, which total to these numbers. So the Rambeaus have just been like, in theory, solid throughout. They probably didn't win this session, even though they're in first, because there was a carryover from yesterday. So their 20.5 is probably based on, like they got 3 master points yesterday for like barely qualifying or whatever, and then they got, 4th or 5th in today's session, which has earned them a total of 20. Whereas Van de Pavard and Neeson came into today with something like 26 platinum points because they had done very, very well yesterday in the qualifying sessions, but they had kind of, let's say a fairly mediocre set today. So they've only earned 3 points today, but they had much stronger results yesterday. So yeah, the master points, I mean, at the end of tomorrow, a lot of these are basically going to get erased, because let's say we get to tomorrow and we still have these rankings, then the Rambeaus won't get 200 for winning plus 20. They will get 200 flat. And Tim Van de Pavard and Oscar Neeson won't get 29 plus, let's say, 150 for second. They'll just get 150. Similarly, third would get like 120 or whatever the kind of declining master point earnings are for the overall results. But yeah, looking down, so the cutoff is going to be at 28. Ooh, our boy Aaron sitting in 29th. That's a really good showing on day 2 of the event. Also, Alex Hudson and John Steinberg sitting there in 30th. Couple of pairs that are just below the bubble now. Woolsey and Stansby sitting in 34th. We have Wildowski and Doug Daub sitting in 38th. And further on down the list, Brogland had a bit of a rough go of things in this set, it looks like, so they have work to do if they want to qualify. Perfect timing. My food is here. We'll find something to do during the break, whether it's look at other tables and play, or if it's to maybe play some robot stuff, but I'll be back in just a minute. Alright. Face cam going off while I eat, but we'll continue taking a look at the results. Should we look at the imp pairs? I think the imp pairs is in the finals, because that's just a 2-day event, I believe. So sitting down at the bottom of the standings, unfortunately, is Debbie and Max. I think they started off in last place coming into today, which is a tough position to be in. And then they had kind of a middling set, but they're in the field. I mean, it's not like they're 50 match points out of second to last place or whatever. But not really the position that they wanted to be in. All right. So, what's a top? There's 52 pairs, so it's going to be a 25 top. Is that how this works? You're compared against all 25 other pairs in your section. So the difference between... Can I click on the score and see? Probably. It might be one of these funny... Yeah, it's hard to say. Does it have a list of what a top is? I mean, they didn't earn any tops, it looks like. I think 25 is the top, because there are 26 pairs. On the right. On the right. Well, we can work it out from this, right? 13 is a 52%. So yeah, 25 is the top. Okay. That's one way to do it. Is there somewhere on the screen where it actually shows this? I don't see it. I'm probably just being dumb. Anyway, so 25 is the top. So what does that mean? For 554 currently is the cutoff. So technically last place is 74 behind. They're 3 full boards behind. Which you can catch up. That's not out of the question. I mean, if they have like a 60-some% game in the afternoon, then they'll qualify. But it's going to be tough if you're playing with a sponsor and you're already not one of the strongest pro players in the field. It's going to be rather challenging to get such a good round. And so first place, 653 versus 554, almost 100 match points on a 25 top. They're about 4 boards ahead of qualification. It's going to take quite a bit of a dive for them to not make it. So I think a lot of these pairs are going to qualify relatively easily. Finn and Giovanni sitting in 25th. They have some work to do, but they might be able to make it. Adam Kaplan, good chance of making it, playing with Greg Hinsey. David Granger's up here. Jeff Mextroth and Anam Teba have fallen a little bit. Kevin Rosenberg and Zia Mahmood have dropped off a bit as well, but they're still well within qualifying position. Bramley and Luba down here in 12th. They had an okay set. It looked like they were getting some tops and some bottoms. That does tend to happen sometimes if you have a junior partner. Okay, let's see if we can find the imp pairs, because that's another event that's going on. The Leber imp pairs. This should be the first final session. So, leaderboards. Yep. Pacman and Zatorsky up there in first. The two Israelis. I mean, and this is... I was looking at it thinking this was match points. Of course, this is imps. So, 66. There are only 2 imps, less than 2 imps ahead of second place. Gavin and Raj sitting there in third. That's a nice result for those guys. Radu Neester, US pro player, up there in fourth. DeFranco and Mano. I think they were the ones that declined the WBT invite, right? We saw the other Italians playing, but not Mano and DeFranco. So they're well rested. They come in. They're in 6th place in this. Plackett and Eriksson, after their performance in the WBT, where I think they finished somewhat average in the field, they're now in 8th. Shan Wong, strong US pro player, playing with Joan Millens. They're down in 14th. Nanev and Mihov, these are names that frequently appeared in Gittleman's Deal of the Week columns. So I think they're really old players at this point. But I think they're Bulgarian, if I'm correct. But they've been at the top of the game for quite some time. John Hurd. Jacob Freeman playing with Sam Dinkin, the Dinkin Diamond. Tom Townsend and Ben Hanley Pritchard. I think we've seen them play a lot in a bunch of these team events. I don't think they've won much of anything, but they've always been like in competition. You know, they'll make it to the round of 16 of the Solway knockouts. Got Brian Platnick and Danny Sprung. Paul Street and Nick Lecoyer up here. Papa Kolesnik playing. He's in the mix. Jansma. I don't know who Rajat Gupta is. Probably a sponsor. We have Phil Clayton. I think one of the most vocal Bridge Winners members. He posts a lot on that site, at least. Pretty good robot player as well. Stefan Skorchev. I think this is the Into Bridge guy. Pretty sure. Down in 37th, 38th tie. Looks like that's about it. The leaderboard probably continues downward because I can't imagine that everyone is plus imps on the day. But those are the top 52 after the first final, right? I think this is the first final session because, or maybe this is, I actually don't know. You know, let's check and see if there was an imp pairs yesterday. NABC plus open pairs. What is this? Huh? So NABC plus stands for National Championship Event. Huh? I'm very confused. Yeah, there was an imp pairs yesterday. I'm pretty sure the imp pairs is only a 2-day event. What is this NABC plus open pairs? We do have an Adam Grossack playing, as well as Alex Perlin, and a Zach Grossack, and a David Berkowitz, and a Michael Rosenberg. What is this event? Hold on. I'm very confused about what this event is. Does anyone know? Someone inform me on what the NABC plus open pairs is. Because obviously this is a relatively strong field for some, side game. And NABC plus tends to mean national championship. I don't get it. I really don't get it. Did they have one yesterday? NABC plus open pairs. Nope. This is day one. Day one of the NABC. I am clueless. I have no idea what this is. Wait, so now they have two separate events? Did they add it as an event if you didn't qualify for the Platinums? But, they have the imp pairs that you can play. Why would they have a third event that wasn't the imp pairs? They're really trying to water down all of the match point events. I mean, I think fortunately people still view the Platinum pairs as the premier one. But, I mean, we saw a ton of, big names playing in this other one. They want to give everyone platinum points? Yeah, they really just want to load everyone up on these points. It is diluting the field, right? Because a lot of these pairs would qualify to play in the Platinums. But, like Michael Rosenberg playing with a sponsor knows that his chances of winning the event are rather remote. So he would rather play in this one. Well, the sponsor would rather play in this one and try and win. And similarly for a bunch of these other pairs that we're looking at, like Glubach and Hammond, two sponsors playing together. Moving on. Christian Jolly and Owen playing in this. I guess it really just depends on whether or not you you're trying to play in the most prestigious event, or if you're just going to try and win as many national events as you can. Because I think a lot of people don't really look at the quality of the events you play in, especially if you're a pro player. Some of these guys, the ability to just be like, I've won 4 national championships is a lot more prestigious than for someone to be like, yeah, I won the platinum pairs once. To a lot of sponsors, that feels like a much stronger claim. Anyway, yeah, it for sure helps the ability to get a lot of clients. Absolutely. Dude, I just like, what is this event? I've never seen anything like this before. This is insane. Okay. So what should we do now? I think we mostly looked through the boards, but I guess we can take a look back and see if anything interesting came up. We saw the 3 diamonds doubled down 4 on the first board. 1 node doubled down 2. East just opened a no trump double, and West decided to sit it. Penalty double with the 14 count. South led the 9 of hearts. Heart goes back to the queen and king. North switched to a low spade. Now a club, and Declare was not having any of that. 5 of clubs, queen. Spade to the ace. Declare exits a club. Whoop. And what did the defense do from here? South kind of got himself end played a little bit, but plays the 8 of hearts, and did East win? I guess we don't know. Actually, I guess we do know. East must have ducked this trick, right? Now South is on lead and goes ace of diamonds, diamond into the king, and East scoops up the 10 of hearts for down 2. Not an amazing result, East-West, but they do beat all of the pairs that were in 3 no trump. I mean, so it was very important that that South actually get himself off of that end play, but he was unable to do so. Which clown led the diamond ace? I wonder. Everyone else is in 4 spades making 5 on the very natural queen of clubs lead. Which one of these clowns did we think led the ace of diamonds? Yep, there it is. Oh, man. As Lo said, people playing all sorts of strange systems just to have fun. You can play a no trump 8 to 12. You can't in the ACBL. I agree, a lot of people like to have fun with their systems, and unfortunately in ACBL land, they do not enjoy when people have fun playing the game. Yeah, lots of 5 clubs making 12 tricks on this one. I was just looking at so at the table that we were watching, we saw, what did we see? It wasn't this. We were watching this one. Oh yeah, the ace of hearts lead. I remember this board. But a couple of tables made 12 tricks after the 4 of spades lead. So spade to the ace, club to the jack, ace of diamonds, diamond ruff. Wow, bringing down the king. Now declare can pitch their heart loser and just cross ruff. Is that true? No. But wait. Spade ruff, club to the ace. Oh, spade ruff, diamond pitch a heart, heart ruff, spade ruff, heart ruff, and then all of the spades are good. Confused about 3 clubs equal. Me too. We'll get there. Yeah, auction-wise, you know, I said that no expert in the world would pass their partner's 1 spade bid, and I stand by what I said. So I have no idea why East would pass 1 spade with an ace here, but they did. Oslo, I'm going to give you the benefit of the doubt. Trolling. Obvious small diamond for 100% from ace 6. But if not trolling, then silly comment. Spade pass pass, huh? 4 clubs making 6. So spade pass and no trump. Take out double. We saw that. Redouble, 2 clubs. We saw a very similar auction at the table we were watching. 2 diamonds, 3 clubs. But then the table that we were following, North bid 3 spades in that position and got their side to the club game. Here, East balanced with 3 diamonds. North pushed on to 4 clubs. Spade lead to the ace. The same club return, club to the ace, king of spades, pitch a heart. I mean, you have to make a decision about the diamond suit, right? If you go, or I guess you don't. Maybe you just don't have the entries to actually take the diamond finesse, because if you take a diamond finesse, you're short on roughing spades. You just have to rough a spade, and then you have to go ace of diamonds, diamond. And then the king of diamonds falls. So yeah, I guess you do just kind of stumble into making 12 tricks. 3 clubs equals. Here we go. All right. I'm ready. My mind is ready. My body's ready. Let's see what happened. 4 of spades lead to the ace. Okay. 4 clubs switch to the ace. All right. Diamond to the queen. No, heart. Okay. Okay, this is just a misclick. So Declare made 10 tricks. Right? They lost a heart, a spade, and a club. Yeah, Fly High is right. This was just a misclaim. Or entered in wrong, the VuGraph operator. And then, of course, 5 clubs going down on this one. 2 rounds of clubs. Diamond to the queen. And Declare had popped up with the club ace. Wait, this is just down 2. Okay, this defense doesn't make sense. Or this result doesn't make sense. Maybe they didn't play a diamond to the queen. I don't know. Anyway. I mean, I think they did, right? They were trying to pitch their heart loser. Anyway, we'll move on. 4 spades equals at 1 table and 4 spades making 5. This was an interesting hand because there were a lot of options after whatever the natural lead was. I think a heart around to the ace. So let's see what went wrong at this table. Heart to the ace. Queen of spades. So this was the line of play that I was advocating for. Just play a spade at trick 2. North continues the king of hearts. I think you should play a second spade, but Declare plays a diamond to the ace, and now Declare is like in a little bit of trouble. Diamond to the king. Diamond ruff. Yeah, 10 of spades. I mean, this was just not even trying to make an over trick. I mean, there's a layout where this actually works if South has the long diamond and North can't get in to, or South can't get in to cash it at this point, then you could ruff the next heart, pull the last trump, and run the clubs. But this does not feel like a very strong line of play to me, and got a deserved poor result. At this table, heart to the ace, another spade. I think this is the correct line. Heart comes back, Declare ruffs. King of clubs. King of clubs is interesting. If you can cash 3 rounds of clubs, maybe you do that and then play for a cross ruff. South should be giving honest count in the club suit here, as should North. Ace of clubs, club. I actually love this line of play. I think this is super cool. Heart ruff. Diamond to the ace. Diamond to the king. Diamond ruff. Heart ruff. Diamond ruff with the 10 of spades, promoting the queen of spades into a trick. This is nice. I mean, it's definitely scary because sometimes the opponents don't give honest count. They really should, but every once in a while they won't. But I think this is a nice way of kind of neutralizing the issue with the 4 small diamonds, or king 4th of diamonds. Let's see what they did at this table. Yeah, for them to fool you, they both have to false card, which is effectively impossible, but it's like, it could happen, and, you know, it never really feels good if you just, like, try and cash some aces and kings before pulling trumps and the opponent's rough in. You might end up going down 4 spades. Queen of spades around to the king. Heart comes back. Declare plays a second spade. I think this is the standout line. I think this is better. Like, I like the cash 3 clubs line, and I think it's cool. But this line of play makes a lot of sense to me, because if the defense plays back another trump here, now you can take a diamond finesse. And if the defense can't play back another trump because whoever has the doubleton trump honor that, you know, they didn't win the first round, then we can ruff a diamond. So, like, if North just returns a heart here, we ruff ace of diamonds, diamond to the king, diamond ruff, club to the ace, pull the last trump, claim. So I think this is the line of play that I would take. But the playing 3 rounds of clubs is kind of cool. Yeah, as Fly mentions, like, it's really bad to just not make 4 on this hand. So I think you really want to at least get your plus score. But yeah, now a heart comes, and now we just play 3 rounds of diamonds roughing. We don't even need to worry about the diamond hook. So, very simple and straightforward line for 11 tricks. The last table that we weren't paying attention to led a trump at trick 1. If you're gonna lead a trump, you should lead the 3, always low from a doubleton trump. Not just because we're playing Polish methods, but because we're trying to preserve our high trumps that could prevent the dummy from gaining an entry with a lower spot card. Doesn't matter here, but 9 of spades, king of spades, and a spade, and now declare just takes a diamond finesse, and that's the end of it. 11 tricks. And obviously at our table, declare took a completely different line of play. Heart to the ace, declare just played a diamond to the ace at trick 2, diamond to the king, and a diamond ruff. And then got into some trouble, but played 2 rounds of clubs and then led another diamond. And I mean, like, things got really messy because North should have given their partner a ruff, but North didn't. And, you know, things evened out at 650. Board 5. So we thought that declare actually made this, right? That there was just a misclaim, so 4 spades down 1 is not what happened. It just went ace of spades, 10 of spades, or whatever. And now declare claims they just lose 2 diamonds in the end. So I think it was just a misscore here. Lots of pairs did not get there. So 4 spades was reached a couple of times. A club, a spade, a no trump, 2 spades by East. Okay. I mean, that's a bid. You have Honor Doubleton and 2 aces. I'm not sure why East bid 4 spades. This just looks like your typical club auction. Not strong club, I mean like local bridge club auction. 1 spade, 2 spades, 3 spades, 4 spades. I don't really get the 4 spade bid. I mean, I'm not really sure what 3 spades is either. I guess 3 spades always has a 6th trump here, because if West wanted to make a game try, they would... 3 spades is not it. And 3 spades is not preemptive in an auction like this, I don't think. Yeah, I mean, as East, I would just be worried that we don't have the 3rd trump that we had promised earlier. But if you're in a known 6-2 fit, maybe it's okay. I'd be a little concerned that North has King Jack 4th of spades in a spot like this. Now we have 2 natural spade losers. So I have to admit, I would probably go quietly on this one with these cards. Works out, though. All of the other tables got to 2 spades in the West. Pass, pass, pass. West just able to open a spade. Has a bit of a rebid problem, whether you rebid 2 hearts or 2 spades. I think I like the 2-heart rebid. It's a little bit questionable. Partner's a passed hand, so you know you don't have a game. East open like a 10 to 12 no trump over there. To go down. They didn't actually go down. They, it was just misscored on the bridge made or something. 4 spades made at both tables that it was played. Yeah, spade and no trump, 2 hearts. Everyone's showing the heart suit. I think it makes sense to show the heart suit. Hearts are really good. The spades are pretty bad. 4 spades in the East making 4 times. And then four spades doubled in the East, making an over trick once. So this is not that unusual of a scenario to have happen. Oftentimes a double will allow declarer to play the hand a trick better. But it looks ridiculous. Alright. So I think at the table we were watching, this happened. King of Hearts lead to the ace. Declare made a double dummy error by leading the Jack of Diamonds. Or maybe didn't make a double dummy error by leading the Jack of Diamonds. I think South still could have been triple squeezed. But it would have been a lot easier if Declare had rough to heart to lead a diamond to the Jack. And it's pretty likely that South has the King Queen of Diamonds given the 2 heart overcall. So, you know, picking off this 10-3 of diamonds in North would be a big deal. But anyway, Jack of Diamonds goes around to the King. Diamond continuation to the ace. Heart rough. Diamond rough. And Declare could have, I think... Let me stare at the position for a second. I made the bold claim earlier that Declare has the rest of the tricks if they just run their trumps. Is that true? I mean, there's no guarantee the King of Spades is on side, but if you do take the spade hook here... I guess that's not true, right? The South can bear the Club King. You only get one trick. So you'd make 11. So Declare could run the 9 of spades, take a spade finesse, run all the spades, and it looks as if South is getting squeezed in 3 suits, which is often the mechanism for squeezes where you have 2 losers remaining. Declare has the 9 of diamonds and a club loser still. If the Jack of Hearts was in Declare's hand, no, it still wouldn't matter. I guess if dummy had the 10 of clubs, right? No, it still wouldn't be good enough. No, if dummy had the 10 of clubs, then there would be an extended menace. Okay, yeah, if dummy had the 10 of clubs, then South would be triple squeezed out of 2 tricks, which is a very unusual sight to see. But as you can tell, it requires quite a few specific cards. As is, South is going to get strip squeezed. So, for example, let's say Declare runs the 9 of spades, and plays a spade. Ace of spades, Queen of spades, South can pitch a heart, Declare pitches club, let's say. North's hand doesn't matter, and then on the last spade, South does kind of get squeezed in 3 suits. They have to keep the Queen of Hearts at this point, obviously. And they also have to keep the Diamond Queen, because otherwise then the 9 of diamonds will squeeze them again. So for example, if they pitch the Heart Queen, Declare just pitches the 8 of clubs, and Dummy's hearts are good. Declare does make all 12 tricks. If South pitches the Diamond Queen, it doesn't immediately give up a 12th trick, but Declare pitches a heart, and now cashes the 9 of diamonds, and now South is squeezed once again. Club pitch, and they score the last 2 clubs, the heart pitch, and they score the heart. So South does have to come down to the stiff King of clubs, or protect both of the red suit queens, but this only gives up 1 trick. There's no repeating squeeze that happens here. What did you do? Relevant bridge winners thread. What is it relevant to? NABC rule change needed. Hand from day 2 of the Platts. Oh, okay. For reference, Aaron just likes to complain. Oh, but hold on. I have the inside scoop in this. No, we're going full cam for this. Here, I've put my food back. Okay. So, I haven't even read the thread. I wholeheartedly support Aaron on this. So, Aaron was persecuted hardcore when he opened a no trump with a hand like this in the pass after the rule was made where you can't open a no trump with a singleton jack. He did it once because like he had a suitable hand very similar to this, and we saw the no trump get opened today on stream. There is video evidence for it that someone did this. So if whoever did that, I forget who it was it Ish? It might have been Ish Del Monte. So if Ish isn't penalized as hard as Aaron was for what happened, then there's clearly something wrong. Because the way I heard the story, and sometimes Aaron embellishes a bit, but like the way I heard it was like he was effectively singled out as like a pro player and was like made an example of for like the ACBL's rule of like you're not allowed to open with singleton jacks. You're not allowed to open a no trump with singleton jacks. So you can't like have the rule and then just have some sort of pushover penalty for people, but every once in a while, if you just feel bad about it, you like penalize someone very harshly. I mean, you know, like it has to be the same penalty for everyone. And anyway, so I'm all in favor of removing this ridiculous rule. Like it is terrible to tell people that they're not allowed to open a no trump with this hand. You know, Craig doesn't seem appalled by it because Craig's like, well, I've been opening a diamond and rebidding 2 clubs on these hands for years. But it is obnoxious to tell people that they're not allowed to do this because for a lot of people, like, this is part of their system. You just don't open a diamond and rebid 2 clubs on hands like these. You just open these hands in no trump. And if you're forced to change that, in essence, it does require you to rethink your entire system. Because if your 1 diamond 2 club hands could look like this, now you might need an asking bid. You might need, like, your partner's judgment might be very far off because your partner's now going to not correct to 2 diamonds as often. You know, if partner's like 3-5-2-3, now maybe they're passing 2 clubs some of the time, and that could work out poorly. So, yeah, I mean, I think the rule is terrible and stupid, but all right, let's read what Aaron says now that I've gone over this. Hand from day 2 of the Platts. I'm sure these things have been discussed at length, but I would guess a large number of players did open a no trump in spite of the rule. Point is, premier events aren't places where we should be so restrictive for this kind of stuff, and the people that did get to hearts almost surely opened a no trump. It seems like a major oversight from Rules Committee for hands like this, and I wish for the major events that we allow the allowed judgment. Wow, he's not even... Man, alright. Slow clap for Aaron. He didn't complain because he was taken advantage of. He wasn't like, man, they got me with this one, so everyone else should get in trouble. Like, he's right, though. They need to either enforce the rule or take their head out of their ass. And I vote for the second one. What have people said? What was the ruling? I opened a diamond. Blah, blah. Same. If you open a heart, it's fairly easy to get to hearts. Okay. Which table opened a no trump? Let's here, I will add something to the discussion. Which hand was this? I'm looking for singleton jacks. This one, board 10. Were we watching this table? We were, right? Yeah, we got the queen of diamonds lead to the ace. Can we downvote that person? Look, they're just British. It's not their fault. They were just born this way, where they open 4-card majors. Is that mean? I can't actually tell. Is that mean? It's probably not mean. I'm sure that's just like a very reasonable thing to say. Okay. Boom. Snitching on our boy. Yeah, I said I was not going to be a tattletale, didn't I? I mean, but look, I didn't really snitch, right? They don't know who I was watching. I'm sure like a ton of people opened a no trump. Let's take a look. Okay, there's a diamond. A diamond. A diamond. There must have been more tables that were on VooGraph, right, guys? They'll never know which was the one who opened a no trump that I was watching. No. How do I undo my comment? I could edit my comment. You know what? I'm just gonna leave it. I mean, they'll be able to find out that he opened a no trump if they want to. Okay. Back to eating, and we'll take a look at some of the other boards. Where were we? We were on this one. Okay, what happened on 4 spades? Oh, we got the 5 of spades lead. What was the auction? Hello? Let's go back. 2 spades by East, heavy. 3 hearts. 4 spades by West, light. Pass, crack. That is an ambitious double. Okay. Well, how'd the defense go? Spade lead. To the queen. Diamond. South had to split. Jack of diamonds. King of hearts. Up to the ace. Heart rough. Diamond rough. 10 falls. I'm confused. Didn't they make 12 tricks? Now you just have 12 tricks. This... Yeah, I mean, the squeeze is just automatic. You don't have to do anything. You just continue running your spades and the South gets squeezed. There's really nothing to the play here. You just go on autopilot. And then you cash the 8 of diamonds, and South has to keep the heart queen, so this is what happens. Then club to the ace, club to the queen. I think the score is incorrect, so it's 12 tricks. Why did the king of diamonds lead not net 11? So king of diamonds. They ducked? Okay, well, 10 tricks. I'm pretty sure Novak would have been able to pull off a simple squeeze, but you never know. Par minus 1400, 7 hearts doubled down 6 in the south. And it's only by south, because north can only make 6 tricks in hearts. In case anyone was wondering. Huh. Well, no one got there. Board 7. Everyone played a no trump and made 1. Okay, yep. I remember this one. This is where our hero ended up leading a spade from ace queen 5th or ace queen 4th. What a clown. And then Harrison just like bangs down the diamond queen, the beast that he is. Probably a good play. Didn't he make an overtrick? Did he not? The defense gets 2 diamonds, 2 hearts, and 2 spades. Okay, I guess not. Everyone else led a heart. How did the play go? King of hearts, ace of hearts, heart. Same queen of diamonds play. Makes sense. I mean, there's really nothing else to do. Board 8. Ah, yes. The hand where both sides are playing in spades. Two spades by south, and West makes the clear and obvious mistake of leading a high diamond, and now can no longer beat the contract? Is that how this works? Does double dummy say you need to lead a low diamond? No, apparently a high diamond's good enough. I guess you have entries in the club suit. But you now need to continue a low diamond, basically. King of clubs is maybe fine. Yeah, king of diamonds is no longer fine. Defense is hard, especially when south's declaring and you can't really see the minor suit cards. Let's see how 3 spades in the north went down 1. East got off to the queen of diamonds lead. So what do they need to do to beat this 2? My original thinking was we need to play 3 rounds of diamonds, and when north overruffs, East needs to discard. Not exactly the most obvious play, but yeah, so East roughs with the queen, and now I think Declare actually does pick off the king of spades singleton in West's hand. Well, especially because West is going to get in to lead the ace of diamonds, and North is going to rough, and East won't overruff. So, yeah. Club to the king, ace of diamonds, rough, heart discard. Now what? Spade to the ace. We figured that one out. Now the queen of clubs, and now just a claim. Jack of clubs is set up. So wait, what do we need to do to actually beat this thing? Am I correct that, because this hand is hurting my brain. So we play a diamond, right? North roughs in with the 10. East discards a heart. So let's say Declare plays a club to the queen. Ace of diamonds, ruff, discard a heart. I think this does it. Because the defense has 3 tricks. I'm trying to beat 2 spades, by the way. The defense has 3 tricks. And if East gets a heart ruff, that would be heart ruff, ace of clubs, and a natural spade trick, so that would be 3 more. So you can't allow the defense to get a heart ruff, which means if you cross in hearts to, say, lead a club up, West will just win and give their partner a heart ruff. And if you cross to the ace of spades to lead a club, then I think East still roughs in and then gets the queen of spades, or if East doesn't get to rough in, East can just pull trumps. Like if Declare tries to lead the jack of spades at some point, East just goes queen of spades spade and sets up their long spade. So the defense is a little bit difficult to find, but I mean, I figured that someone might have been able to come up with the winning defense. It feels pretty natural to not over-rough that first spade, but it's a hard play to find, for sure. Like, this is the play that really cost the defenders. Is this the only way to beat it? Let me take a look at double dummy. I mean, they say you can cash a high club. I'm actually not even convinced by that. You can cash a high club. Now you have to switch to diamonds. So Declare roughs in. You do have to pitch a heart. I don't know if any of this double dummy stuff is visible, but the main idea is that East needs to start ridding themselves of hearts so that they can potentially rough the suit. But I thought that this was bad because now Declare doesn't need to cross in hearts to lead a club up. Maybe it just doesn't matter. Like, as long as West gets in and plays another diamond and allows East to ditch a heart. Oh, supposedly even playing a club back is good enough at this point. That's surprising to me. Oh, I guess that makes sense. East is kind of in control of the trump suit, so if East waits to pull a third round of trumps and then play the fourth round of clubs, they'll score their long spade. But yeah, the defense is basically East needs to not over-rough that third round of diamonds. Tricky position. Board 9. I remember this one. This has to be pretty embarrassing for anyone who went down in 4 spades. Get that ugly double dummy out of here. Oh, there was no lead on this one. We don't get to see the play at all. This one we did. Yeah, this is the one that we saw. Win the ace of diamonds. Ace king of hearts, heart rough with the ace of spades. I mean, huge oversight by East here. Because this is a situation where even if South had the last heart, the fact that Declare didn't cut communications by ducking a diamond is a huge problem. This is a mistake that really should not be made on day 2 of an event like this. I think it's pretty clear to duck the opening diamond lead. We saw it at the table that we were watching. Who was it? Was this the table we were watching? No. Ish didn't duck the opening diamond lead. What a fish. Was it Brogland? I don't think we saw Brogland today. Maybe we did. Maybe we watched Brogland for a couple of hands. Was this it? But yeah, opening diamond lead ducked. Novak ducked the opening diamond lead. I think this is just like a clear and automatic play and should really be happening at this level. Board 10, 4 hearts down 1. That's because Fish ended up... I can't call him Fish unless he's playing with Finn, because that's their partnership name. He opens a no trump. And then he misguesses the spades, but maybe... Could he really not do anything? Diamond to the ace. Club to the queen. Heart to the queen, and then jack of spades. No, fly high, you're absolutely right. I mean, it was just... That line of play made absolutely no sense, and they deserve to get a 0 on the hand. I mean, you risk everything. Like, obviously you should duck the opening diamond lead, but even once you do, 3 rounds of hearts roughing with the ace doesn't make any sense. We talked about it when the hand was actually being played. You just have to make the contract against normal splits, and then if you can protect against bad splits, you can play for those then. Is he okay if he runs the jack of spades here? I think so, right? He can't get forced out of trumps. And he'll be able to go king of spades, spade rough, bringing the suit home. So yeah, he really was just on a spade guess at this point. Pretty unfortunate that he misguesses this one. I mean, it's probably percentage to play the jack of spades to the king, so I don't even know if it's a misguess, but could have gotten a pretty strong result for getting to 4 hearts making. It does go down, though. East-West getting to 2 spades, East open to diamond, and rebid 2 clubs. Boya, of course, not going to get in the habit of violating ACVL rules. Diamond, a spade, 2 clubs, 2 spades, 2 no. I don't think we ever need a spade split. I mean, there's a little bit of difficulty if hearts are 4-1, but I think you're always going to be in trouble if hearts are 4-1. But we have a lot of minor suit discards. I think you really just need to guess the spade suit. Like, I think jack to the king and then rough a spade if the ace comes down. Then you can, like, take roughing finesse. I don't know. Maybe you're right, maybe... I think you just need to guess the spades, though. Is all there is to it. And I think it's probably slightly percentage because North has turned up with the ace of diamonds. And North may also have turned up with the ace of hearts, because when a heart went to the queen, South didn't win the ace. It would be pretty difficult for South to duck the ace of hearts there when you play a heart to the queen and declare his hands concealed, and South doesn't know if their partner has Jack third, for example. So once North turns up with two of the missing aces, it's pretty unlikely that they have all three of them. So yeah, I mean, I would say it's percentage, but ultimately at the end of the day, these things are pretty close to a 50-50 guess. So he guessed wrong. I gotta say, this six of spades lead is absolutely nuts. Leading the six of spades here is insane. Classic junior play. Oh no, the light is on my mouse. Hold on. I'm gonna move my mouse into the darkness so that it's not getting overheated by the sun's rays. Who knew that the sun produced so much energy? Well, 2-No Trump made quite a few tricks on this board. I guess it actually wasn't enough to make up for the two spades making 10 tricks at a couple of tables. A heart, two trumps, but a club goes away. Yeah, we watched club opening lead to the queen. Club over, club ruffed, over ruffed. We saw this one. But there's no way for Declare to legitimately make 10 tricks from here because there's no fast entry to the east hand. And North can just duck a heart or win the ace of hearts and play one back. Declare led a heart. North popped up with the ace, which just... I don't understand this defense that happened. Ace of hearts, ace of diamonds, diamond. So let's see. East shape, or west shape. North is playing for West to be 6. Two, 3, 2, exactly. Exactly 6, 2, 3, 2, right? Because North is hoping their partner has the queen of diamonds because he's looking at the king. And he's hoping that they can set up a third round diamond trick and that his partner will get in with a heart card. So he's playing his partner for the king of hearts and the queen of diamonds, and for Declare to be exactly 6, 2, 3, 2. That's really confusing to me, because that's such a specific layout. I wonder why he believed that that was the layout. Maybe... No, the 6 of hearts just isn't consistent with that, right? I guess it is. King 10, 9, 6 exactly. Man, there's way too many parlays for this to be the right plan. But he might have thought that West with 6, 4 may have rebid 2 hearts instead of 2 spades. I don't think so. I don't think this carries the same weight as an opening bid, where if you open a spade and your partner bids a no trump and you're 6-4 in the majors, you frequently should rebid 2 hearts. Here, as responder, you should just rebid 2 spades, limit your hand, and play in the likely 6-2 spade fit. Yeah, this is not the right defense. I thought it was very strange at the time, and it still looks strange now. Huh. Well. This is a lovely scorecard. 4 hearts making 5, 4 hearts making 5, 4 hearts making 5, 4 hearts making 5, 4 spades making 7. Wow. So we saw North make an adventurous psych on this hand. Yeah, natural auctions. I mean, probably start a spade, 2 hearts, 2 spades, 3 hearts. But this table decided to just raise 2 spades to 4 spades. I guess for them, 2 spades promises a 6th trump. It's tricky to say whether hearts or spades will play better in that case. Because the East hand could easily be worthless if, in spades, if partner has, say, a singleton heart. Then again, I don't think you're so happy in spades or in hearts if partner has a singleton heart. But yeah, if partner has a doubleton heart, I mean, it could be important to play in hearts so that you can pull trumps and then run partner spade suit to pitch your minor suit losers. Whereas if you play in spades and they attack your heart entries, or if South has, say, king third of hearts or something, they can just deny you access to all of the hearts, and your partner might lose a bunch of cards in the minor suits. Well, works out for them here. They right side the contract, so North gets off to a club lead as opposed to a diamond to the ace-king. What happened at the other tables? Let's see how the auction started. So this was the table we watched. A spade, a no-trump psych. Eventually east-west got to 4 hearts. A spade, 2 hearts, 2 spades, 3 hearts. Pretty natural start to the auction, I think. You just have 6 hearts, and especially if 2 spades doesn't promise a 6 trump, as it might not for some of these pairs, then you just are backed into doing that with the East hand. A spade, 2 hearts, 2 spades, 3 hearts, 4 hearts. Pretty normal auction. Basically the same thing here. Neeson decides to Q-bid on his way to 4 hearts, just in case partner has a bunch of extras. It's probably close. He has 2 key cards without the queen. I mean, a non-serious try is often warranted. Board 12. You know, let me get a water. Alright, I'm back. Yeah, this hand was fascinating. So one table, defending 4 hearts, led the singleton queen of diamonds. I mean, we kind of talked about this, how South with a natural trump trick, you generally don't want to look for roughs. So a lot better to attack a black suit. At imps, definitely want to play on spades. I honestly don't know if we should lead the ace or a low one at imps, because we really don't want to block the suit if partner has king doubleton. but maybe that's a little bit unlikely. Either way, we did see the ace of spades led at a couple of tables. Luba's table got the ace of spades lead, and Zia also led the ace of spades against effectively the same auction in both rooms, just an artificial game-forcing bid from East, followed by raising 3 hearts to 4. One table, the one that we were following, led a club. And then there's just a little bit too much work to do, I think. Like, yes, you could make 4 hearts. I mean, for example, one way to make it is to just not touch trumps at all and not rough clubs and just go ace king of diamonds pitching a spade immediately, I think. Although there's still a lot of work to do. I mean, it does feel pretty natural. Okay, I'm not sure about playing the king of clubs, but it does feel pretty natural to rough a club in the west hand pretty quickly. Then ace of diamonds, king of diamonds. I mean, pitching a club is kind of nonsense. You still want to rough that club, but there wasn't really much that Declare could have done against this caliber of defender, I don't believe. How did other tables play it? I'm curious. Well, other tables just cashed the first 3 rounds of spades, right? And so that was the end of it. So 3 rounds of spades. Did South play a 4th spade? He did. This seems correct. If partner had the 7 of hearts, then Declare would have needed to work out to rough with the 8 in dummy, which, I mean, maybe they would. I guess partner could have the stiff queen, in which case roughing with the stiff queen would actually promote a trick. Maybe. Club rough, king of hearts, bad news. And now you just pull trumps and pitch your club loser on the ace king of diamonds. And we looked at the 3-no trump, if anyone wasn't here. Jack of hearts lead to the ace. Diamond to the queen and ace. King of diamonds, pitching a spade, and South makes the unfortunate error of pitching a spade. And now Declare actually just plays a spade. But the defense is kind of already forfeited their 5th defensive trick. They had 4 spades and their natural heart. Declare eventually knocked out the 10-9 of hearts, and that was enough. Man, this spade to the jack was like really sketchy, wasn't it? Can the defense still come out on top here? Maybe they can. Declare's entries are a little bit messed up. But South just played back a heart. Cash the jack of diamonds. Wait a second. They should still be coming out on top, right? South gets in with the 9 of hearts, and South can just go spade to the king, 10 of diamonds, spade. Man. Yeah, North pitched the queen of clubs, so South was like, oh, it's safe to switch to clubs, which it was, but doesn't South have a count on Declare's tricks at that point? Wait a second. South knows Declare has 2 more hearts because his partner showed out and the ace king of clubs. I know it's not imps, but let me go back to the start of the hand. Yeah, this whole spade to the jack is king of diamonds, pitch a spade, spade to the jack. I think this really threw South off. He just didn't know what was going on. What's the downside of cashing the spade ace? Declare could have started with ace king doubleton of spades and king jack. Oh. Good question. Good question. Yeah, this looks like a pretty big error then. Pretty big miss from Vince here, sitting south. Because if Declare still had the king, doubleton of spades remaining, then if you play club, Declare could just knock out your ace of spades, and then he would still have the club stopped. I was thinking if you cash the ace of spades, then you give up something, but that's just not true. Huh. Wow. Huge result, though, for East-West on that board. This board's incredible. We get a high diamond lead, 2 spades. Partner could have ace, queen, jack, 10 of clubs. It's possible. It's possible. Yeah. And that's the risk in these newer partnerships, that you just sometimes don't really know what your partner's signaling means all the time. But now Declare, at this point in the hand, is worried about a club ruff, so decides to not take the spade finesse. And look at that. Look at that. Jack of spades comes down. And now that the defense hasn't even set up hearts, you get to pitch your heart loser as well. So making 3. Everyone led the diamond ace, and there are 3 different results. Making exactly 2 feels odd. Ace of diamonds. Oh, we get a heart switch at trick 2. Amazing. Diamond to the jack. Another diamond pitching a heart. Huh. Club to the queen. Spade to the queen. East wins. Cashes the heart king. Exits a club. So Declare had to pick off the spade suit here. No, he can go jack of hearts, pitching a club, and then duck a spade if he wants. Or, yeah, do this. And then duck a spade. Yeah, it's interesting. When you lead the king of clubs, I mean, East doesn't really have a profitable ruff. I guess this would go very poorly if West was the one who had the club void. But Rosenberg probably knew that the way East defended, East is the one with the doubleton club. Whether or not West gave club count, I mean, playing back a club at that point seems a little bit odd. So I think this line of play is pretty safe. He still always makes it if the jack of spades is onside, and if the jack of spades is offside, specifically doubleton, then he would still be picking that up like he does here. So that's a cool line of play. But that's because the defenders found the heart switch at trick 2. This board was amazing. North-South getting a little bit too high in heart contracts on basically every hand. There was the 1-3 no trump where West got off to a club lead, which is kind of incredible that Declare still just doesn't have enough tricks. I think North kind of dropped the ball this time. It's not so much that I'm worried we have no heart tricks. It's that even when partner has the ace of hearts, sometimes it's important for us to be able to pull trumps and maybe rough the club suit good or prevent against the opponent's cashing some clubs. And when partner doesn't have the ace of hearts, then obviously we need the trump suit to protect ourselves against this. Where we just have no tricks and no trump in our own hand. North was obviously hoping that his partner had like ace doubleton of hearts and just some stuff, and that they were just going to run a bunch of heart tricks. It's not so crazy, but I think it's probably anti-percentage to pass 3-0 here with the North cards. It's a fun little story, and I know for a fact that when you play with your non-regular partnership in events like this, oftentimes you're just doing it to have fun and not necessarily to like try and win the event. So a lot of these players will go in with the attitude of like, let's try and get a good story or two out of the session. I mean, they'll still try and play good bridge, but it's going to be more important to, you know, have a good time and enjoy the new partnership than it is to specifically try and just like sit there and play solid bridge the entire time. So I don't know if that's what North was doing, or if North really thinks that passing 3-0 was the thing to do at match points, but there is often a draw to playing 3-0 trump at match points on every board if you can. Didn't work out this time, but fortunately for them, it didn't cost. We do have platinum pairs. Oh, we're started. We're started. Hold on. Everyone. Wait. I didn't realize. Not on VuGraph, not on VuGraph 2, not on VuGraph 3, and not on VuGraph 4. Amazing. Let's start out at this table. Give me a second while I finish up eating, but let's take a quick look at the first hand. 3 clubs cracked. Oh my god. What happened to trick 1? Ace of hearts, heart. Well, this was not the most successful defense, but I guess a spade was going away anyway. So East-West were making 4 spades, which is important to note, because that means they need to collect 500 against this. Are they getting that? Fly High says 2 clubs, 1 heart, 2 diamonds, and a spade now at this point. That seems correct. So that's only going to be 300, which is not going to make up for the value of their game. Now, maybe that's not such a big deal, because it's possible East-West are not getting to game on this hand. East has 16 and West had, what, 6? So yeah, maybe it's still going to be a good result for them. Four hearts is the most likely game? Yeah. Either major suit is going to make 10 tricks, I think. Wait. No, right? Four hearts goes down? I guess not. You lose a spade. Well, you have real problems in four hearts. You meant four spades is the most likely game? Four spades makes easily. Four hearts, I'm not sure. Not sure comes home. Okay, I'm almost done eating, so we'll finish commentary on this board, and then I'll clean up my space in the downtime. If Craig's back, I apologize to him that I'm not back on Discord, but I will be there in a minute. He'll probably message me in the chat if he's here. East opens a club. Looks like could be short. A club, a diamond, two spades. That's a 19 count over there. Diamond showing four more hearts. So West will bid. This is not a good bid from West. This is a really poor bid from West. Four spades. You could easily be making a grand here. I mean, East could be 4-2-1-6 with the same honors, but the ace of hearts instead of the jack and queen and the red suits. You're just cold for 7. You should definitely not be jumping to game after partner's strong jump shift. You really need to save room, conserve room in these auctions. I mean, this time East has a really bad hand. Hey, Craig. After this set, I'm going to jump back on Discord. I didn't realize we were starting so soon. So be patient. After this board, basically, I'll be back with you. Diamond lead to the king. I mean, I guess for North it's safe to switch to trumps. You would hate for your ace of hearts to go away, but North has such good clubs that maybe it's fine. So yeah, he does switch to trumps. I assume he has counted it out, that it's always safe to switch to trumps here. Like if East was 4-1-2-6 with the same honors, could declare, just unblock the diamond queen and then like rough a club over and pitch a heart. Yeah. Yeah, like this is getting a little bit scary town for Hampson. Because now Declare roughs this and then pitches a heart on the diamond ace. If Declare really had just a singleton heart, he would have blown a trick. I do want you to join, but just wait until this set is over. I'm going to run to the restroom and then I will also clear off my food. Alright, 11 tricks, BRB in just a second. I'm back. What did I miss? All right. Hello.
Hey, how's it going?
Good.
So I guess they started earlier than I expected. I forgot about the 20-minute rather than 30-minute delay.
Yeah, exactly. Okay, so what did we get on the first couple of boards? Let's see where everyone ended up. We get 2 tables. So it looks like we now have 6 comparisons, but 2 tables are not scored. One table did make 4 hearts, but that's because they got the 5 of clubs lead. North overcalled 2 clubs.
I see. So now they were able to set up a club to pitch a heart from the west hand, I guess. Oh no, sorry, hearts are trump. So, but they were able to take 2 roughs. Is that what happened, or take a roughing finesse?
Yeah, I mean, it looks like they should be able to take a roughing finesse and then pull 1 round of trumps and play 4 diamonds pitching a spade. No, that's still not good enough.
Isn't 4 hearts cold no matter what?
Really?
What 4 tricks do you want the defense to take, right?
Well,
1
they have
spade,
2 heart
1
tricks.
Heart. Yeah, they have a spade.
Yeah. But there are club problems, right?
I mean, not really. If South leads a trump, you just lose 2 hearts and a spade, and if they don't, you can rough 2 clubs and lose the 2 hearts you were planning to in a spade. Or play on diamonds and pitch a spade away.
Yeah, I suppose.
I don't... Like, it looks bad, but I don't really see that it actually is bad.
Yeah. 4 spades is easier. But 3 no trump down 4.
Yeah, that seems bad. Kind of weird. Like 4 spades and a 6-1 is easier than 4 hearts and a stronger 6-2.
Oh no, guys. I found out why he went down 4.
Oh.
Uh-oh. That was not the correct docket trick 1.
That... I mean, I guess it is if North had both of them, possibly.
Oh, man.
I guess if North had King Queen of clubs with, like, King Queen 5th of clubs, maybe?
King Queen 7th. It would have to be King Queen 7th. Yeah.
Oh, right, because Dummy had a singleton, so you can't even finesse it later if you want the second club trick yourself. Wow. All right, well, the unlucky expert strikes again, I guess.
Yeah. Oopsies. Wait, what happened on board 2? Board 2 was a bunch of 4 spades making, and then the not on Vugraph table just might not be on Vugraph. Is that what we're thinking?
I don't know.
So quite a few tables making 11 tricks, a couple of them making only 10 tricks and 4 spades. Man, I'm surprised. Really cold? After the diamond opening lead, well, Edmonds was playing it at the 1 table, but after a diamond opening lead into the king, it seems rather routine to take 11 tricks. So they even cashed the ace of hearts then. See, this is what I would have been worried about from, who was it, Greco or Hampson, whoever was North, that ace of hearts might go away if you don't take it at trick 2. So Van de Pavard took the ace of hearts. How did Declare manage to only take... Declare just pulled 3 rounds of trumps. And
so
now
we do
wasn't
have
able
an extra
to ruff
round.
the clubs.
I see. So we do have the next round up.
Oh, okay. Great. Where are we going?
Good question. Um, how about table three?
Is that the one I'm at?
No, it's Van de Pavert and Neeson against So and Kelvin.
Done. All
So
right, South opens
Ing
a
at least
no
I think
trump.
is. I'm not sure about West. I believe East is one of the very strong Singapore players who's been showing up at NABCs who I haven't really seen much of.
Gotcha. Um,
Not 100% sure. Specs, feel free to correct.
so weak no trump from South. Transfer to Hearts. All pass. West gets off to their Doubleton Diamond lead.
I think a little surprising that North didn't try to make a garbage statement bid to possibly get to Superior Spade bid, but maybe it's just not available in their weak no trump method.
Mm-hmm. Well, this is going to work out just fine for Declare here. The Queen Doubleton of Hearts falls, so they'll be able to pitch a club on the Diamond Ace, and the defense can score a Spade Ruff, because Declare can't afford to rough a diamond over to pull trumps before playing spades.
Yeah, and West does have to hop up on the first one and play one back, because if he ducks it, Declare can draw trumps.
Yeah, and it might not be so obvious, so West does, in fact, duck the Ace of Spades, and Declare can then just pull trumps and knock out the Spade Ace. So 11 tricks is going to be an excellent result for North-South here.
Yeah, despite making more than you need for game, I don't think anyone's going to be bidding that.
No, it's a 5-2 fit as well. So I assume these percentages are not cumulative. This is just this set, and it's still, once again, only being compared against the players that are in the VuGraph tables.
Uh, yeah, presumably. Oh, it's a pretty good hand by West here. It's a 20 count, although it looks like a pretty good 20 count with all those aces and kings.
Yeah, 4-4-3-2 or 4-3-3. I mean, is not exactly the distribution you're hoping for, but no wasted honors. West opens a club, probably playing a precision style system.
Yeah, I would guess. So he still probably bid a balance positive. It's, barely that with 8, but precision players tend to be fairly rigid, at least about their initial actions.
Yeah, so East bids a spade. I wonder if this is 4 hearts in a positive, or if it's balanced, as you say.
I think it's balanced 8 to 11.
So a spade. We'll see what West does over this.
I think they're in a game force now, so I suspect West system bid is 1 no trump.
I do wonder if West can bid 2 no trump to show the extra values. I mean, I don't know. At some point, it would be important for West to convey what their balanced range is, just in case East has extras.
Yeah, I suspect he can, but I think typically the initial priority is to sort out suit lanes, because that's really hard in a strong club system, and then show the extra strength later. I think this 1 no trump, just saying, okay, we're in a game force, here we go, I have a balanced hand, and worry about the points later.
Yeah.
Is pretty common.
So 1 no by
So
West,
2
2 diamonds, probably... Oh, just kidding. I was going to say probably showed hearts, but I guess not.
Yeah, I thought so too, but it's not alerted. It's possible that it's just some kind of statement bid, something like that. It does seem a little surprising, although possibly West, as we were saying earlier about kind of the threshold where you don't mind missing a trump bid because you have enough high cards that you don't need roughs. Maybe West decided that this is it with 20 opposite a minimum of 8.
Yeah, that could be.
His hand has no roughs. He's 4-3-3, so he's not as excited about a trump bid. His hearts are weak. It's very possible that he knew about the heart bid and consciously rejected it.
Yeah, it's possible, and we'll see if it does end up working out, because there's a lot to do on this hand after the diamond lead.
Well, hearts, you were certainly making no more than four, and even that might be a little. I guess four hearts, you can just pitch a spade and a diamond, and probably you get there even if you lose a trump, a diamond, and a club.
Hey, Shift, welcome
But
back.
they can manage to make 630. This is going to be a colossal result for East West.
Yeah, assuming no one picks off the heart and a heart contract.
Yes, and I am correct. East is Singaporean, so I assume West is as well.
So diamond to the queen and ace. Declare was really hoping to steal that extra diamond entry to start the clubs. But now he's going to have to lead from his hand. So a diamond comes back. I think it's pretty natural to just go king of hearts, heart to the jack at this point. Like,
yeah, I agree.
I think Declare is going to get a pretty poor result here because South will get in and play a third diamond, and North still has that king of clubs entry.
Yeah, and of course, if the heart play works, you have unlimited entries to dummy. You know, all three of dummy's hearts are going to be entries if the hearts are 3-2 with the queen on. So yeah, and I think West's decision, all things considered, was reasonable, although I think the theorist would say that 29-30 is the threshold for preferring no trump, and he did know that he only had a minimum of 28. Although, of course, that relies on East having the worst possible hand, so, you know, maybe all things considered, the decision was fine and just a little bit unlucky.
Yeah. Shift asks, is there a combined chances angle? Not at match points, Shift. You take all your finesses.
Yeah, yeah, I think that's the point at imps. Maybe you, play for a 9-trick line and don't worry about the over tricks. At match points in an abnormal contract, you have to take this heart finesse.
Yeah.
Like, that's a big thing, because you know anyone who's playing in hearts is going to take the heart finesse, so you have no reason to not just, try to reduce both contracts to the same set of circumstances.
Yeah, for sure. It's just kind of like, let's even suppose that some pairs are getting to 3-0 on your cards. There's no guarantee that everyone's leading a diamond from the north hand. I mean, you don't know. So some pairs get to 3-0 trump and they get, like, let's say a spade lead, blowing a trick at trick 1 or something like that. Like, all of those pairs are going king of hearts, heart to the jack. You just kind of have to get back to par when the finesses work.
Yeah, that's certainly a very good point, that North has probably made it. Like, it turned out he was a normal lead. He has 5 of them, but North has done something good, which means something bad has happened to you.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is going to be a pretty bad result East-West, I think, between getting to the wrong contract at match points and, everything going wrong so far.
Yeah, for sure.
Mostly the opening lead.
So back-to-back now, Van de Pavard and Neeson have had pretty good results on these first 2 boards.
Yeah, board 3 indeed is so far top against our view graph tables, with a couple of East-West getting 2 high in spades and one wandering into 3-0 trump, which was not a success.
Mm-hmm. Well, hard to
maybe a little thin to get to game on the previous one, but it is 13 opposite 11. If North invites South with 11, with 13 and Ace King Ace is going to accept.
Sure.
Yeah, so Declare, I think, has nothing. Like, you hate it because you're going to be blowing into North Diamonds, but I think you just have to run the 10 of clubs here.
Mm-hmm.
What is that? I mean, he's obviously going minus here, which is a complete disaster.
I mean, you could play a club to the queen, right? I think this makes sense, too, because if South had the king jack of clubs, you might be able to squeeze them.
Yeah, I guess it's true. And this, when 4 hearts only makes 10 tricks, this also makes 10 tricks when that queen wins, so you're beating those tables.
Yep. All right,
disaster
3-0 down
for the Singaporeans here.
Yeah, so as you mentioned on the previous board, huge top for North-South, 2 hearts making 3. One table managed to stop in the spade partial, but the other tables are just in 4 spades going down 1. Unfortunate result for them, I think mostly due to the 4-1 trump split that causes some problems. And then 4 hearts down 1 at one table.
Leading the event here. Yeah, I saw that. I did not look at the play record.
There's a diamond opening lead. Club switch to the queen and king. Club came back, and now Declare was in a position where he just had to decide, am I taking this heart finesse or not? We saw earlier in the day, players were in the same position in that spade fit with queen doubleton opposite ace 10 fifth, and they were just like, I'm not messing around, I'm going spade to the ace, and they got lucky and dropped the jack doubleton offside. Here, Declare elects to take the normal line of play in spades, heart to the king, heart to the jack, and now a club ruff.
Yeah, so at MC would, I think, never take that finesse in hearts, but I wasn't really counting tricks, but I think you can safely decline it and get lucky with the queen dropping.
Yeah.
Maybe. Yeah, I guess that's right, because you would still lose 1 heart, 1 spade, and 1 club. Oh, sorry, 1 heart, 1 diamond, and 1 club, and pitch the spade away. Yeah, so at MC, you would just go up with the ace of hearts and, luck your way into an over trick, and here you have to take a finesse and anti-luck your way into an under trick.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and it looks like everyone's leading a diamond, but at the Pask and Cope table, South ended up switching to spades at trick 2, so Declare was not under as much pressure to drop the queen doubleton of hearts. And so Declare was able to just easily cash a bunch of tricks and take 2 club finesses, it looks like.
Yeah, I guess Donati didn't want to... I guess he had no reason to run the spade to the jack since he could pitch it anyway.
Yeah.
The diamond pitch isn't useful for anything else.
Yeah, let's see. 6 of diamonds lead over to the ace. And South at this table, Mikael Rimstedt just returned a diamond at trick 2. And so neither Declare was in the same position that Alex Hudson faced, where he took the heart finesse, but this, kind of just goes to show this this match point issue where he got really terrible defense and he still has to take this heart finesse because everyone else was taking the heart finesse too. So he's just getting back to par by taking the heart finesse if it wins. If it's offside, sure, he could be a hero and pop up with the heart ace, but it's anti-percentage, right, to play for queen doubleton of hearts offside. So he just took the natural line of play that everyone else did and unfortunately got lucky because his opponents had defended a little bit better up to that point.
Yeah, and here obviously virtually the entire field is going to be in 4 hearts. Like the table we watched happened to have an abnormal decision, but of 26 tables, probably at least 24 played in 4 hearts. Mm-hmm. So you're just trying to take your max trick line, knowing that everyone else is going to do the same, and you're all just going to be duplicating each other's actions.
Yeah.
In a really bad field, maybe you look around for some reason to safety play, even in quote-unquote normal contracts here. That's totally inconceivable.
Yeah, for sure.
All right, so it looks like we have a next round. No, I guess not quite yet.
Not quite yet. So for North-Souths, we have Greco and Hampson, which will always be a good table. Van de Pavard and Neeson, which will always be great. Both of the Rimstedts playing, and Cope and Pask.
Yeah, so I'd say, maybe default to Greco and Hampson, or maybe the Bobby Levin table, but see what kind of interesting East-West comes along.
Yeah. So there'll be 2 sections that are in play today, because this is not a round robin in the semifinals. So I guess there's a little bit of mix and match. We should see some pairs. We've already seen a pair, Ing and So, who we didn't see earlier in the day.
Yeah, in the first round, you watched Chris and Olivia play, who we had not seen earlier either.
Right. And they're having just a monster result. I mean, I forget where
Yeah,
they
I
were,
saw
like eighth or something.
seventh. Yeah, yeah, kind of a pretty big day for them too. I think they qualified somewhere in the 40s.
Sure.
And I know Chris and Olivia have talked a lot of bridge. I don't know whether it was a formal thing, but I know Chris was doing a lot of coaching of her. Kind of not like super long ago, but like a couple of years ago when she was, kind of developing into a good player. So I don't know how much they've actually played together, but I know they've spent a lot of bridge time together.
Yeah. That makes sense. Well, we're waiting for the round to tick over.
Yeah, maybe possible. There's still one table in this set that hasn't been completed, or because they're playing the board simultaneously, every table has to finish before you can call the change.
It is probably that. We have all of the results in from these players. Someone made 5 in a heart contract. That would be Van Oosten. Diamond to the ace, club switch, round to the king, a club back. And so here, he was in the same spot as Alex Hudson, and he decided to go anti-percentage by king of hearts, heart to the ace to avoid this club ruff, and he gets very lucky. But we can kind of just already tell that Alex Hudson made the right play, because this works when the queen doubleton of hearts is offside. Hudson's play works when the queen third of hearts is onside. And it's
Or
just
offside.
percentage.
If the queen third of hearts is offside, that's fine too. There's no rough.
Right. Yeah. Queen third of hearts offside, it's basically a wash. Yeah, I don't think the standings thing works.
Why don't we watch Kaplan at table 1 against Michael and Kamil Novak?
Okay. Table 1. Pass a spade, and you pick up ace king third.
You think of a 2-club bid?
So Kaplan decides to double.
No second choice in my world. So we'll see what North does. Red, white, like white, red, or even white, 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 I think automatic 4 spades. Here, you sort of know your partner probably isn't screwing around in third seat, which is good, but your hand is terrible, which is bad.
That tends to be the case when you only have 2 queens, but the singleton heart is a bit of a redeeming factor. And
Yeah, I like 3 spades, but I think non-vulnerable, 4 spades like a shot.
well, they do miss the good heart slam. All you need is the ace of clubs in opener's hand.
You have 11 tricks on top with a club with a spade rough, even if hearts are 3-0. There's no way anyone's going to be over roughing.
Yeah, the 3 spade bid
After the
just
spade raise.
took up way too much room. I mean, if West was able to double and then cubid spades and then bid 3 hearts, for example, then, East might have been able to stick in a 4 diamond cue, and West would be like, okay, that's all I need. But
Yeah, West certainly has I mean, the spade raise is kind of good for West's hand in that it guarantees the third spade is not a problem.
sure. But he still doesn't know about the
Yeah.
diamond ace, of course, or the heart fit.
Right.
So this is going to be pretty quick, I think. This isn't really one of these hands where he can effectively run his heart suit. He just doesn't have the entries to do everything, so he'll just lead a club up to the king immediately.
Yeah, and if anyone had both diamonds, it would be south anyway, so there wouldn't be a squeeze.
Yeah.
I mean, this, obviously it's a really great slam, but I would expect that maybe a couple of tables will bid it, but it's probably like no worse than 45% east-west.
Yeah, I think it's going to be a little bit difficult. East just doesn't really have enough to show anything, and especially if North is going to be preempting in spades at most tables.
So interestingly, we have what I think is probably a misjudgment, possibly all around. So when a spade and Ethan Liu bid 4 hearts, Simon Cope bid 4 spades, Lin Lin Hu bid 5 hearts on his basically the strength of a singleton spade and 3 hearts and an ace. And West did not re-raise that to 6, which looks like a misjudgment to me.
Whoa. Okay, well, I will take a look at that afterwards, but yeah. So, one pair could have gotten to 6 hearts.
I mean, it's scary, but I think, if my partner is willing to go to the 5 level opposite what I've shown, I'm willing to go to the 6 level.
Yeah.
But yeah, as expected, all 4 tables where you have comparisons are 480. It's just too hard.
So East opens club. We get to 2 spades after North shows a little bit of something with his 11 count.
Yeah, North needs to bid and doesn't have anything great to do, so 1-0 seems as good as anything.
And I guess 3-0 makes. I mean...
I do wonder whether East-West are playing Polish-style leads or if that's just an operator typo.
I think Kaplan likes the Polish leads.
I mean, I think second and fourth, including low from doubletons, is really good. Like the low from doubleton, as you said the other day, is symmetric. The real gain is you always know the honor location as third hand, which is really important. And in addition to that, you also very often know the counts, where like third and fifth, you always know the counts, more or less, because usually a 2-card disparity you can work out, but you never know the honor location. Mm-hmm. So always one and often the other is better than always one and never the other in my book.
Sure.
So, how is Declare doing here? The spades are very friendly, the diamonds are friendly, the heart is friendly. I think this is a little too rosy for Michael Rimstead here.
Yeah, it's just going to be pull 3 rounds of trumps, those split, take the diamond finesse, that works.
Your club, lead a heart up. Ugh.
Yeah, 11 tricks feels pretty normal.
Yeah, and spades certainly. I guess the one thing that might net them a few match points, obviously they're going to lose to anyone in game, but they are going to beat anyone in no trump because probably, you can just keep winners.
Yeah, I mean, it does depend on the opening lead, because
Right.
if they don't knock out the club ace, then Declare can take the same tricks in no trump. Whether he will or not is another question.
Right, once the club is gone, he's going to just come down to winning clubs and the ace of hearts, and Declare cannot lead a heart to the king. His hand will just be high at the end.
Right.
So 200 will beat any 180s, but I don't think it's going to be a great result north-south here. It's not terrible. I mean, again, it's 23 highs and a misfit. You need the spades 3-3. Every finesse works.
All right, 10 of diamonds, hook winning. And now the drum roll. Is Declare taking another diamond finesse?
I think so.
I think he's definitely going to play another spade first.
It's possible he stuck the diamond and West didn't cover the 10, but, there's room for West to hold some high cards, and, sometimes people forget to duck.
Yeah.
Especially as here when they have winners to cash.
Yeah, it's certainly true. But, I mean, this would be important. Like, if he started with king third of diamonds, he should duck. Because he would give up 1 diamond trick, so Declare would take 2, but Declare wouldn't score all of Dummy's diamonds. So, it might just be, natural for East to duck.
I mean, here, imagine he's had king doubleton of diamonds and West had the ace of hearts, which he would have to do on that layout. Now ducking is just possibly the end of the world because you can just cash, 1 or 2 clubs, depending on whether West shows out or not, and shift to a heart through Declare's king to West's ace. Ducking would be insane on that layout.
Well, yeah, if East doesn't have the heart ace, but East might have the heart ace.
I don't think East can have the hard ace and the king of diamond because he didn't open a no trump.
Alright, so Declare has exited the 10 of clubs. So he's playing for East to have the hard ace. Alright, and he does take the diamond hook. So he's turned up with, I guess we don't know the club situation, or the club position.
Yeah, I think we kind of do, right, from the open, I think East has to have the clubs.
Sure.
It's like, if that's true, that he can't have both red honors, which means if he ducked the diamond, he probably made a pretty big mistake.
I mean, I don't know what their no trump range is. These guys are looking at it, but East could have a 14 count with both red honors.
I was assuming they were playing 14-16, particularly. I think East is pretty aggressive and I think likes that range.
Okay. Yeah, you might be right. Well, 2 spades making 5 is going to score okay. 3 no trump was bid at one table. Club, a spade, a no trump, 3 no trump. South getting pretty lucky.
I mean, yes and no, right? North will almost never have a singleton because he'll usually have something else to do. Here it's just a little weird that his length happened to also be East length and he had enough strength that he couldn't pass. But anytime you're buying a doubleton spade and a voluntary advance of 1 no trump, I think you want to be in 3 no. Like, it's not like it when, a spade opening past a no trump where North could just have a Yarborough. Here, 1 spade shows some, 1 no shows some real values.
Yeah.
Yeah, I like it. I mean, he obviously got lucky, but I think it's, I think it's a percentage action.
Yeah.
Although,
makes sense. Previous board,
the fact
everyone
that
is
Eric
making
Greco
12
did
tricks.
Eric Greco bid 2 spades, so, maybe I'm taking too rosy a view. The previous one, everyone, right, took 12 but didn't bid 12, which seems pretty normal. It's hard.
Yeah, spade, 4 hearts. I mean, 4 hearts, I think, is pessimistic.
Completely terrible.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, you have a 2 club opener. If you got to open 2 clubs, you wouldn't be done in 4 hearts. Why should this change anything?
Yeah,
like,
4 spades, 5 hearts.
Let's not let a 3rd seed opening at match points talk us out of doing normal things.
But they're vulnerable. They always have something.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, I do agree with you that after 5 hearts from East, I mean, East just has to have the thing. East has to have the ace of clubs or the ace of diamonds.
Yeah, I think so. What's he doing? From his point of view, we could have had a hand that looked like a preempt and he still bid out.
Yeah.
Oh, well.
So, unfortunately, we will not be getting running scores, but we do have... I mean, if you click on that standings thing, I think it's, I think it does show the halftime results for today.
Yeah, tomorrow we will have probably a 1-round lag, basically real-time scores.
Wait, didn't Debbie Rosenberg qualify? Why is she in the lobby?
I don't know, but she's in last place, so...
Wait a second. I mean, this has to be someone trolling, right? Like, someone just typed in Debbie's name and it's not her.
It might not be, because they're playing the same board simultaneously. and you're allowed to have and use your phone as long as you're not at the table. So she may just be checking in on what, other people are doing while she's bored.
Okay. It's fine. I mean, I think it's very possible someone's just using her name, but...
Oh, it absolutely is, but it's not impossible that it really is her.
Ooh, okay. Let's go to, Oh, wait.
Yeah, we don't have anything.
We don't have anywhere.
Yet. I'm curious what this not on view graph table is.
I think they're just not on VuGraph.
Right, but why does it exist? Yeah, that's me. No, just wondering why the table exists for real bridge purposes, even though it doesn't seem to exist for real life purposes.
We got him, boys. We got him to click on the not on VuGraph table. I don't know. Sometimes sites that, are in their infancy, like that have only been around for 5+ years, just really haven't worked all the bugs out of the system.
Yeah, it's just, Ethan is, I think, one of these guys who, like, everyone regards him as a really strong talent, but he just hasn't seen a lot of these hands and, like, high-level decisions. You can't really learn from, anything other than having a lot of them, so... he'll put this in his mental reference bank. Next time he'll be like, oh, my partner bit 5 hearts and I could add nothing. Like, he must have something. But you just need to have seen these situations to know how to judge them. And they just don't come up enough for a young player to have had that much experience seeing them.
Yeah. Yeah, that's a good point. That while a lot of people can offer advice, and probably some pretty good advice on low-level bidding decisions or competitive auctions or whatever, like right. Some of these...
Normal stuff.
Yeah, like the normal stuff you can hear from basically any expert, and they'll give you, like, pretty good advice, even if, like, some of them will be wrong. They'll still be saying reasonable things. Here, it's just, like, you need to have been in this position where the auction has started, a spade, 4 hearts, well... First of all, like, you need to make a sensible bid over a spade. But, like, let's say you had a normal 4-heart bid, and then it goes 4 spades, 5 hearts. You need to have been in that position, like, 10, 15 times to really have a good database for, like, what sort of hands partner can have and what sort of hands the opponents can have in these spots. And...
Yeah. And I think particularly one thing that's hard to appreciate is... like, it gets very subtle because our hand is abnormal, but our partner is bidding as if it's normal, and kind of like understanding that our hand doesn't match his expectation and how he's responding, reacting based on like what a more normal hand would be for us. Like, it sort of gets into a lot of like, really having to do some deep thinking in a very unusual situation. So just, unless you've seen a few of them, it's a little hard to, like, fully appreciate how to approach it.
Right.
Like, our hand is weird, but our partner doesn't know it, yada, yada.
Yeah. I just took a screenshot of this because something that I noticed, which I think is unbelievably obnoxious, is that maybe this was obvious to everyone else. There are, like, a total of 50 kibitzers that are watching this thing on RealBridge. When this VuGraph is, like, streamed on BBO, we will have thousands of kibitzers. So, I don't know if I'm going to, like, make a post or something about this, but, like, this is something that people should understand is not good for growing an audience.
Well... I think also one reason that Bridgebase gets so many kibitzers is it has 20,000 people playing, and like you're playing, and then you get the pop-up of VuGraph table started, and you're already there. Here you have to like affirmatively go and do it. Bridgebase, there's a lot of people just hanging around anyway.
Sure. I mean, anyway, next round starting Toledano Zamir's table. I kind of want to see them.
Yeah, I love watching those guys play.
I know we were just at Novak and Rimstedt anyway, but we'll stick around here. South opens 2 diamonds, showing diamonds.
Showing a diamond preempt. For what?
unusually for two European players. So, man, if you're North, do you just shoot 3 no red? I think I probably would.
I mean, at teams, absolutely.
Yeah.
At match points, I think pretty frequently partner's going to have a hand that looks like this. King, Queen, 6 the diamonds and like something on the outside, but not necessarily an ace or king. That's only 8 tricks.
Well, I mean, I think in real life they certainly got a pretty good chance to make it, right? East to lead a high spade, declares going to win and play a spade right back, then he better cash out his 6 hearts of tricks 3 through 8.
Yeah. I'm just staring at this as declare, like, am I really playing a spade back at trick 2?
The alternative is to concede down 1, right?
Right.
I mean, at imps, of course, you would. Yeah, maybe at match points you concede the down 1, but I don't know.
Because we can count. The opponents have at least 5 hearts and their spade trick. So if the defense gets it right, then...
Oh, yeah, we're no
down
question,
2.
we're going down at least 2. Yeah.
Right. So, like, it is... I mean, he's going to think about this for a little time. So it's really like a percentage question. Like, is the field going to be here? That's difficult to answer, but let's just presume for our analysis that the entire field gets to 3-0 and gets the high spade lead.
Yeah.
What chance is it that...
I think most tables will.
Yeah, like, what chance is it that the defenders are not going to find the right defense?
Yeah, I mean, So there's a couple things. Like, West isn't going to be in a position to signal most of the time.
Spades could be 5-1.
Obviously, if spades are 5, I was going to say, if spades are 5-1, it's really bad for you.
Yeah.
Because West will pitch a high club, and East will have no trouble getting it right.
Yep.
Yeah, so...
This is a very tricky spot at match points. Yeah. But as you say, I think a lot of players that might not be at day 2 of this event would make the instant inference like, well, I count 8 tricks, I better play a spade back to the jack at trick 2, because that's the only way to go plus. And that's, this is actually a perfect example of a hand where, like, you can come up with stronger lines of play if you think about the perspective of match points, as opposed to just like, I have to get a plus score on every board.
So here's another consideration.
Yep.
So diamonds is probably only making 90, right? Because we know both spades are in the east hand. West is going to be on lead, so at most tables they're not going to give up a spade trick the way they did when the spade are on lead. So we're going to lose 2 hearts, a club, and 2 spades, which means anyone in at least 3 diamonds is going minus also. So if we think the field is not in 3-no trump, maybe that's no argument for playing for the 8-trick contract.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, that as well. That's...
Or the 8-trick result, I mean.
Yeah, for sure, right? Like, similar analysis, that if, let's suppose the field gets to 3 diamonds on our cards, either because South has to open at the 3 level or whatever. All right, he's decided, spade back. So East pops the king, West doesn't give a signal, and now...
He's going to take a while, but I think he's going to put the king of clubs on the table. It just has to be a higher percentage than a heart.
Well,
we'll see. East-West are really good. Yeah, I was thinking about the duck. I don't like it because there's no chance that East is going to play another spade, I don't think. Maybe, kind of depends on the carding and, what card you see from West, I guess. Actually, so the 7 is the lowest outstanding spot. It might be hard for East to read, so maybe East will continue a spade and just concede the game that way. Let us know what happened in the Greco-Hampson room.
Yeah, I mean, that could definitely work. That's like a simple way for it to work, because now you don't have to risk 5-1 spades. You put them immediately to the guess at trick 2.
True.
But yeah, they switched to the club king.
Swindle, but yeah, so they're going to be down 1 anyway, because now the spade is not a possible 9th trick unless he discards in such a way to get end played at some point.
Right.
I guess you could duck the club also, and maybe they'll play another black suit, and you don't care which one it is.
That's true, but like now East knows that Declare is up to something, because there's no way their partner has both black aces.
It would actually be an amazing way to go down 4.
Yeah.
I guess you have to be a little bit careful because the hearts are blocked if you don't get the 9 out of your hand.
Yeah, he did duck again.
I love it.
I mean,
and of course, like the funniest possible thing would be now if he switched to the 9 of hearts.
Yeah, actually, I think there's a pretty good shot that East would continue a second spade there, because West is going to discourage in clubs, right? So that makes it sound even more appealing to play back the spades, as if like West was encouraging in spades all along. But anyway. Alright, we get the Queen of Clubs switch, and Declare is making 9 tricks. Spade to the Jack, West shows out, and now we're just going to see a claim, I think.
Yeah, I think he's going to cash these all and exit club just in case the defense does manage to, block things up and somehow give him a second club trick.
Yeah. Yeah, so Greco made it on King of Spades duck, King of Clubs duck, spade.
Yeah, and for what it's worth, I think 3-0 is just the totally normal action on the north hand. Partner also could have King Jack 6 of diamonds, and it'll have something outside that's virtually guaranteed to be your 9th trick.
Mm-hmm.
Also, if there's any multi-tables, South might open 3 diamonds, and now North has an easy 3-0 bid. Partner could just have 7 of them.
Right.
Alright, so no over trick, but I think a 9 trick result is going to make North pretty happy.
Yeah, but apparently a lot of the field is making 3 now on the north-south cards.
One? Oh, that was the next board. They still made 4-0, but that's on board 8.
All right, board 8. Spoilers. Someone's making 4 no trump north-south, it looks like.
Wow. And Vince and Drawer 4 hearts east-west 620. So win 15 or whatever it is if they were playing imps and a complete top here.
I'm sorry, what? On this hand, they're 620 and 4 hearts east?
No, on board 7, the one where we just watched Declare play 3-0 trump, east-west got to 4 hearts.
Oh, I wasn't even paying attention. Wow.
Yeah.
All right.
East made a takeout double, and West said, I got you, partner.
Wow.
Amazing.
Well, North opens a strong no trump. South is just going to bid 3-0.
Yeah, there's no reason to show the clubs here since you're not going anywhere. So, I was going to say, if you're East, which heart do you lead? And this is going to be fine with, your partner's honors being crashed, but Declare is also being crashed.
Declare's honors being the 9 and 8 in this case, yeah.
Declare's intermediates being crashed along with your partner's Jack 10. I don't know, I think I'm a low leader, but maybe the high one at match points just to, avoid a really dumb result where it goes into a small spot.
Yeah, like at imps, you just lead a low heart because ace doubleton, and sometimes you take the first 5 tricks that way. It's very simple. At match points, if you lead a heart and it blows into the jack, then that could easily cost you the board. So,
yeah, I mean, against that, of course, sometimes partner has just Jack Doubleton or something, and leading low. Well, I guess leading high would steal 2 tricks also because Declare can't afford to win the second one.
Yeah, I don't know. So West doesn't have anything great to do here, unfortunately. The
Well,
diamond gives Declare a free finesse.
yeah, I wanted to point out that Toledano did something awesome already. So he led the Queen of Hearts and then he continued the 6, which might be his natural count card. But Declare is now worried that Hearts are 4-3. East has no entry. So if Declare had won the Ace of Hearts, he would have then knocked out the Spade Ace and taken the rest of the tricks here with the Queen of Spades on side. But with Toledano playing Queen of Hearts low heart, Declare ducked around. If he had gone Queen of Hearts, King of Hearts, pinning his partner's 10 doubleton, Declare might have worked out what was happening on the hand. So that held Declare to apparently 9 tricks.
That doesn't look right, but...
That doesn't look right to me either. I think it was 10 tricks.
Yeah, I mean, 6 clubs, 2 diamonds, a heart, and a spade. That sure feels like 10.
Yeah, that certainly feels like 10. Okay, let's see what actually happens before... Jesus. 2 diamonds pass, 2 no trump by Cope, and Payton decided to make a takeout double with his small doubleton diamond 13 count.
I think quite reasonably, for one thing, North could just be psyching this 2 no trump if he had a big diamond fit.
Right. And, man, the hearts split. Ace of clubs on side. Just easy 620.
Nothing to it.
Wow.
Yeah, notice everyone is making 3 no trump in one way or another, which, defending this kind of hand is really, really hard.
Yeah, it certainly is. So at the 1 table, Van de Pavard wins the Ace of Spades at trick 1, returns a spade, and similar... Oh!
What are you laughing at?
Oh, Jonathan. Oh, Jonathan. Hudson is having a good time.
Yeah. I mean, he's, So this is kind of interesting. Check out what happened at the Rimstedt Levin table.
Sorry, I'm still basking in the glory of Jonathan Steinberg's defense against 3 no trump. I'll be with you in a minute.
Oh yeah, this is what I'm saying. That just because you switch to hearts doesn't mean you're going to beat it.
Yes. Okay. Which Rimstedt?
I think it's a little hard. It's an unlucky position for East West, and maybe he should have been a little savvier to it. But it's an unusual layout. It could happen to anybody.
Okay, so Ola, Queen of Diamonds, Heart pitch. So he does decide to cash out. But not really.
Exactly. Oh, no, you know what happened? Once they pitched enough hearts that he could never go down more than 1, then it became safe to lead a spade.
Right,
and they still didn't figure it out.
Yeah, but, they pitched hearts! Guys! Get your shit together!
Yeah. Keep winners, pitch losers.
Oh, man.
Funny.
It's like Gibb defending. Gibb's partner made 4 signals, but I can't read any of them, so...
Yeah, so yes, the slow hard 9 is a problem, but if you think you're cashing out the heart, why are you not playing the king?
Yeah, presumably West showed hearts.
Right, so, if you shift to a heart, I guess you could shift to a low one, but, if you think that you're running the hearts, you probably should play the king so partner can't get it wrong. I don't know. I think it's just hard, it's a weird cash out situation. You don't necessarily play the guy who overcalled, who jumped to 3 no trump to be off an entire suit.
Right.
All right, so I think we have a break since this was round 4, so I have a few minutes before we get the next round up.
Yeah, I'm taking a look at 12 tricks by Ola Rimstedt in 3 now on board 8. They got off to the wrong opening lead, and that really cost them. I'm curious,
Boy,
how
what
many
a-
led a high heart and how many led a low heart? Everyone led a high heart so far.
What a brutal round for Burden Senior.
Queen of hearts to the jack, so once again, and Payton played the king of hearts. His partner's 10 fell. Yeah, and North just won the ace of hearts. Wow. So he did get the read. Now, is this actually enough? He decides to run all of his clubs first. West pitches down to the ace-queen doubleton of spades. He plays a diamond to the ace. And a diamond back. Okay, so he basically just cashed out, is what Simon Cope did, and then he let a spade up. So he ended up with 10 tricks that way. Oh, we thought there were 10 tricks at the table we were watching with Camille Novak.
So Brian Senior led a diamond against 3-no Trump on board 8, and that was how we went minus 490.
Yeah. Yeah, Declare was in firm control from there on out.
Yeah, so with the spades on side, there was really just nothing to it once his hearts were not knocked out.
Yeah, this table is still in play here. Hampson and Greco against Chang and Rotaru. Looks like 3 rounds of hearts were played. Hampson won the 3rd round. King of clubs, East shows out. Queen of clubs.
And he has to remember to keep his diamonds here. Otherwise, West is going to get squeezed.
Yeah, there's a lot of interesting possibilities on this hand. Hampson's thinking about overtaking this and playing a diamond to the jack. I guarantee it. East has pitched an awful lot of diamonds. He decides against it.
Yeah, which I guess goes both ways. It might mean that he's starting with queen, 5th, or 6th of diamonds. Well, I guess not 6 because he might have led 1, but possibly he had the queen to go with his diamond length.
Yeah. But, I mean, it's pretty unusual that East with 5 hearts to the king-queen did an overcall over a club.
Yeah, it's true.
Like, I think Hampson... I think he's very convinced about the spade ace, so that's why he just didn't care about that diamond hook. But, yeah, I'm pretty confident that he's going to play a spade up to the king.
Yeah, and West is... West has to find 2 more pitches, so this is not a great position for her either.
No. Although it just kind of doesn't matter, so...
Yeah, it's got to be 10 tricks.
Yep.
Probably.
Yeah, for East to really present a danger here, he would have needed to keep all of his hearts, and he has not.
Guessing the director is giving us pretty angry looks right about now.
Yeah, I would expect. I mean, they're playing through the entire break.
Yeah, I don't. So I know East a little bit. I don't know much about West. Like, I assume she's a sponsor, but I don't know how long she's been playing bridge or what her bridge resume looks like.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'm actually not familiar with either of them, so.
Yeah, Max. He was a Romanian who came to the U.S. quite some time ago. Was playing blackjack for a while when that was still a thing, which is how I got to know him a little bit. And played with, I think he played with Radu quite a bit. And he actually, I thought, started playing with Dory after she um, stopped having you as her partner.
Oh, really? Okay.
Pretty sure
Yeah.
Max and Radu became Dory's regular teammates, and I think he played some with her as a partner.
Gotcha. Well, they are from like the same locale area, so that makes sense.
Yeah, so Raju now lives in Florida and has for some time. I think Max is still in New York.
Hmm.
And I think as a those don't know, East is universally known as Max, so despite his name being Yulian on the scoreboard, I'm going to defer to that.
Sounds reasonable. I mean, there's like at least one letter in common. All right, where are we headed for the next round? Let's check out the Brits, Cope and Pask.
Sounds great.
There, it's not up yet, but we'll stick around at this table, whoever they're up against.
And I know we've seen Cope before, playing in possibly the Rising, or he might have been playing with Espen Eriksson, if I recall correctly.
He's played with a bunch of people, so he was on the team with Finn Kolesnik when they won the Solo Waves.
Right.
Maybe
I think that's what I'm thinking of.
2022, is that correct?
Possibly. And I think North-South are both Brits, if I remember correctly.
Yeah.
There's a different Cope who plays for South Africa. I think that's Tim Cope. But
Right.
I don't know if they have any relation. I don't think it's geographic.
But it looks like they're having a pretty down-the-middle set so far, if this 51% is to be believed.
Yes, let's see where they were coming into the segment. They were in 28th place, so if it had ended after the first set today, they would have been the lowest qualifier.
And they're continuing to hold on to their middling position.
Probably. I mean, we saw, Lowen, Baseggio had a horrible score on the Real Bridge scoreboard, but quite a good set in real life.
Mm-hmm.
All right, so a fast 1-0, 3-0. South has extras, but not enough extras to bid more than that.
Yeah, so club to the ace, club to the king. Declare has 5 diamonds, a club, 3 hearts, and a spade for 9 top tricks. You should certainly be able to take a spade finesse.
10 top tricks, right? Club, 5 diamonds, 3 hearts, and a spade.
A club, 5 diamonds. Yeah, 10 top tricks. So you should... Oh, so it is a little bit risky to take a spade finesse.
Right, because you might lose 3 clubs and a spade and only take 9 when you had 10 all day. Yeah, cash out the diamonds first and see what happens. Seems like a reasonable start. Maybe we'll get some information.
I'm curious about the approach that a lot of players will take, because some of them might just try the Queen of Spades out of hand pretty quickly. It's often very difficult to duck that in tempo.
It's true, although looking at ace-10 Doubleton makes it a little easier.
Right. But
I think if North had Queen Jack 10-9 and South had Ace Deuce Doubleton, it would be very hard for. Maybe not that hard. It's still only Ace Doubleton, but yeah,
it's just that would be a route to very quickly taking all of the remaining tricks for a huge top. Here, we can take the spade finesse at the end of play, but eventually we're going to lose a trick at the end.
I mean, I guess it's possible there's some kind of weird squeeze since the 4th heart could present some problems for the defense.
It shouldn't on this lie of the cards, because West has the heart length.
No, on this lie of the cards, of course not, but, in some theoretical lie of the cards, it might.
Right. For sure. All right, another diamond. West pitches another spade. So
I think as we'll declare, although maybe now it's safe to pitch a heart. East pitched a heart, but unless you think East is really terrible, that would have been from a 3-card suit, not a 4-card suit. I'm unfamiliar with our East-West pair here. I don't know either of them.
Yeah, I'm also not certain, but they did make day 2 of the event, so
Yep. And as always, if anyone can give us some color on who we're watching, we would love to have it.
huh.
So Chen and Sheng were having a good set. They were 11th coming into the segment.
Yeah, they really were. All right, King of Hearts. So Declare is basically going to be in a position where if they take a spade finesse and it loses, then they're probably going to get a pretty bad result.
Yes, because now East has pitched a club to avoid getting shown up in spades, but now West is going to have an extra heart winner.
Yeah, so we'll lead the Queen of Spades. East is going to play low, and Declare now is at the crossroads a little bit. I think has a count on the hand, because I think the clubs are known to be 4-3 to start, so it would be a big position for West to have come down to a stiff King of Spades earlier. West could have just like pitched a club, right? As opposed to bearing the King of Spades.
And that result is wrong. They only took 10 tricks. We'll see it adjusted.
No, 11, right? They took 5 diamonds, 2 spades, 3 hearts, and a club is 11.
Oh, right. You're correct. 10 on top plus the spade finesse.
Yeah. Yeah, so Declare would have had a strip squeeze against West if West had the spade king, but it's a little bit difficult for players to visualize that. You know, maybe the best defenders can see it coming, but it might not have been so automatic to place Declare with that exact shape and all of those high cards, depending on how, you know, the play had
All right,
gone
I'm going to cut
to
you
that
off
point.
because before North acts, what do you like on the North cards after a diamond? I think a spade, a no trump, and double are all reasonable.
Oh, I'm just always a spade bidder. Like, the 5 card suit, I think, is way too important at match points. So that has always been my preference.
Yeah, I think I'm with you, but I would bet that across the room there's going to be some different choices.
There might be. I think the majority will bid a spade.
Probably.
It's just kind of way too important at match points to get to your major suit fits if you have them. They very frequently take one more trick than no trump, and that just means that you're going to be scoring an extra 20 points most of the time.
Yeah, but you can also double in bid spades. I mean,
Yeah,
the
you
hand
can.
isn't ideal for that, but you do have 4 aces.
Yeah. You could do that. I mean, I think that's a little bit closer than a no trump.
Yeah, so North actually going pretty quietly. Like, obviously, he has no great action over 2 diamonds, but he's going to be thrilled to hear partner reopen. He did not want to sell out here.
Yeah, for sure. And I think a lot of it was that North realized if his partner had a fit, then his partner had to be extremely weak because partner couldn't act over the double. And if his partner doesn't have a spade fit, then he just doesn't really have much hope for his hand.
Yeah, so East 3 clubs here. I think West is going to be pretty confident that East has diamond tolerance because, you know, for one thing, the passage of diamonds, but also red. There's no way East could be willing to reopen at the 3 level without some security of a place to go.
Right. Yeah, and I think as a big part of that is the passed hand from East.
That also, yeah. Like, you know, you might sometimes pass 2 diamonds with a singleton diamond, but you could not bid 3 clubs now with a singleton diamond.
Right. Yeah.
So Wes is going to take a minute just to figure out what everyone has in his hand, and then I think eventually realize that it's got to be right to correct.
Yeah, so how's this going to do? Because South has no entry to give a potential heart ruff if North decides to lead ace and a heart. Whoa, North smashes this.
I mean, how could he not, right? Like, at some point, you got to look at those 4 aces and, you know, feel like they're probably working for you.
Oh boy.
I'm not sure they're going to beat this.
No, they will not.
it sounds like the East-West auction has been a little hazy. You do know that they're not making an overtrick. Your partner took a bid. At match points, this doesn't seem like such a bad action.
I'm thinking. I mean, a lot of doubles, from my perspective at match points, take effect because we thought we were making our contract. When South bid 2 spades on the given North's hand, North now knows they have a spade fit, but South was unable to make a very weak 2 spade bid over the negative double because South could have bid 2 hearts to show like a constructive raise to 2 spades, and 2 spades would show a really bad hand. I wouldn't be confident that I was making 2 spades on the North hand. So that to me kind of leans against doubling.
I mean, the North hand is a pretty horrible offensive hand.
Right.
Yeah, but I'm not sure that I agree with that. Like, maybe, but I think a lot of those hands would probably double 2 diamonds.
You're talking about the doubleton spade that Fly High is suggesting?
Because, positing the South could have, like, sort of moderate high cards, a doubleton spade, and didn't want to advance over the double. I think it's possible, but I think a lot of those hands would make a passing, pass out seat double and, like, let partner do whatever he does. Like, maybe, like, honor doubleton and, some, hand that's threading the needle between not quite wanting to bid a no trump over the double. If they even could, that might be a transfer. It's possible. But I think card showing doubles are the default for that hand type. Anyway, let's see how, North is now really probably not going to be feeling very happy about this. I think the only way he's going plus is going to be a trump promotion to the 9.
Yeah, and South never gets in. I mean, South has nothing. So I don't think it matters if he wins the ace or not. Declare will just continue clubs, pitching both a spade and a heart loser.
Yeah, I think the only way it's working out for him is if somehow he's out of round suit cards and Declare is stuck in dummy and has to do something like possibly after roughing a spade and, but I think none of this is going to come to pass. He's just going to be minus whatever it is. I don't even know. Is this 670?
Yeah, 670.
You would think as often as I've gone for that number, I would know it.
It's the same as 2 of a major because it's the same point score value. Yeah.
Right.
Well, North obviously going to spend some time thinking. I mean, to him, this could be a very important decision.
Yeah. Yeah, I think, he knows that the chance of a plus is rapidly receding, but, this could be his entire event could be swinging on this hand. Like, if there's a way to go plus and they don't, he knows it's a full board.
Yeah, for sure. All right, he pops up with the club ace, gets the good/bad news from partner that he has picked off Declare's singleton. And I assume you have to switch ace of hearts and a heart because he might just be minus 870, right?
I mean, I've been looking around for anything to do besides that, and I couldn't find it. Obviously, this is like enormous desperation.
I mean, he's hoping partner has the spade queen. So then he could knock out the spade king, pull dummy's trump with the diamond ace, and then cash 2 spades.
Right, but he could have played ace and another also.
Well, then Declare gets to rough the 3rd spade. No, he had to play it this way if he was playing for partner to have queen 3rd, and it looks like he was. Jack of spades, not going to work out.
Oh, yeah, partner had. Right, got it. Yeah, so
pulls last trump, and Declare is just going to lead. I guess you lead the queen of hearts. At some point, pitch a club, queen of hearts.
Yeah, so huge result for Chen and Sheng, who are already in a pretty good position. This is gonna really make them very happy, given that neither of them was probably super happy to be at the 3 level with a sketchy fit in, missing all 4 aces.
No, but
Getting doubled.
yeah, aces only take one trick.
Yeah, it's true. So, yeah, so Novak and Rimstead did get to 2 spades and make it.
Oh, okay. So I was
We actually
wrong.
had-
2 spades is making, huh? Queen of hearts,
So
great play.
So I don't know if it's making, but it did make. So
Yeah.
interestingly, of the 2 tables where we do have results in, both Norths chose to double, although both are European, where the doubling standards are a little lighter than they are in the U.S. So Novak doubled, and Van de Paver doubled, and Greco and Hampson. Actually, Hampson also doubled. So I'm starting to think that maybe double is the right action, given that on both sides of the pond people are doing it.
Sorry, I saw someone made all 13 tricks on the first board, and
What?
I needed to take a quick look.
I mean, a pretty good player, but nonetheless. So what I would say, though, kind of getting back to your point about the 5-card major, I think doubling with hearts is much worse than doubling with spades. Like, spades you never lose the 5-card suit, hearts you might, so that's possibly swung maybe even Hampson's decision, since as an American he's going to have lighter, sort of sounder standards for that double.
Oh, sure. Yeah, I
So
think
everyone is doubling.
Yeah. You said that everyone's doubling. When you originally asked the question, I thought you had asked about 1 spade versus a no trump, and I was like, well, of course a spade. I didn't even think about it in context of a spade versus double as the problem.
No. I might have been spoken quickly, but I threw out all 3 possibilities.
Yeah.
I don't really like a no trump, but I just felt like once we're discussing alternatives, you got to throw it in there.
Fair enough. I was very focused on the no trump comment. But
I think double versus a spade is very close. The hand is terrible.
Yeah, I agree with that.
The hand is terrible for showing it as a double and bid hand.
Yeah, I absolutely agree that it is very close between double and 1 spade. I mean, okay. If you're going to double, you should bid spades.
So I do think I like a spade, even though all these great players are doubling, just because, it's true, it's a maximum overcall, but the hand just feels really far away from what partner's going to expect for a double in bid hand.
Yeah.
You'd love a 6 spade, you'd love better spades. Your taking potential is not great. I don't know. It's maybe just something has to be a minimum for that action, but I would like kind of more classic texture in spades for that.
Let's see how...
I don't want to do it just because I have a point count blob.
Yeah, let me see how spades plays. So the king of clubs went to the ace. Declare led a diamond. Heart came back. Ace of diamonds. Diamond ruff. And this picks up the spade suit because East wasn't able to overruff. So now a spade running the 8. Another spade. And Declara just makes 2. Huh.
Yeah, I do have, a little admiration for a 1-no overcall. I think I would like it more late in the final where, you sort of know that it's an abnormal action, but when it works, it's going to work really well. It's going to be deceptive. If you just want to swing for a top and don't care if you get a 0, I like 1-no trump a lot.
Yeah, so here actually is a good... Are we on to the next round yet? We're not. So this... Well, actually, the hand that we were just looking at. If the field is making 2 spades, it's really important for North to double 3 of a minor here. We can just look at the match point implied odds on this. So let's say half of the field is bidding out to 3 of a minor, east-west, and half of them is letting you play 2 spades. if half of the field is going plus 110 your direction, you're not beating 3 diamonds by 2 tricks. So you're already conceding 50% of the match points to them if you don't double. And then it's just, whether you get plus 100 or minus 110. So you're basically getting a 25% score if you just pass. Therefore, you only need to be better than a 3-to-1 dog to beat 3 diamonds for double to be correct. So that's the mathematics behind it, which is why, like, a lot of these match point doubles do depend on whether or not you judge that you're making your contract.
Yeah, and notice here, given what's happening in real life at every other table, including someone making only 90, if he hadn't doubled, at least in our little 5-table section, he was getting exactly the same 0.
Right. Yeah.
110 and 670 are the same match point wise here.
Yeah, for sure. For sure. So
I am curious how 2 diamonds was held to 2.
Let's see. Ace of Hearts and a heart. And I think this does cause Declara enough problems because now Declara doesn't have an entry to the clubs.
Yeah, and now the trumps are going to be an issue.
No, he still could have made... no, he couldn't.
Oh, yeah.
There's just nothing that Declara could have done. Wow. So Ace of Hearts lead beats...
Interesting. So actually, North can win the Ace of Diamonds and play a spade and get a trump promotion.
Yeah.
Or an uppercut.
Yeah.
Yeah, so in fact, we do see now with every VRAC table in play, the double was irrelevant if they were planning to lead a trump. But very costly opening lead, plus 200 would have been a complete top instead of a complete 0.
Yeah, for sure. Exactly. Let's head to... let's go
watch
to...
Ethan, actually. I was going to say Greco and Hampson. I'd love to see our junior hot shots playing.
Greco and Hampson. All right, let's do it.
I'm not sure that East is a junior, but I was assuming.
Probably.
Ethan, I think, started playing strong bridge like very young. I think he was, like in middle school when he started playing seriously.
Gotcha. So we get a splinter auction to 4 hearts. And man, Greco really didn't have much to do over that splinter, did he?
No, out of good news, bad news. The good news is at least they diagnosed the wastage early. But, this is actually not assured, 2 diamonds to lose, a possible rough, and if the spade's offside, you might go down 2 and 4 hearts.
Right. Well, he's going to be able to pull 2 rounds of trumps and cash some clubs, pitching both spades, as well as the 4th diamond, and then rough a spade or a club over to pull the last trump. Knock out the diamonds, 11 tricks.
Yeah, you don't even get to, draw 2 rounds of trumps, play the, oh yeah, I see what you mean, there's no, you have to draw that 3rd trump. Yeah, so this will probably be a pretty good result north-south, but I think one that'll be duplicated, like West quite reasonably did not lead an ace into a strong no trump on his right, and I think most players are going to make the same choice.
Yeah, for sure. Okay, this is fine. Sorry, I didn't mean to question Greco. East has to have one of the diamond honors because West didn't lead it. But it looked funny to me to not cash the club queen.
Oh, I see, yeah, because somehow if West had both diamond honors, then... Well, if he had both diamond honors doubled him, he might lose a diamond.
Yeah.
A 3rd diamond.
Or ace king 9 4th. Yeah.
Right. So here, let's see if he remembers to play carefully.
The 8 of diamonds.
Yes.
Yeah.
Or the jack.
Oh man, now he's second guessing himself. He plays the 6 of hearts. I mean, the jack would not be a good play because we still need to get
That
to
would not be a good play.
club queen.
Actually, I guess maybe you can never beer because you do need to play the 7 of diamonds to the 10 to, like, you can't count the diamonds through 3. If someone pitches a diamond, you'll be happy you preserve the 7.
Yeah. Yeah.
Maybe that's why
he's
it's
trying to
playing the heart
squeeze someone here. 6 of hearts.
here. Yeah, like if West pitches a quote-unquote irrelevant diamond, he will beer.
Does Greco care about the beer?
I doubt it. Like, I think I have seen Greco have a drink, but I don't think he cares either about the beer for either, bragging purposes or actually getting a beer purposes.
Mm-hmm.
Hampson might care. He's Canadian.
Cash is
And I
in the
think
other
East and
heart.
West, they might care because they're juniors, but I don't think they can cash the beer for quite some time.
Mm-hmm. Well, West did throw a diamond. He leads the 7.
I should say let's see if I can find out something about East here. I'll Google him quickly and. Well, interesting. So East actually is a Chinese national and has been playing bridge for quite some time. Apparently, he is 46. So.
Alright, diamond to the 10. Queen of clubs, pitch a diamond. Making 11 tricks. Good line of play from Greco. Okay.
Well, so having had a poor result on a high-level decision earlier, let's see if East-West can navigate this one a little better. So I think they are going to have to make a high-level decision with North-South having this ridiculous fate fit.
Yeah, and, well, I think it's going to be hard for North-South to come into the auction.
Yeah, I guess that's probably true. North can't overcall. South has nothing to bid. By the time it comes back to North, East-West will be in a game force.
Yeah, so the top spot is, of course, hold on, I was about to say 6 hearts east. I mean, obviously 6 diamonds in the east is cold.
Yeah.
Oh, we just have 12 tricks and no trump, right? As long as we get to 6 no from the east, we're in great shape.
Yes, 6 diamonds, 5 hearts in the spade. So as long as you protect the club, you can make 6 of anything.
Yeah, so a heart, 2 diamonds. I'm a little surprised that West didn't splinter.
Yeah, BZ, I believe East is a Chinese national who has more bridge experience. West is an American junior.
I mean, I think a major feature of West's hand is that West has lots of diamonds and short spades. So to me, the splinter really clarifies what's going on.
Yeah, I don't like 3 diamonds at all.
Yeah.
This is something that I frequently mention on these streams, but I really believe in it is, like, people don't like making these splinters. They take up so much space, but they take up space with the trade-off being you describe your hand really well, and that's okay. Like, the space is valuable for describing your hand, so if you eat up the space, but also describe your hand, then it's okay to eat up the space.
Yeah, so I'm not sure what's going on with the 3 heart bid. I think, honestly, East was just making, like, a stab, because East isn't the one who knows about the big diamond fit, right? West could be 2-5-4-2. I mean, maybe depending on
diamonds.
Conventions, like West could be 2-5-3-3. And so, East is trying to get to 3-0, but East didn't want to just, like, commit to 3-0 himself. So he temporized with 3 hearts, and now West is like, oh, good, we have a heart fit too. Let's bid key card.
Yeah, so this didn't come up great for East, but it came up really badly for West, who now is just like flat out guessing, right? He's bidding Blackwood with a small doubleton.
Yep. Yeah, he signs off in 5. Well, man, I'm a little bit lost what 4-no was keycard for. It has to be hearts, right? Because East showed 1.
Right.
So
Which makes sense, right? Like heart, unless you're playing double key card, hearts is the agreed suit, not diamonds.
Right, in which case then 5 diamonds is asking about the trump queen, and East is going to bid 6 something. Try 6 diamonds.
Yeah, I don't know if they don't play kickback, then 4-no must be for diamonds, unless it's not keycard for anything if you play kickback. I don't know. I think this got very hazy for East West, and West, I think had this kind of, quote unquote expert idea that you don't want to take up too much bidding space, so he didn't splinter, but I think wasn't thinking that the splinter's okay when, you want partner to be the one making the decisions for the partnership.
For sure. Well, they get to 6 diamonds, so they do reach a slam. They do right-side it as well. Unfortunately for them, 6 hearts happens to make because the ace of clubs is on side.
I think given that you have 7 hearts and 11 diamonds, there's going to be some people in no trump, probably. There's going to be some people in diamonds. There's not going to be so many in 6 hearts from the wrong side in a fit with 4 fewer trumps.
Okay, down boy. We can we'll just see. We'll see how many of the 5 tables get to 6 hearts on this one.
0. All of them are in 6 diamonds.
Is that actually true? Is this the last table in
Yeah.
play? Oh,
Yes,
okay, fine. Fine.
So I made my statement before I looked, but come on. Like between the safety and the superior trump fit, I think it's totally normal to expect everyone to get to 6 diamonds.
So it's a pretty big deal about the opening lead, though, because it's match points, right? If you don't take that ace of clubs at trick 1, it goes away on the hearts. And it looks like...
Against slams.
Yeah, okay. That's one way to do it. 3 tables did lead a club.
I hate to second guess Eric Greco, but if your partner has an ace, isn't it more likely to be clubs? He could have overcalled a spade.
Let's see. Okay, Greco, you're saying, led the... Oh, Greco was south
Queen
at
of
our
spades.
table.
So Greco led the queen of spades, but if you're playing partner for a black suit ace, isn't it more likely to be in clubs?
Well, yeah, why don't we knock out the ace of spades to set up a trick? I mean, he didn't hear the splinter, right?
Of course, right. He did not realize that West Hand was going to look anything like this.
Yeah, exactly. Like, he probably thought West just had, like, a balanced point blob over there. And...
Right, yeah, of course.
Yeah, so I don't really see anything wrong with the Queen of Spades lead. I don't really see anything wrong with the club lead either, but I think Queen of Spades is probably more likely to work.
Nah, I forgot what the likely dummy looked like from his point of view, given West's auction didn't really match his hands.
Yeah, so Mikkel Rimstedt also led the Queen of Spades. He did get a splinter on his left, and that probably is incorrect. I'm guessing that basically every other table splintered. They did, and that's why South led a club eventually. Bobby Levin led a club. Oscar Neeson. Okay, we got a little bit of a different auction at Nigel Bird, Brian Sr. A heart, 2 diamonds, 4 diamonds. So not really a splinter, but kind of carrying a bit of the same message that, like, diamonds are trumps, and I have a lot of them.
Yeah, I still prefer the splinter, but I think 4 diamonds is always going to have a singleton, but maybe that should, maybe you have a singleton ace, that's what you do. Like, you can't get past 3 no trump when you don't have a singleton, so 4 diamonds must have one.
Right. Harrison Luba also raised 2 diamonds to 3 diamonds. Again, we kind of talked about that. Not a great description of the West Hand. Fly High says, like 4 diamonds because it sounds like it's commanding a Q. I mean, I think the main thing about the hand is that, like, you want to clarify to partner that diamonds are trump immediately, and both a splinter and 4 diamonds do that. Now, how do you choose between the two? The splinter better describes your hand because 4 diamonds not only takes up more room, but also doesn't clarify to partner where your splinter is. Because if partner's looking at 3 small clubs and, the ace king of spades or something, then partner doesn't know if they should be continuing on, whereas the splinter will very clearly tell them that clubs are a problem on that sort of auction.
And I think this is a big thing. So you bid 4 diamonds as West. So your partner's looking at his hand. He's like, okay, my partner bid 4 diamonds. He has a huge diamond fit. He doesn't want to play 3 no trump, so he must be quite unbalanced. Why didn't he splinter? And when you start thinking about the reasons why he wouldn't have splintered, you're going to come up with hands that don't match the one he actually holds.
Yeah, I mean, as Craig often says, like, you just, this bid describes your hand, so make the bid. That wasn't
exactly.
Yeah, but I'm not quoting you well, but that's the idea.
Yeah, I mean, for sure. Like, I think that's the thing. Like, you have an alternative sequence that sends one message, but when you choose a different sequence that says, well, the message from the splinter doesn't apply to my hand, therefore some other message does apply to my hand. So it's very hard for East to evaluate what's going on, Like, he's going to say, oh, like, well, partner doesn't have a classic splinter. He didn't make one. What else might he have? And whatever answer you come up with is going to be wrong because partner actually did have a classic splinter.
Yeah.
Maybe 4 diamonds should show a void because void splinters are bad.
Sure. All right, I've moved over to Rimstead and Novak's table up against Jeff Roman and Ralph Buchalter.
Oh, that's fun. So, despite getting slaughtered against me and Snoo the other night, they've obviously rated themselves.
Who?
I think Rowan and Buchalter were our table opponents when I played with Snoo a couple nights ago.
No.
I think we won the match by like 5 imps.
Slaughtered, yeah, I see. All right, a diamond pass a heart, a spade overcall from West, 16 count. Support double by North.
Yeah, so South is probably just going to bid a no trump for lack of anything better to do.
Yep, ace king third of spades.
Like, he's not loving it, he's really hoping that he just lets take him off the hook. I don't think he wants to declare this contract.
No, he definitely doesn't, but here they lie, at least for the time being. So West, of course, could have taken another call, presumably doubling a no trump to show values. East could have taken another call, balancing with 2 spades, given that he has a spade fit. But here they lie, 1 no trump. It looks like Declarer's faster. Declarer has 3 spade stoppers and just needs to knock out 2 club cards.
Yeah, I think one thing that's going to help his cause is he can play clubs from either side. Even if the opponent switch to diamonds, he can't lose his spade because the 9 of clubs is going to be a late entry. So I think Declarer's in okay shape here. Hearts are 3-3. That's good for him.
Yeah, I think there's 7 tricks available. So this looks like a pretty good result for North-South. Because I think East-West were doing pretty well in 2 spades.
Yeah, maybe a little cautious of East not to bid 2 spades over the double. I mean, his hand is terrible, obviously.
Mm-hmm.
So.
Yeah, I think it's fine to not bid over the double. It's probably pretty close, but you can always balance over no trump, 2 spades. The defense.
That's. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean the defense can beat 2 spades if North leads the trump queen, and then they pull 3 rounds of trumps, and then South switches to clubs immediately. But if the defense doesn't do that, then you're gonna make it. You'll either get a club ruff or be able to set up the diamonds with the Queen of Hearts as an entry.
Yeah, with the heart splitting, you can just cash a bunch of winners and score some long trump tricks.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. I think though, once you pass over a spade, I think you should not bid over no trump. I think you've committed yourself.
Fair enough. Well, when
And
no
just
trump
because
comes
your hand is
home,
marginal, Yeah, so this, as you say, feels pretty good for Rimstead and Novak.
yeah, and it looks like from their percentage score on the Traveler here, they might need it. All
So
right.
no comparisons yet. So of course,
East.
in the old days, this would have been an easy pass out. Let's see how many players think they have an opening bid.
I think West in third seat, not vulnerable, is always opening.
Yeah, do you open a spade or a diamond? I think I open a diamond, despite one spade being in the picture.
Yeah, I would tend to open a diamond. I mean, I don't make four card overcalls or four card major openers all that often. It just never seems to work out for me. But the thing about having a four card spade suit is it always feels like partner overcompetes because we have spades and the opponents have whatever. And so I end up in this like terrible 4-3 fit for no reason.
Yeah, that's a very good point. I think with 4-2, 4-3, I think I'd be more likely to open a spade. Here you open a diamond, like if your partner responds a heart, you're not so unhappy.
Right? Yeah. But
But Jeff Roman does open a spade. It is going to make it a little harder for North to get in with his terrible hand that would have overcalled a heart over a diamond.
yeah, so it's probably just going to go Drury two spades, I'll pass.
I think that's probably right. Neither North South has any reason to bid at that point.
Shift would only open a spade with fewer than five if he had three of them. That's that's a good take. It's third seat, you can do anything you feel like. That's the attitude, BZL.
Yeah. Three ever, four never.
Yes.
Yeah, I mean, this is something that kind of you and I discovered somewhat unexpectedly when we started playing this light opening style. That when you play really light openings, like you actually don't need to randomize in third seat. Like, you've already announced that your side has nothing. It's actually something better to go quietly and let the opponent struggle to figure out what everyone has.
Yeah.
Like, the reason to open light in third seat is when your partner can have a good hand, but if you're playing ridiculous openings, your partner can't have a good hand, so there's nothing to protect.
That is definitely the case.
So I'm trying to figure out what this pause is, because,
Same.
like, even if it's, from the northeast side of the screen, maybe East is debating whether he has a Drury and North has already passed. I don't know.
I can't imagine that North is doing anything other than pass.
Yeah, I think it's East's turn to bid.
Aragorn says by opening light you've already randomized. I mean, yeah, randomize might not be the best word, but Craig's talking about the situations where first seat passes and you're in third seat with a middling hand. Because then we haven't effectively randomized. We're at the same position as the rest of the field because the field that's opening normal 12 counts or whatever is also passing in first seat.
Right. But we have the extra information that partner is strictly limited, which makes it less attractive to, like, you open in third seat, a partner could have a 12 count if you're playing really sound openings because it might be your hands. When partner can't even have as much as 10 or 11, like if you're playing, a 10 to 12 no trump and like Rue Moss style open every 8 count precision, it's not our hand anymore. So, like, let's go quietly and let the opponent struggle to diagnose what everyone has.
Right. You don't have to. So you don't have to protect because you can't really have a game anymore and you're often just not going to have a part score. And
Right.
If you do open, you kind of commit your partner to acting with their hand because your partner is going to assume that you have some stuff for opening the bidding, and so they'll respond with their normal responding hands, and the opponents might be able to really penalize you if since they're also aware that opener can't, that like your side is opening a little bit light. So,
Yeah, and another consideration is if you expect the opponents to buy the contract regardless of your action, then we want them to buy the contract knowing as little as possible.
yeah, so this is a big thing that like I bring up constantly, which is that a lot of people think that opening light, it's just like, oh, sometimes I open light and like my partner bids game and like we get doubled and go for 800 and like that's the worst of it. But like when you open light, the worst thing that happens is the opponents steal the contract from you and then they just play the hand double dummy. Like they know
Right.
where all the high cards are. So that I think is a bigger error that a lot of people just don't understand because like it feels natural, right? They're just like, well, I opened light, the opponent stole the contract, I did my best. But they don't take into account that like you're giving away a lot of information when you make a bunch of bids and then the opponents end up declaring. So we missed the play, but we did get what looks like a Drury auction of some kind. Two spades by West, and East-West end up making 10 tricks and spades.
Yeah, and I would guess two diamonds was either 4-card constructive or 3-card limit, but who really knows?
10?
Spades through with the king on, both clubs on side. I don't know.
Yeah, I guess. Huh. Well
Right?
played.
You just lose a heart, a diamond, and a club. Like, what fourth trick do you want?
11 tricks and spades?
What?
What?
Or like on a... Oh, it's just 11 tricks and spades.
There isn't even a play record. There's no way that this one's real. I mean, they even let a heart at trick one. There's just zero chance that this one's real.
That's true, but like on a diamond lead, I think 11 is possible, right? Like 4 clubs, 4 spades, 3 diamonds, and a heart. That's 12. We can just lose the 2 minor suit aces.
Maybe.
I don't see how it's possible on a heart lead. Maybe it was an operator, or maybe they actually did lead a diamond. I don't know.
Jeez. This was not what I expected. Shift is now berating everyone for not getting to game.
I'm much more curious how not only was 2 spades held to 2, but it was played by East.
West opened a diamond, North overcalled a heart, and East bid 1 spade, denying 4 spades. It went 2 diamonds, and West bid 2 spades.
I'm not sure that East 1 spade did deny 4 spades between the lack of alert and West raising. I don't know why East wouldn't bid a no trump anyway.
Well, I mean, also, I know that Pellegrini often plays with sponsors.
Some of his sponsors are horrible.
And so, like, it's very possible they've just had a miscommunication in the auction. But yeah, I think the lack of an alert...
Exactly what happened.
I mean, I think the lack of an alert is very likely to be Vugraph operator because I've seen very few alerts today.
That is true, but I think it's at least as likely that East thought he had 2 threes of spades.
That's possible, yeah.
I think East might have had a black card in the wrong suit.
Yeah, that would make sense. Are sponsors allowed to bid spades? Not usually, but I mean, some other countries like Argentina, they might have different, pro-client rules.
My goal is always just bid the minors and play half the boards.
Ace of Diamonds lead against 2 spades at basically every other table on that board 13, and 2 spades comes rolling home.
Yeah, so good on Van de Pavert and Neeson continuing to crush the field, pushing Kinsey and Kaplan up to 3 spades and getting a top for their efforts. But never mind, they didn't do any pushing. Kaplan and Greg just got overboard.
Yeah, so it was a pretty similar auction at a lot of tables, and Kaplan decided that even over the 2 spades very weak raise, he was still worth a game try with 3 clubs. Not today, buddy. Not today.
Yeah, so it looks like at 2 of the tables, East raised, and at 2, East didn't. And sorry, 3 and 1. So I'm sorry, 3 and 2. 2 raises, 3 non-raises. One of the raises, West was not tempted anyway. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, your aces and kings are good. Your weak spades are bad. Partner only has 3 spades. Like, it's close. I don't know. Maybe it imps you bid, and at match point you go quietly.
I mean, partner made a really weak raise to 2 spades. I think we...
It's true, but they did it at a different table also, and that West passed, you know. So.
Yep. One table led the 10 of hearts.
I have my sympathies with Kaplan. I feel like when partner does something abnormal and we play it straight, you know, that's just the abnormality was the problem, but I think it's very close whether the bid is West or not.
Yeah. Tough problem. Either way, passing out when no trump was not a success on the East hand.
Yeah, you know, hands right on the board are always tough, so, you know, you just accept you're not going to get them all right.
For sure. How is everyone doing? I'm actually going to check in on the Traveler scores. Ola Rimstead and Bobby Levin supposedly have a 62. And remember, these are not necessarily exactly what they have for the session. It's only up against the pairs that we can see. How
do you see that?
Well, it's just the percentage I'm clicking into the table to look in the top right of the table.
There's no way to do it other than just to click, just to go into every table and see.
Yeah, I don't think so. Van de Pavard and Neeson are having a good set, but Pellegrini and Pellegrini and his partner are having a pretty good set, 57.
Yeah, Pellegrini's really good.
He is. Yeah, I played with him, so he's super fun.
I've never played with him, but I've played against him quite a few times, and not a flashy player, but a very strong one.
Yeah, I mean, he's also very quiet, so he's like whatever the opposite of Zia is, that's Carlos.
Yeah.
But I mean, he just like, you know, sits in his chair and he smiles, and like then he just like plays all the right cards, and we had a super hot defense against 2 hearts, and then our sponsor went down in a 13 trick 6 hearts in the same match, and we ended up losing. I mean, we were just like, yes, win 5, we got this match, and then
yeah, he's quite strong technically.
Yeah, no, he was great. I really enjoyed playing with him. It was at the Long Beach Regional.
Oh, interesting. Who was the sponsor?
I don't remember.
I guess I mean, I'm sure I knew you by then. I don't remember you having been to that tournament.
Yeah, no, this was actually like very shortly before I ended up retiring. So I think it would have been like late 2015 maybe at the tournament. But I don't really remember much of the trip. I played in the Pro-Am thing out there, which they do quite frequently.
Is that Bridge Week, or is that a different thing?
I don't remember.
Yeah, I know like Long Beach was always one of the really major West Coast tournaments. Anyway, we've got a new roundup. I don't know who you want to go take a look at. We could watch Ron play, or Zia against Levin.
Yeah, let's watch Zia. The sponsor caused Rob to retire. No, that's not what happened. Oh my god. Well, East-West supposedly have the 36, but let's take that with a grain of salt. They're missing quite a few scores.
It is possible.
A spade, 2 hearts, 3 hearts. No splinter from Zia. 3 no. 4 no, 5 spades, responding to key card question mark. East-West might not be on the same page. 6 hearts.
Yeah, I think they are. So it's also possible that 3 no was serious, right, or non-serious?
It is. It is.
So this decision not to splinter I like because the West hand knows it can always take control of the auction. Like, you know, it's just key carded because it has second round control in every suit that it doesn't have first round control in. So, like, I think this decision, kind of knowing that your next action is going to be key card, it's like, we'll just set trumps, we'll be key card our next suit, you know, at our next turn. Don't worry about the splinter. I think this is fine. The problem with the not splintering on the previous one was the small doubleton outside gave him an impossible problem on the next round.
Yep. Makes sense.
Anyway, I'll get off my soapbox here. Yep.
So, I don't think Zia opens light. I think he's kind of set in his ways. I don't know if this hand's an opener for him. He does open a spade, though.
Yeah, like Zia's, you know, Zia-ness is not centered around this kind of opening bid, but I guess, you know, either he and Kevin have agreed to do it on this kind of hand, or he's just come into, you know, 2025 with a new outlook.
New Year's resolution, open more ace, queen, jack, fifth of spades. I mean, it's a good spade suit, so...
Yeah, and you know, one thing about, like, Zia's now past 80, but one thing about these experts who, you know, maintain great results over decades and decades is they do adapt to the new way of the world, you know, where some of these other guys become, like, round of 16 players because they're not nearly as good as adjusting to the, you know, developments in theory.
Sure. Zia's 78, by the way.
Okay, I thought he was a couple years older than that. I apologize, Zia.
Yeah, you should pay attention to all the information I dumped in my Zia video.
Oh, I don't think I watched it.
Oh, well, you'll have to check it out.
I assume it's available on YouTube?
It is. It is. Well...
Yeah, so South has a marginal 2-heart bid, but, you know, he does have 6 points, and I guess doesn't want to risk, you know, having to make a decision later.
Yeah, it's a little bit tricky. I mean, fortunately for him, he has some working cards in that king, queen, third of clubs. I mean, this could easily vault them to the heart slam.
Yeah.
Yeah, what is Ola gonna do? 3 spades, okay?
I would have thought that he would... I wonder if that's an error and it's actually 2 spades, but I guess not. I'm not sure what 3 spades is supposed to mean here.
Presumably a splinter.
Right, but that's a weird splinter to psych.
I'm thinking. I mean, maybe his biggest worry is that it would go ace of spades, spade rough to beat some sort of slam. I'm not sure. Well, they get to hearts, which is actually, I think, good for them, because hearts and clubs are going to take the same number of tricks here.
Yeah, it's a little uncomfortable because he does expose himself to a club rough after taking the heart finesse.
Yeah,
the loses and
Rosenberg showed diamonds in the auction. I mean, the king of
hearts.
Oh, yeah, it's like Zia. Has to be.
Yeah. Once that's true. Once Rosenberg has the diamond honor, Zia has to have everything else.
So they might have gotten a pretty good result. Well, we're done. Let's go to a different table. let's go to Toledano and Zamir.
Who's on board 15?
Toledano and Zamir in 4 hearts as well. Or not Toledano. Van de Pavard and Neeson are in 4 hearts as well.
Yeah, so on the previous hand, they missed the slam, but did manage to make all 13 tricks, so they'll salvage a handful of match points for that.
Alright, Ace of Spades lead against 4 hearts. Declarer does still need to at least wait until a club to the king holds before claiming. Spade to the king, club to the king, jack of hearts, heart to the queen. 12 tricks. This was a fast round. This was a very fast round.
Yeah.
Alright, I'm going to check in on another table. Greco Hampson.
Bidding, not a ton to the play on either of these.
Man, everyone's in hearts on board 16, which is great for them. I guess the entire field is going to be in hearts. Just kidding! Check out Simon Cope's table. We're still in the middle of the auction.
Okay.
I mean, they might get back to hearts. North could bid 4 hearts now, and this could go all pass, I guess. 4 clubs is a bid.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I love either north south. Here, 2 clubs where double I think is a little more down the middle, and 4 clubs on 4-4-3-2 with fairly weak values. I don't know. And yeah, they're gonna get a basically a 0 for this. So
yeah, major suits are really important to get to at match points. Ergren says Bramley's table, they're still bidding board 15. Whereas Bramley's table?
Of course they are. I'm not going to say I think this one is on north. Not doubling I think is abnormal, and he lost the hearts because of it.
Agree. Where is Bramley's table? What am I missing?
I don't think you're missing anything.
I think this is the only table we haven't been to. No, Novak and Rimstedt, they're finished. Where's Bramley's table? Tell me. I must be blind.
I don't think you are. I don't
Club to
see
the
Bramley
king,
anywhere.
heart to the 10, ace of clubs, club to the queen. This is not the right line of play either. Probably doesn't matter. East can't possibly have a singleton heart. They would have let it at trick 1.
What is going on here? So we're not having a blackout because my lights are on, but somehow my power strip appears to be dead, which is making it very hard to... My computer is screaming for more electricity, and I cannot provide it. I may need to take a moment off to try to figure out what's going on here.
Gotcha. Well, we have a bit of a break. I mean, we're going to have a long break because this might even be a break round after 8 rounds, as well as like every table finished in about 5 seconds.
All right, what's something that just happened here?
Okay,
let's take a look. I'm going to step out for a second to try to figure out my electricity woes.
Sure. So, spade, a no trump by East. I don't know their system. ATN says if the spade king was in South, 5 diamonds doubled would be par. On board 16, I guess you mean. Spade and no trump, 2 diamonds. This has to be some sort of system thing going on.
Yeah. Turns out I just pulled the thing out from the wall without realizing it.
Got it. Yeah, so I don't really know who's at fault here, East-West, but obviously they missed just a completely cold slam. What happened with Samir and Toledano? A spade, 2 hearts, 3 hearts, alerted. Toledano bid 4 hearts. Are they a strong club pair? They might be.
Yes, they are.
Yeah, this is challenging. I mean, obviously, if West splinters in clubs, East is going to go. But when West just bids 3 hearts, it's really hard for East to do anything.
Yeah, I'm wondering what that 2 diamond bid was. Like, obviously, it's artificial, but it looks like somewhere, someone needed to show extra values and didn't.
Yeah. Yeah, I didn't know what was going on that auction as well, but missing
Zamir Toledano, I have a lot more sympathy for because playing an aggressive, strong club, sometimes hands just slip through the cracks.
For sure. I do wonder then if West should be splintering that hand, but
yeah, probably.
Well,
like he kind of.
Lots of tables getting to 4 hearts on this last one. Match points is tough. The one pair getting to 5 clubs is not going to score too many points. No one found the slam, though. At least not at these 5 tables.
It's not a great slam, right? You're off. I mean, I guess when West opens, it's a pretty good slam because the finesse is a heavy favorite.
Right.
It's not a great single dummy slam.
No, it's not a good single dummy, but 6 clubs, certainly double dummy, I think is very good. Or not double dummy, like after a spade opening on your right. I think 6 clubs is very good.
And particularly at the tables where West opens and East goes diamonds, it's a really great slam.
Yeah, exactly. Definitely hard to get there.
Yeah. Yeah, it's, like, they open, like, your focus is getting to game if you can, like, slams are, a very distant consideration.
Mm-hmm. Aragorn says, felt always at match points, it's not how well you do, it's how the other pairs your way screw up. I think that's a pretty common feeling in very weak fields. In strong fields, that shouldn't be happening all that often.
Yeah, like that's one thing about this field. Like, look at the names in this field. Even the ones bringing up the rear are really good players. Like, these players don't screw up much. Like, yeah, they're going to make some mistakes. They're going to misjudge things. Everyone does. But sitting there and, like, trying to, not screw up and figure you're getting a 60% game, that's a club thing, maybe even a regional thing. It's not a Platinum Pairs thing.
Mm-hmm.
These players are just way too good to, to be just handing you 60% boards when you don't do anything good. Anyway, so yeah, this must be a break.
It seems that way.
Going into the last 5 rounds of the day.
So I assume we don't have running scores. I'm going to pull up that link again and see if they have any. No, it's still the results at the end of the first half. So we can take a look at them in the context of like where people are sitting now. So the Rombos were in the lead. Neeson and Van de Parvard were in second. Demui and Patton were in third. Kent and Joel in fourth. Mikkel Rimstead and Camille Novak in fifth. Bobby Levin and Ola in sixth. Olivia Shearson and Chris Walenkin in 7th. Hampson and Greco in 8th. Zamir and Toledano in 9th. Christina Madsen, Laura Lipman in 10th. And down the list.
I'm not familiar with Laura Lipman. It looks
Yeah.
She's played with Christina before, but I don't know much about her.
Could be a sponsor.
I would guess probably yes, but who knows? It looks like she is from Maine.
Oh,
Yeah,
we're into the next round. Let's look at... Let's look at Joel and Kent.
Okay.
Pass by North, 2 no trump by East. Ace, king, king, king. 20.
And West wakes up with 14 of his own, so might look for spades. Might just put it in 6 no trump, which, given the spade break, is going to work out much better for him.
Yeah, but how much better? Because everything else... I mean, both minor suit finesses work. So that's good.
Yeah, I mean, even if 6 no doesn't make, I think it's probably going to go down less than 6 spades.
Enjoy the hockey game, Aragorn.
Maybe it's the same. Maybe you lose 2 spades and you're probably going to make 11 tricks in no trump. We'll see, though.
I mean, you can definitely make 12, but...
Oh, you can, but I don't think people will.
All right, 2 now. Joel in the tank.
Yeah, so of course this pause is not south thinking. This is the operator correctly not putting in the bids until both players on that side of the screen have acted. Yeah, so we just bid 6-0, I think, with extra high cards, a bunch of queens and jacks. I like it.
All right, South needs to find a
We'll
lead.
see. I mean, if South leads a club, which he might, yep. So this actually is going to make now, I think, right? Declare will probably put in the 10 here, you know, play king of spade, spade. When South shows out, I'll have no choice but to take the diamond finesse.
Yeah, and it's basically no cost. I mean, you could play to strip squeeze North. So you could king of spades, spade, South shows out, and then you could run clubs and hearts, unblock the diamond king, and exit a spade, playing for North to have the diamond queen.
Yeah, although that'd be pretty embarrassing if North had a 4th heart.
Well, I mean, you basically have
He would have been squeezed out of it.
Yeah, North gets squeezed out of the 4th heart when you cash the club. So you don't cash the hearts before you cash the clubs.
Yeah, one way or another, though, I think they're going to make it, and it's not clear they're going to make it on a heart lead.
Well, let's see.
Maybe they would. Yeah.
Yeah, let's see Kent go to work.
Yeah,
I mean, certainly if you're playing imps, you would just make this. Because you would have to. Once the spades break poorly, you need both the diamond and the club finesses, and there's really nothing more to it. But at match points, as we've talked about earlier, there is a case to be made for not going down 2 in contracts.
Right, like there's a 25% chance that South has. Maybe a little better because it's just spade does give him more outside spaces. But, you know, like banking on 2 finesses versus, you know, going down a sort of quiet 1. When 6 spades is always going down 1 and you're going to have a lot of pairs in that contract, I think is a pretty appealing strategy.
Sure.
Like, that's a big thing, right? You really don't want to concede a match point to every one of those pairs that you know is also going minus.
Yeah, I do wonder if day 2 versus day 3 has an impact. I would expect on day 3 everyone's in 6-0, and so then you kind of just want to do your best to take as many tricks as you can.
Yeah,
But
that's
as you
probably true.
say, some pairs might be in six spades on day two.
Yeah, I guess that's true. It does really depend on what you think people are going to be playing at other tables. Like, Joel's action looks pretty normal to me, and if you think everyone else is going to do it, then, just take your best line in 6-0, whatever it is.
Right. So spade to the king, spade up. South has to find a discard first.
Yeah,
It's
there's
not
no reason to
easy.
block the queen of clubs now with a million entries to both hands.
Yeah, South could be worried that Declare has five clubs, so he might not feel comfortable pitching a club. Obviously, a diamond and a heart have the same issues. I think he will pitch a club, but he's not going to be happy about it.
Yeah, agree. And that is also one thing about Joel just blasting 6-0 Trump. If he had been Saman, then everyone at the table would know East only had 3 hearts. So he doesn't block the club.
I absolutely hate this play, but it's fine. Let's see what Kent's cooking.
I actually don't think he really is. I think it's just looks sort of natural to unblock it, and there's no strategy. It's just doing it.
Sure. It makes South's life a lot easier on defense. Not that I think
Yes.
it matters. I mean, ultimately, this is just going to come down to who does he want to play for the Diamond Queen.
Yeah. But yeah, now South knows 100% that he's not giving up a trick by pitching the club.
Right. Okay, Queen of Clubs. We're still thinking. Spade.
Yeah, so that'll be inevitable spade play.
Second spade. I mean, he might actually cash the ace of clubs now. I think this is a big reason why you would unblock the club queen. If for whatever reason your line of play depends on whether clubs are 4-3 or 5-2, then you might want to get that information immediately.
Yeah, actually, so North doesn't. I guess North has to pitch a heart because if he pitches a diamond, Declare theoretically can take 4 diamond tricks.
Right?
And obviously that's pretty double dummy, and I don't know that Declare would abandon spades to play on diamonds just because North pitched the deuce of diamonds. Yeah, just display spade.
Alright. South should throw the jack of clubs, I assume. Just to clarify to his partner that he started with that high card so that North can get a better count on Declare's high cards.
I mean, he might put in the jack anyway, figuring he's never taken 13 tricks, and it'll give him a little more flexibility later, possibly.
Yeah, it's a little bit dangerous. I mean, obviously South could have Queen 10 third of diamonds, and then you do have all 13 tricks. Ducking the spade will allow him to effectively, run all of his tricks and come down to a potential squeeze ending later, where once again he will have a guess for the Diamond Queen. So it's probably a little bit more natural to duck the spade, but I mean, it's always risky at match points,
Yeah, I think ducking it, depending on the quality of your opponents also, you might be able to, run hearts and run clubs, and against, even pretty good but not truly world-class opponents, you might get enough information to decide what to do late in the day.
Right.
Figure out whether North has been squeezed or you just want to take the finesse.
Yeah, I mean, I guess one of the benefits to going up with the ace of spades and just going diamond to the king, diamond to the jack, even on top of sometimes we just take 13 tricks if we get very lucky, queen 10 third, is that we never go down 2. Whereas if we duck a spade now and then cash the spade ace later, run the hearts, run the clubs, pitching down to ace jack double ton of diamonds, and we go, diamond to the jack, North might win the stiff queen and then cash the queen of spades because North gets squeezed. So North has to come down to stiff diamond, and if we miss guess in the end position, then we could go down 2. Whereas...
What?
Okay. Looks like he played North for the diamond queen.
Yeah, so kind of getting back to, world-class opponents, like, if they can seal what's going on and you misread it, you play for them to have been squeezed instead of just taking the finesse.
Right. Yep. I mean, it's a reasonable line of play to take. And this is a way to actually, once again, ensure that we aren't going down 2. So I think from that perspective, it's very sensible. Going down 2 on this board is just going to be really bad.
Right. I mean, as I was saying earlier, if anyone played in 6 spades, we got to push against all of them. It's not so bad.
Yeah.
Not so great, but not so bad.
Well, we'll see how the other tables do. We're on to board 18. East.
Everyone's in no Trump.
Mm-hmm. But how many are making it? That's the real question.
2 makes, 2 down 1.
Yeah.
So, probably 2 passes to West, who will open a spade, and now East has to decide if he has a slightly light jury, given that he's 4-3 with a minimum, or if he has a very heavy 2-spade raise.
GCS isn't North squeezed if you hop up with the spade ace and then cash 3 hearts and 2 clubs. Yes, but that line of play risks down 2, and I don't think that's what you want to do. Because then if North has the diamond queen, you would effectively have to play for a strip squeeze and duck a spade to them rather than taking the diamond finesse, which you could do. But anyway, yes. You could play for 13 tricks that way. I think that, again, going down 2 is kind of bad.
Yeah.
So I think if you rise the spade ace, you should just go diamond to the king, diamond to the jack immediately. That kills your communication for the squeeze for all 13 tricks, but at least your jack of spades is protected and you always take 11. Well, we're in 2 spades.
Interestingly, East did take the aggressive jury action, and West, with what looks like a pretty good hand to me, just decided to sign off anyway.
Yeah, this is very strange.
17. It's not really Queen Jack Doubleton, but it's a 17 count. I'll tell you one thing about bidding 2 spades over jury. It doesn't say I have a sub minimum. It says, partner, based on everything I know, I am not currently interested in game. But even so, that looks like a very conservative action.
Yeah, I absolutely agree. So, what? No, this is not.
He loses 2 finesses and is still making a game. If you switch the red suit kings, he's making a slam.
Okay.
Yeah, fly high. Everyone plays reverse jury. No one plays the other way around anymore. Not in decades. I think West just decided he has all these queens and was done. Yeah. And also possibly decided that his aggressive partner would have opened one of a major with a lot of hands that made game worthwhile, but I think West just took an extreme view and is getting buried for it.
Yeah, I agree, and this is not a partnership that would have a misunderstanding like that. These guys have been playing together for a long time, so... Ace of diamonds, spade, South can pop ace to give partner club rough. Just kidding. South can just, make matters worse.
I was going to say Declara might go to the club to play another spade.
He might. He saw the 3 of clubs and then the 2 of clubs. Okay. Well.
None of this matters.
It really doesn't. Yeah, everyone in the field is going to be in 4 spades on this board. Well,
Yeah, it's totally insane.
so 2 pretty poor results for Joel and Kent on these. But it looks like they're still comfortably qualifying. One table managed to make an over trick in 4 spades. They got off to a diamond lead. Well, that'll maybe do it. South switched to hearts, but at this point declares in control. Queen of diamonds, club over, pitch the heart, and now because the opponents haven't played a second round of clubs, there's nothing the defense can do. Spade to the queen.
Right here.
Club over.
At this table, heart also went on a diamond, but the club rough was a third defensive trick.
Yeah,
even
exactly.
though the king of hearts didn't score.
Yeah, one of the tables found a heart lead, with East having opened the mini no trump. So that made the defense pretty straightforward. They do end up scoring 3 tricks. Spade, a heart, and a diamond.
So yeah, that, I mean, East-West are going to get very close to a 0, and they get no sympathy from me on it.
Yeah, I'm jumping into the Simon Cope Thomas Pass table, which is still in play on the very last board. East-West got to 3-0. Okay. We get a diamond lead at trick 1. Oh boy. Well.
I like it. You know, the West hand looks pretty no trumpy. If you had a minor, you would decide that it was absolutely no trumpy. The East hand is 4-3-3.
Well, speaking of a 0
Yeah.
for playing 2 spades, how about a 0 for playing in 3-0?
Not necessarily, right?
I mean, yeah, not if South doesn't find a heart switch, but
Yeah, Gary Moore, that makes no sense. I assume he's talking about Joel's 2-spade bid.
I have no idea. I mean, I don't even know where this chat connects to.
I think the chat is just continuous no matter what table you go to, kind of same as bridge bases.
Yep. That's
So-
true.
So at some point today, you were at a table where something made no sense.
I feel like most of the day has been that.
Fair.
Well,
Yeah,
South
so
in
a
the
huge
tank.
swing on his next card.
I mean,
top to bottom. I was gonna say top to bottom swing based on what he plays now, and it's gonna be a bottom.
yeah, I don't really understand the 8 of diamonds. You know, partner has led from 10/5, so a diamond is like very passive, but it never helps your side. So club to
Yeah,
the
with those
queen,
weak hearts and
spade.
dummy, it's not like he's afraid of playing a heart.
Yeah.
Was it possible that? No, I guess not possible that partner had 10-6 of diamonds because the 5 has to be second highest.
Yeah.
I guess
You-
could partner have had? Now there's never mind.
Yeah, I guess South was playing his partner for the Spade King. He popped up with the Spade Ace to play 3rd diamond, so he was just hoping partner would get in the Spade suit. Well,
Yeah, so
that works out.
complete catastrophe for them. Yep.
Yeah, top score there. One more table still in play. Can I spot it? Is it Hampson? Of course it is. A spade, Drury, 2 diamonds, 2 spades, 3 clubs, 4 spades, all pass. We'll see what Hampson leads against this monstrosity of an auction. He tries a diamond, but declares in control here, so this should be 11 tricks.
I mean, it's 11 on any lead, right?
No, the club rough. Declare needs to set up a diamond discard for the Queen of Hearts, and if they lead clubs at trick 1, then either Declare doesn't get to set up the diamond discard if he just plays trumps, and South can win the spade ace and switch to hearts with the diamond kings as a stopper, or what happened at the other table where they led a club, Declare won the king, ran the diamond. Now South could continue a club or play back a heart, and eventually Declare has to cross to the second club to pitch a heart, and then a club rough can ensue. So
yeah, this sequence looks pretty normal to me, though.
this is what happened at Jeff Roman's table. I think I saw was the diamond lead, round to the king, heart switch, ace of hearts, unblock the diamond, club over, diamond pitch a heart, lead a spade up, club to the ace, lead a spade up, 11 tricks.
Yeah, I think everyone is leading a diamond, right?
No.
No,
We
not
got
at all.
the club lead.
One club, one heart, and oh, I see. The heart was led after the presumably weak no trump auction, where South was on lead.
Right. Yep. And the heart opening lead makes things very easy for the defense.
Yeah, and I think a little unusual. So Gore and Friesen are playing a mini no trump and transfers. I think a lot of weak no trumpers, especially mini no trumpers, prefer to play not transfers for exactly this reason, that the transfers do get you more space, but you want the strong hand is never the weak no trumper, so transferring always wrong sides it.
Right. All right, we got what, 3 or 4 more rounds to play? 4 more, maybe?
4, I believe. That was round 9 of 13.
It even says practice tables, 6 tables, 26 boards. Practice tables. Nice. 13 rounds by 2 boards. I think this is actually a serious problem for bridge spectating. Like, if we're trying to attract more people to the game, I think it's really important to be able to have a leaderboard that is updating in real time with the event. I understand that, like, the concern is security and players should not be allowed to see the barometer, but this is something that really needs to be fixed if we want to get interest in spectating the game, because people want to know, like, who's winning. Like, that is the one and only question that spectators ask, is like, who's winning all the time. So if I can't tell them who's winning, then we're not doing a very good job.
Yeah, it is weird to have a competition where the competitive aspect is kind of left by the wayside.
Yeah.
Obviously, like, less of a problem for team matches where you can have a running total.
For sure.
Like, it's specifically a pairs problem. Like, even the Risinger is run as a barometer, but, tomorrow's run as a barometer, which is also a little weird in and of itself. Like, having a different format effectively for different stages of the same event is kind of weird.
Yeah. All right, let me just get a lay of the land here. So Novak and Rimstead are not having a great session. Oh, but we have Klukowski. We should watch him once, right? Maybe. No, screw it.
Yeah.
We're moving on. Let's watch.
Okay.
Let's watch Hampson and Greco against Pellegrini and his partner. Ooh. Okay, this is, well, yep. Maybe this hand's boring. Greco opens 3 no trump, gambling with a major.
Yeah, I was assuming that it was a 4-level major suit preempt, but who knows?
Yeah, it's just a 4-level major suit preempt. Probably the strong variety, similar to the Italians.
Yeah, so I don't love this double by West. I feel like it's, great. He shows he has a good hand, but I think he's just prolonging his problems to the next round.
You would rather just bid four spades or four hearts, or
I think
well, you can't bid four hearts. Four
no,
spades.
I think it would just probably four spades.
Yeah.
We're gonna have to bid it eventually. Like I wasn't even looking at the East hand. That's just an enormous fid. It's just like I don't know. We know we're gonna have to bid four spades at some point in the auction. I don't see any reason to postpone it.
Yeah, I think the question is just, other tables will open four hearts. What are you bidding over that? Four spades, right? So is there any extra bonus that I can gain from the opponents having opened three no trump instead of just taking the action that I would have normally taken over a four heart preempt? And I think the answer is no, in which case, then yes, I would agree with you. Four spades seems clear cut.
Yeah, I think that's a very good point. That at all the four heart tables, our hand is automatically bidding four spades.
Yeah, so if there was a way that we were planning to say pass out four hearts doubled if partner wanted to take a shot at it, then I would understand starting with a double. But here, I don't think we're ever really selling to four hearts doubled.
No, obviously we don't love being red-white for making a marginal overcall, but that also means that our opponents could be trading on the vulnerability and we really can't afford to get stolen from.
Yeah.
Yeah, whatever. If switch the north and east hands and we get tagged for 1700 or something, who cares? It's match points. We did the normal thing, and sometimes the normal thing gets burned.
Okay, well, this auction has heated up a little bit. So after the double, North bid four hearts, pass or correct. I don't know what North-South's agreements are, but that's at least what I know about four hearts. Pellegrini bids four spades, which might be a little bit of a shock to West.
Yeah, I guess he's just assuming he knows what everyone has.
Yeah, so five hearts by Greco, which I wonder if four spades was going to pass out. I think it probably would have. So five hearts fetches five spades from West. And is East going to feel like, yeah, he does?
Yeah.
Okay, the stiff heart. I mean, he has the club ace, which he knows has to be a huge card. So he's counting on partner for some diamonds, and partner has them. Six spades, they get to the top spot. Greco and Hampson just don't find the seven heart save. Hard to blame them.
South won't have any trouble finding the winning lead, but if he doesn't cash it, it's actually going to be 13 tricks with spades 2-2.
Yeah. All right, King of Hearts.
Possibly a little hazy by East-West about what was going on, but they got to the top spot.
Yeah. Really nice result for East-West there, and they've had a pretty good round, so it seems. Although, we still don't really know what the percentages represent. It's just a fraction of the boards that they've played throughout the day.
Yeah, we have two 680s to go with this 1430.
Yeah, I'll pull up the scores just to take a quick look. Bunch of pairs getting to five spades.
Zia passed over 3-0, and I think I like that better than the double that was chosen here.
That's just because he's Zia. He was trying to get doubled.
Or just, you just pass and come in later. There's,
yeah.
I think the double, besides being kind of pointless, it's also something of a distortion. Your partner's going to expect something that looks like a strong no trump. He's not going to expect 5-5.
Right. All right, West will pass in first seat, and this time North has a pretty big hand.
Yeah, so they're going to open a strong club. I think this is probably out of range for one no trump. Yep.
Yeah, so East does let this
not
go.
Want to interfere. So South will make a spade positive, presumably, however they choose to do that. Possibly two hearts? I don't know.
I was wondering if they could show both majors with their positive here with like two of a minor somehow.
I would think, though, if that exists, it wouldn't include a possible two-card disparity.
Yeah, I'm kind of wondering, like, do we really treat it as 6-4? But yes, I mean, it's true. It's true.
Yes, because for one thing, partner could have ace queen jack fourth over terrible six-card suit.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think, again, like what I was saying earlier, it's okay to distort and decide you know what's going on. We know a lot about the deal. It's not okay when you know very little about the deal. And I think that's especially true here, where you have the weaker hand of the partnership.
Yeah. Okay, one spade, presumably natural positive. I mean, who cares about right-siding contracts with the strong club hand? Two spades, game force.
Yeah, well, it turns out it is right-sided to play from south.
Yeah, I mean, I suppose. Looks like it doesn't matter this time.
No, but, the diamonds are kind of irrelevant. I guess you'd slightly rather play the diamonds from north, the clubs are solid, and the hearts you'd rather play from south, so...
Sure.
Yeah, so, north agreeing spades, we'll see south might just splinter. He might try three hearts, since that's where his strength is. He has a bunch of pleasant choices.
Yeah, the splinter feels awkward, not just because of the stiff king, but the massive disparity between the red suit values. But, I mean, they might have some sort of system here. I guess we'll find out.
Yeah, I would actually... So, but I think going against that, if you splinter, your partner either bids four diamonds or he doesn't, and either one is really good for your hand. Then it kind of traps partner into doing what you want.
Well, okay, it's good scientifically, right? But sometimes the opponents lead clubs if we don't splinter.
That's true.
And match points, that's a much bigger deal than it is at imps, because if we go 650 on this hand and the field is and splintering would lead to 620, then that's actually a huge win for us. South bids three spades. Four clubs. Looks like a serious Q-bid to me.
Yeah, I think that's what the alert is, that it's better than 3-no. So south will bid four hearts, and north will probably keycard at that point, right? I think again, three spades was probably better than four spades would have been, so south has shown extra values. Maybe not. Maybe I'm predicting based on what I can see of these hands, but it feels like... Yeah, so south does Q-bid, and I don't see what north can do besides keycard.
I mean, north could bid five diamonds. I think that kind of describes north's hand quite well.
Yeah. I guess my view is he doesn't want to describe. He wants to ask about kings, and the way to do that is to start by asking about keycards.
Sure. So what is South's typical hand? I mean, South has the heart ace, the spade king, and what else?
Yeah, I think one question is exactly what three spades showed.
Mm-hmm.
Has South shown a six spade? Has he shown real extras? Was three spades just I don't hate my hand? It's a little hard to know exactly what North is expecting at this point. Yeah, so
okay.
He does key card.
Five diamonds.
And now that he... Yeah, so showing 1, 0 through 1, 4.
Hampson might be here for a minute.
Yeah, so what can Hampson count opposite one key card? Not a ton. Yeah.
Man, I was thinking he might have a shot at 6-no here, but I think he is just going to bid six spades. It looks like it's really important to protect partner's heart holding.
Well, I think he might sign off. I don't know that he will, but I think that's what he's thinking about also. His hand is minimum. He doesn't have great information about what partner has. He does need the right cards to make a slam.
Yeah, but it kind of sounds as if partner's 4 Heart Cupid was on the king at this point. I So it almost sounds like partner's hand is king fifth, or however many times in spades, king of hearts, king of clubs, or king of diamonds. That's what it sounds like to me from Hampson's perspective. So opposite those hands, like, what can he count? You might be right. I mean, opposite these hand types, like, maybe slam is just on a finesse, heart to the king, or a club to the queen. For strong club context, I mean, he's minimum. His hand is amazing for slam purposes because he's found a big spade fit, but he does just bid 6 spades.
Yeah, and this turns out it's one where North and South would be much happier if South were the one block winning.
Yeah. Yeah.
Like, they couldn't risk it because North couldn't bid 4 spades because South probably would have passed that, but it didn't go great for North South. They ended up trapped into having the wrong hand know most of the information.
Yeah, I mean, that's why I was kind of thinking about a 5 diamond Q over 4 hearts. Just like, North has kind of showed his hand that at that point. Like, he's interested in slam, but, like, he's the one with all of the aces. Key card would have worked out better if his partner had showed 2. Then he could ask about kings.
So how do you just like go up, cash 2 clubs, pitching a diamond, and take a heart finesse?
That seems pretty reasonable. I mean, that seems relatively straightforward, and again, like, we're just on one of 2 hooks at that point. So I think, yeah, we just do that. So ace of clubs, queen of clubs, everyone follows, breathes sigh of relief, pitch diamond, heart to the queen. Oh man, he's gonna go down if he does this. Wait. Okay, hold on. Well, okay, he's not gonna go down on this line of play, but I think we have to ruff a diamond to take a spade finesse.
Rather than take a heart finesse immediately?
Yeah, because imagine if the king of hearts is offside and the king of spades is onside, as it is here. Another club lets East rough in with the 10 of spades. So if the heart hook lost, West would be able to play another club.
If we think the jack of clubs is a true card.
I mean, it might not be, but is there any danger that something bad happens if we rough a diamond first?
Diamond is totally safe anyway. Yeah, it's true. We have a million entries. No, he does.
He takes a heart hook, and king's onside. He takes a spade hook. The king pops up. What an easy hand.
Yeah. Lame. So I think you're right, though. I think the diamond play was better.
I think it's very close. I mean, 6-2 clubs is not high percentage, and as you say, the jack of clubs could easily have been a false card from East, so there's no guarantee that anything bad is happening. There is, of course, a chance that diamonds split very poorly, and we ruff a diamond, we play a spade to the queen, East wins the stiff king and plays a diamond, and those are 6-2.
Right.
West over roughing, but the difference there is that we've been able to pull a full round of trumps. So I think we're kind of protecting against 6-2 diamonds, or 6-2 clubs without having pulled any trumps, or we're protecting against 6-2 diamonds, but we get to pull a round of trumps. So those are kind of the trade-offs.
Or so the Levin Rimset auction was kind of a failure. South planning, because Smolin, presumably a partner, didn't have a major bid, 2 clubs. North bid 2 spades, and South, when he bid 4 spades, that was that. So they're the only pair so far to miss this.
Mm-hmm.
North had a maximum 1 no trump, but, probably not enough to upgrade, so certainly have sympathy there. Hask and Cope did manage to get to six spades after an no-trump opening because South did choose to make an artificial slam try.
Pask and Cope, you said. Yeah, let's
Yeah,
see.
so South bid four clubs, which I think was probably
Unbalanced.
it might have been a splinter, but it might have been a general slam try.
I think it's an unbalanced slam try. Four
Yeah.
diamonds would be the balanced slam try.
Yeah. So
So
North
yeah,
bid four diamonds, South bid four hearts, and North key carded, and they got there pretty quickly.
right. Yeah, missing these slams is
Interesting wrinkle in the Van de Favre Neeson auction. A no trump, two clubs, Stamen, two spades, three spades alerted. So they actually don't play that invitational as most American pairs would. It must have been some kind of strong forcing bid.
yeah, and then cubids, four clubs, four hearts, key card showing one, six spades. Makes sense. That previous board, man, quite a few pairs actually missed the spade slam. Not surprising there. Edmonds and Klukowski got there. Four heart opening, as we had talked about, four spade overcall by Michel. And then Jody just took over with keycard.
Yeah, pretty reasonable. I mean, obviously you don't love having queen fourth of diamonds, but
Oh,
yeah, you just have no better auction. I mean, I guess you have five hearts. Anyway, we got a new roundup, so we want to check out this time.
let's check out your buddies, Hoagie So and Kelvin Ning.
Sure. Playing against Rimset and Novak.
Yeah, North opens a 10 count in first seat. Here, a club. Heart overcall from Kelvin. South gets to make a double, probably showing four or five spades, but I don't know if these guys have discussed that.
Yeah, so North is probably going to rebid two clubs and hope he doesn't have to do any more bidding.
Yeah, he's not too thrilled about his opening bid.
He's got sort of six tricks in hand, so it's not so bad.
He's thinking about it. I mean, it could be that East is thinking, of course. I mean, East is definitely going to take another call in this auction. His hearts are way too good. So what do we do as East over two clubs?
Probably just bid two hearts.
Two hearts does pass back around, and that ends the auction.
Yeah, South has a good hand, but a misfit and, pretty bad offensive strength, so it seems reasonable just to let it go. Like, he could double again, but I don't see why he would.
Right, yeah, vulnerable, and especially if your partner's going to be opening this type of hand, you just sell out.
Yep.
Singleton club
Sometimes
lead.
you got nowhere to go.
All right, so Singleton club lead.
So I think the player has to win and play a diamond, hoping to get at least one rough.
Right. North will be able to win and put a trump through.
That's fine. Go up with the ace, take your rough, take your king of clubs, and I think you're going to make this, right? Maybe six hearts, five hearts and one rough, and ace of spades, ace king of clubs.
Count again. How many club tricks are we taking?
I see. Well, still 8 tricks.
Yeah. Yeah, so five hearts, diamond rough, the ace of clubs, and the ace of spades for 8 tricks. But Declare is not going to be that surprised that the king of clubs gets roughed on this auction. North did rebid 2 clubs, but he has nothing better to do than to try and pitch a loser or something. Maybe South ruffs with the king doubleton of hearts, for example.
Yeah. So.
Yeah, strong defense from Rimstedt here. He knows his partner has the diamond ace because Declare didn't go ace of diamonds, diamond ruff. So plays a diamond to his partner's ace, and now a club comes through in case his partner happens to have the queen of hearts. He would be able to separate his trump tricks.
Yeah, still 110 feels like a pretty good East-West result.
Yeah, you go plus. You stayed low enough. Like, I could definitely see the auction at other tables starting pass by North, maybe. A heart by East and spade by West, 3 hearts? Possibly.
Yeah, I don't know. Just, East at some point feeling like they're just a little too strong to go super quietly.
Yeah. I think 2 hearts making 2 is probably going to be a pretty typical result in the field, but it's certainly possible that they end up doing worse. I guess it's certainly possible North-South do worse, because if North passes, North might feel obligated to come in bidding clubs later in the auction, and West might have something to say about that.
Yeah, so in fact, at the Blanken-Hearson table, it went a heart, a spade by West alerted. They probably play Flannery, so this would show 5. North did, as a pass hand, bid 2 clubs. And Olivia, feeling like her hand was a little too good to bid only 2 hearts, bid 3, and they won -1.
Yeah.
Not sure I agree with that. I think in competition, bidding 2 hearts, you could have just passed. It already shows some values, so maybe that would have been a little better advised, but I don't think 2 hearts is crazy. 3 hearts is crazy,
Yeah. All right, board 22. I'm ready for it any moment now. There we go. Board 22. Whew. 6-5 in the majors from West.
Other than the spades, they don't really have any losers.
Yeah, I know. Hey, G2R2. Yeah, it's been a long stream. That tends to happen for the commentary.
So, no Trump by East, regardless of what the range is? Yep.
Sounds about right. Yeah.
Yeah,
14
12, 14, 13, 15, 15, 17, it actually kind of is a no Trump in any of those.
I mean, we may as well just be playing 12 to 17 range at that point.
Yeah.
So no Trump.
Or Woodson 2A no Trumps.
So
probably just 2 hearts and then 3 hearts.
Yeah, depending on what your system is. I mean, some pairs might be able to utilize, I don't know, 3 diamonds? 5-5 in the majors game force?
Yeah, it's possible. I think that's more common these days for the minors because those hands are much harder.
Sure.
And I think 3 clubs pop it and 3 diamonds as 5-5 minors game forcing is pretty popular because, the minor suit hand is just impossible to sort out. The major suit hand, you can take advantage of this transfer space. Actually, it doesn't. So we haven't really seen it much. When pairs play 2-no puppet, what do they use 3 clubs and 3 diamonds for now that those bids are both available?
Oh, right. Hold on. I know this.
And you can use them as both minors, 2 ranges of minor suit hands because those hands are still really hard.
Well, we're about to find out something new because West has started with 2 clubs.
Yeah, so I suspect West's plan was to raise either major to game or to smolin over a 2 diamond response.
So basically, you think West is just going to treat this as 6-4, and if it goes 3 hearts, 3 no, 4 hearts, transfer to spades.
Exactly.
Okay.
No, or 3 hearts, 3 no, 4 hearts, not transferred to spades. You've already wrong-sided hearts to show that you were 6-5.
Sure, yeah, if that's their agreement. Okay, 3 hearts, 3 spades.
Yeah, so now that West knows there's a fid, I think 4 spades is just going to be the next bit out of the box.
Yeah, I mean, if that king of clubs was in the spade suit, you'd be missing a pretty good slam.
Yeah, I'm curious about West's bridge experience because I am not familiar with that one. I'm not even sure if that is a man or a woman.
Well, West does decide to go investigating the slam. I like the hustle. I respect it.
Yeah, feels like my computer may be about to crash, so I apologize if that happens.
Double by North. 4 diamonds by East, showing a club control, and this will slow West down. Wait, I guess this doesn't... Well... I'm confused about the 4 diamond bid, in fact, but... You don't need to have a club control because West cubed clubs. Yeah, now I'm very confused.
Yeah, so in fact, West is female and West is Taiwanese.
Gotcha. Four diamonds. South is thinking about bidding 5 clubs. Oh, this hand just got very interesting very fast. Okay, so South doesn't bid 5 clubs. That would have been exciting. But West does sign off in 4 spades, and East has no reason to continue pushing with a complete minimum. Queen of clubs lead.
As requested.
Yeah, so this is going to make Declare's life a lot easier, because now Declare can actually rough the heart suit good. So rough the opening lead, heart to the ace, heart to the king, heart rough, and then start playing trumps once the hearts split 3-3.
Yeah, as opposed to South starting 3 rounds of spades, you mean?
Yeah. Yeah, because 3 rounds of spades would have held Declare to 10 tricks. I do wonder if South should be leading this Queen of Clubs after this auction. Well, generally it's fine to lead partner suit. This time it was not.
Yeah, and if you lead 1 spade, I don't know what you do. Like, obviously you'll see the clubs is not the way to go and you see the void, but is it possible you could talk yourself into doing something else? I don't know. Maybe not. Maybe there's just nothing better to do than continue spades.
Yeah. Yeah, looking at this dummy, I think it's pretty hard to argue for anything else. Obviously, the danger in leading a spade is sometimes you were going to get 3 spade tricks, and by leading a high one, you only get 2 now. Well, 2 rounds of hearts, heart rough. I think this is the most straightforward way to play the hand. I mean, there were definitely cases to be made for trying to cash 3 rounds of diamonds before doing this, because then you would basically just have a complete cross rough. If 3 rounds of diamonds.
Yeah, the fact that there's no spade between the 6 and the king, I think, makes this kind of attractive.
Yeah. All right, heart rough. Now we just start playing trumps.
If hearts are 4-2, they can't overruff with anything other than the ace and king.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, I'm not sure. Not sure why this hand isn't over yet.
I mean, 4-1 spades is a problem from here, but again, it's match points. Like, let's just play for 3-3 spades. This is also going to make things easy. The 7 of spades gets led.
Yeah.
And South ducks. 11 tricks. Okay, let's see what went on in the other rooms on these boards. So actually quite a few pairs East-West got to 3 hearts on the first one. A heart by East, a spade by West, 2 club overcall by the passed hand, and East felt obligated to bid 3 hearts at Joel and Kent's table. You already mentioned that they had the same auction there at Chris Lincoln and Olivia's table. 2 hearts down 1.
Billy Pollock did not bid 3 hearts, but somehow didn't manage to make even 8 tricks.
This is amazing.
Wow.
I love it.
Yes, I think combination of not great play by him and very good defense by Eric Greco.
Yeah. I was just like sitting here thinking, I'm like, the only way you don't make 8 is if Greco roughs and switches to a low heart. And he did. Well done. But yeah, the table that we watched, North opened a club, and in the other room where they played in 2 hearts, North also opened a club. Same auction at both tables there. And then board 22. Everyone is in spades. Some played by East, some played by West, and everyone's making 11 tricks. Queen of clubs lead at a couple tables. Ace of clubs lead. Low club from the ace.
Totally irrelevant. The pitch isn't worth anything.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's kind of an accident of no trump ranges, which side declares it, but everyone's always going to get to the same contract.
Right. And every declarer does rough the 3rd round of hearts and then play a spade.
2 more rounds. It certainly would be nice to see from our point of view who might need a little help to qualify or need to sit in their chairs to make sure they continue to qualify.
Yeah, I'm going to take a look at the North-Souths and maybe we'll follow someone who is, well, Greco-Hampson might need some help. I mean, at least according to the 44% they have on their scorecard for right now.
Yeah, for any North-South pair, that's going to really reflect reality because they've played every board. The East-West coming and going, we're only seeing a snapshot of a few hands.
Right. Yeah, so Simon Cope and Thomas Pask, I don't remember where they were going into this set, but they're below average. Greco and Hampson are below average, supposedly.
Because they were the 28th place pair coming in, so
right.
They need to be above average to qualify, almost certainly.
Yeah, so again, I mean, we're seeing 4 comparisons with the other tables in play. It's not the entire 25 that we have in the field, but these are going to be somewhat representative of their scores. Maybe we stick with Greco-Hampson and see if they can bring things home. I know that they were towards the top of the standings, but with a 44%, they might be on the bubble now.
Yeah, they were in 8th place, so, reasonably placed, but yeah, being down more than a full board on this set, I would guess they're qualifying, but I would also guess that they're right on the bubble.
How many boards up were they? 25's a top.
Yeah, so they were 2 boards behind, almost exactly 2 boards behind first.
Okay, so they're 2 boards. It was 4 boards between first and 28th.
Right, so they were 46 match points ahead of 28th, so a little shy of 2 full boards. Yeah, so they're probably still qualifying, but I bet they're in like 18th place or something at this point.
Okay, well, they might have received a fortunate pairing. They have Debbie Rosenberg and Max Shearson, who were towards the bottom of the standings. So 2 rounds to go.
Yeah, so Shearson and Rosenberg have pulled up some, but I would guess at this point it's not enough without a couple of big last rounds.
South passes. Greco does not deem this a 2-club opening in first seat. A no trump, and I guess we are bidding garbage Stamen. Is that the plan with the East Hand?
That's my plan. Let's see if it's Debbie's plan.
Alright, there's the no trump. So North will pass, and East has a decision to make.
I think some South would double 2 clubs on the strength of the 6-1 wanting it led, but it would not be my style with Jackson 8, but let's see. I don't think it's crazy.
Yeah, it's really interesting because with the precision style, obviously South could have opened 2 clubs with any sort of reasonable hand. So if Greco does decide to double, then I'm not sure what inferences Hampson takes with that. He does double.
I think he takes the inference that my partner wants a club lead. Yeah, so I think Jackson 8 fit the clubs, even with these outside entries. I don't think he would, although, possibly I'm misjudging, but the 6th club, partner can just have nothing and lead a doubleton, and the opponents are 2-2 in clubs, and it's super important to get off to that lead. So I think this double does have a lot to recommend it with 2 guaranteed side entries like, club lead, win 1 ace or king, club lead, splitting them out, win the other ace or king, run them, laugh at the opponents.
Maybe not in that order, but yeah. So
I mean, the laughing is very important, one way or another.
Right, but I mean that could come at any time. Could come before you
Sure.
you run the club suit.
I think laughing at the opponents is also more Hampson style than Greco's.
Sure. Well, East-West do manage to get to 4 hearts, which feels like an awful lot. Debbie electing to just blast the game.
I mean, they're going to make an over trick, right?
Yep. Yeah, everything splits and the Diamond King is on side. So there's no trouble with making 11 tricks here.
Yeah. Pitch a diamond on a club, draw trumps, probably not in that exact order, play spades, and take your 11 tricks.
Yeah, it's a little bit tricky to decide what order we play things, but I think it's probably okay to just pull 2 rounds of trumps. If the opponents can pull a 3rd round, I don't know. Maybe we get the spades going first. The danger here is that it could go 3 rounds of spades, and that promotes an extra trump trick. Not when they're 4-3 like this, but
yeah. Yeah, maybe you just should pull a couple of rounds of trumps and figure all you really need at that point is, even if the trumps are not splitting, is 1 spade on or on side, because then you only need 1 rough. And the Diamond King on side, but you always need that. Right. Yeah, so playing a spade, I don't know. I mean, Debbie certainly knows what she's doing as a declare, but...
Debbie is not declaring.
Oh, I see, you're right. So, yeah, maybe Max just kind of had a little bit of a blind spot that he doesn't need 2 spade roughs.
Right. Yeah, I mean, could South have the ace-king of spades and have doubled 2 clubs? I'm gonna say no, but, even if we presume yes, that has to be a lot less likely than the spades just being 5-2, and, South wins the ace of spades, plays a spade to his partner's king, and then spade comes back and South roughs with the jack.
Yeah, and when South has both of them, it's 100% that North has the King of Diamonds, and your hand is in deep trouble anyway.
Yeah. All right. Spade goes up to the king. Trumps have been pulled. That's the end of the hand.
Yeah, so it feels like a good result for East West with Debbie making this, aggressive but winning 4-heart call.
Yeah, now West had a pretty good 16 count, so I think even if East were to invite, West would probably accept.
Yeah.
A lot of the question is just
definitely.
like how many Easts are even going to invite, despite having found a
All of them is the answer.
all of them. Okay. Well, board
So
24, it looks like we did not get a result for, unfortunately. But everyone's in 4 hearts.
so we have one invite, 2 inviters getting accepted, and 3 blasters. Oh, sorry, 2 blasters and 1 person who transferred and got a super accept and bid it.
Yeah, I was wondering about the potential for a transfer. I mean, that's obviously the alternative here. That East might think, well, the only way I'm bidding a game on this hand is if partner can super accept, and so that would have to be in hearts. And then, of course, that's exactly what happened. So I'm disappointed we didn't get to see board 24.
Yeah, I wonder what's going on here with this. Maybe the board is fouled in some way.
It could be. Let's see what happened at the Rimstedt Levin table. So North opened a heart. Take out double by East. 2 hearts by South. South has a mixed raise, but just obviously no way to show it systemically. 3 clubs by West. That's a big bid. Queen 5th and a 6 count. He does have heart shortness. 3 diamonds by North. Artificial game try. It's his only step between 3 clubs and 3 hearts. 4 hearts by South. Bobby accepts with the 4th trump. And it looks like Declare just doesn't have any tricks.
Yeah, unfortunately, with just 0 possibility for a discard, there's no way to avoid 2 spades, a diamond, and a club.
Now, you have
I
9
also- I think it's
cashers and
possible.
3 no.
I don't know, but I wonder if it's possible that I was thinking, like, could the Rosenberg table have had the board pulled because of time trouble?
Could be, but no one else has finished yet, so that would be strange.
Yeah, exactly. So,
Yeah, I think it's just impossible for North-South to reach 3-0 on these cards. If you're not opening the North hand and no trump.
I mean, you say that, but go take a look at the Novak Rimstedt table.
Oh, no. No way. A heart, double. 2 diamonds.
2 diamonds, good raise.
Good raise. Double by West, diamonds. 2 motherfucking no trump. Wow. 3 hearts by South. North says no. North said no. We're not playing in hearts anymore. Wow. What a player.
Yeah, very, very well done here.
Mikkel was just like, okay, well, I mean, I tried. I have 4 hearts. Like, sorry, partner. Man,
Yep.
what a result.
All right, well, one more round, and one nice thing about the delay is we will know, possibly even within the middle of the round, who our qualifiers are.
Oh, that's true, because ACVL Live will be updated.
Yep.
Let me take a look. Oh, do you have any idea what this NABC plus open pairs is?
No. Is that an event starting tomorrow?
Nope, it started today.
Interesting. I don't. Oh, huh. So I thought that there had been talk of having a 2-day national event start tomorrow so that Imp and Platinum non-qualifiers could all go into the same pool for second chance national events. Um, wow, Alex Perlin and David Yang in the lead here. Wow, Berkowitz and Wolfson are playing in that event. Good lord.
I know, this is very confusing to me.
I would guess that, they realized there was demand for a match point event that was like not everyone wants to play M pairs, but not everyone wants to play the Platinum. So, the market had a need and the ACBL filled it.
Sure,
So
yeah.
it's not for people who got knocked out of the other things because it started today. So, oh no, it is right. Today's the second day of the Platinum. Yes, that's exactly what it was. It's for non-qualifiers in both the Platinum and the Imps.
Great. We're just handing out national championships like candy.
I knew I had this right. I don't know why I doubted myself.
Congratulations,
sense, right?
I'm sorry.
But it makes sense, right? Because otherwise, if you lose on the first day of the Platinum or the Impairs, you have 2 days with no national event to play in, which is not great, both for people taking time off to travel for nationals and for ACBL entry fees.
Sure, yeah.
A lot of people don't want to play regionals and nationals, myself among them.
It makes sense.
Anyway, hopefully we will shortly have the last round up here. So I hadn't actually realized that it shows you what trick they're on, which is nice, so we can see that. The cope and pass table was at trick 11, so told us that they were about to be done. I see. So Berkowitz and Wolfson did play in the Platinum, just not for long.
Wait, it shows what trick they're on?
Yeah, so you see where it's 24 point E?
Yeah.
Right before that, it was showing like 24.10, 24.11, and that was the trick number.
Ah. So this is 24.end. Okay.
Oh, that's right. Exactly.
Interesting. Huh.
Yeah, NBC, I think South is thrilled to be playing in 3-No Trump. I think he just wanted to bid 3 hearts to show that he had a 4th heart, although possibly his partner's never going to figure that out anyway because it's so rare for that 2-diamond bid to include a 4th heart. But yeah, I think, North, that hand just looks so much like 3-No Trump, get partner the King of Hearts, and we're basically there.
Oh yeah. No, I totally understand.
Yep. So nicely done, and I'm sure that'll be a complete top. All right, so do we have a winner in the Imp pairs? I bet we do. Overalls, congratulations to David Collins and Paul Mearshart, who I have never heard of either of them, who are now national champions. And in second place, John Hurd, who has won the Platinum at least once, and Gillian Miniter, missing by 3.3 M, so that'll be disappointing for them.
Yeah, quite a few big names in the Imp pairs. Everyone will be happy to hear that Gavin and Raj finished in 9th, which is a commendable position for them.
Yeah, in 5th place, Liggins and Dyson are, I believe, a UK. I assume Liggins is Welsh with that name, but a UK pair that's done very well recently. I'm slightly surprised. Maybe they're not Platinum eligible if they don't play enough NABCs. Sprung and Plotnik, certainly a pretty good pair to be choosing the Imp pairs.
All right, 1 round to go.
Plackett and Erickson. I would guess Plackett's not eligible for the Platinum because they just came off playing in the WBT. All right, yeah. So who do you want to watch wrap this thing up?
I mean, I figured we would stick with this table and see if Hampson and Greco can hold to qualify.
I think they're probably qualifying at this point, but not with much carryover.
Yeah, I think so as well. We could head over to the Pask and Cope table. They're also struggling. I mean, they're going to need a big final set to make it through.
I didn't see. I see. Yeah. Oh, and they're probably just out of it, right? They were on the bubble coming in, and they're board below average.
Right.
And this is going to be pretty real for them, since yeah, obviously there's all the other tables, but it represents all 24 boards. With the East West, it's only going to be a handful.
Mm-hmm.
Well, so I guess it's not over till it's over, but it feels pretty over.
All right, 2 more hands. Come on. And then presumably we'll start up tomorrow at the same time, right?
I believe so. I think the second segment may be a bit delayed because the first round is 28 boards.
Okay.
Is that right? Yeah. Yeah, I think there's 27 rounds in the event overall, and they do it 14 in the first set and 13 in the second.
That would make sense. These were some fast hands this set, so I guess it's no surprise we have a bit of a break.
Yeah, and maybe there's something with either the movement or putting up the burners that causes some kind of delay, or like maybe we'll just never see the last round and they'll just post the scores. That's been known to happen.
Yeah, that would be pretty disappointing, but
Yeah.
hopefully we'll get to see the last couple of boards and then close out the day with the leaderboard to take a look at who made it and who didn't. So let's see, tomorrow at the end of the day, I guess midway through the day, we're going to get a bracket for the, what is this, Spring Vanderbilt?
Vanderbilt, yep. Yeah, I guess that's right. The deadline would be most, but not all the way through the second segment tomorrow.
Which is like the most obnoxious and stupid time to close entries. But yeah, it tends to be around like 6 p.m. on like the day before the event starts or whatever. And that's like in the middle of the second session of play.
I think the good news for anyone who has confusion about whether their teams have registered or not is you're now allowed to have your cell phone on you.
Ah.
Yeah, so the current cell phone rule is you can use it anytime except literally sitting at a table.
Wow. Why did they change this?
Because I think they knew that everyone was carrying their phone and going into the bathroom to use it anyway.
Oh, okay. I mean, I would never.
I mean, I think like the serious answer is it was too hard to police, and like most people aren't cheating by texting each other stuff about the hands. Like it's as a security measure, it was kind of pointless, and it just made people irritated.
Yeah.
Like I don't know what the USBF rule and WBF rules are, but the ACBL rule has become quite liberalized.
BZL says, think you still can't have them if you're on VuGraph.
Yeah, I don't. The rule may be different for teams, but for pairs, it's basically anytime you want, as long as you're not sitting.
I mean, back in my day, we would have to find a caddy to take our phone. so that we could get it after the round.
Yeah, and there was a time that you could check it in, but you had to pay $1, and people got annoyed about that. Partly
Oh.
because it was kind of cheap, but also it was super annoying because at the end of the set it would take you 45 minutes to get your phone back.
Well, yeah, that's why I would go find a caddy and be like, you and I
Oh,
are
I
now
see.
friends, and here is my phone. I will be back for it after the end of the after the round.
Well, I think the longer this goes on, the less confident I am we're going to see boards 25 and 26.
Yeah, let's just I'm gonna refresh the ACBL live.
Yeah, I just did. It's not up yet.
Okay. One more
Oh.
round. So
Yeah.
the Rombos had a really good afternoon set. They may well be leading going into the evening if they had a good second session, or going into tomorrow, I mean. Demui and Payden. How do you pronounce that? Payden? Padone?
I'm not sure.
Great,
I
perfect.
thought it was Padone, but I'm not sure.
Padone, I'll trust you. You know what? We
I
can
feel
just
like I
ask
may have
Google
heard someone else say
how
that.
to
Let's-
pronounce. Boom. Okay, everyone hold.
Padon.
It means his redemption or ox yoke.
Is it really Padon? I don't know if I trust this site. Hold on, let me try again.
I guess it could.
Padone. Padon? Wait. How do I... Oh my god, I don't know how
I think
to...
it might be. I think it might be Padon.
Here. Oh, what is this? That was an ad. Pronunciation.
What?
P-A-D capital O-N. I don't know what
I'm
this
just
means.
gonna refer to him by his first name from now on.
That's also impossible to pronounce. Drawer.
I mean, it's a little awkward for native English speakers because that combination doesn't really exist, but it's straightforward.
Yeah. Any minute now, we're gonna get boards, I'm sure of it. I mean, is it possible they only played 12?
I
it
mean,
says
it is
13
definitely a
by
13
2.
boards. Yeah. Maybe just some technical difficulties. I don't know. Indeed.
Well, until either we get results or we have actual boards, I will stick around for sure.
Yeah, I wonder if there's just like some technical difficulty. Yeah, I don't know. Where like Robridge just doesn't handle like accumulating the scores for the last round or something. Like just like some really dumb thing.
I mean, look, they, with a new piece of software like this, you're going to have bugs, right? It's not like they've been doing this for 5 years.
Yeah, I mean, if you remember, there was I don't remember what event it was. Maybe it was the Risinger or something. That was on Bridge Base. That was just like all the names and results were corrupted because they somehow like pushed some button.
You
remember this?
really don't want anyone pushing buttons in the middle of the broadcast.
Yeah, but you remember this, right? It might have been I don't remember what event it was, but they had made like what seemed like it should have been some very minor programming change, and like everything went wrong.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah. Richard says 13 rounds too many to handle. Yeah, maybe Real Bridge just has triskaidekaphobia. Cax says only
did manage
88
it for
needed
the,
to win the imp pairs this year. I know. Sometimes it's like 130 or something.
Yeah, I feel like it's rare for two pairs to have colossal scores, but usually someone does.
Right. Maybe it was just a small event this year because people were prepping for the NABC Plus Open pairs. They didn't want to spoil themselves by entering the imp pairs. Schiff thinks it's Podden.
Yeah, that's certainly possible. Oh, that's interesting. So, I'm looking at the NABC Plus Open pairs, and Onum's regular sponsor for a lot of these events, Stuart Rubenstein, is playing with Michael Rosenberg in that.
Mm-hmm.
So I wonder. I thought that maybe he had booked her and then didn't show up, which is how she was available. But obviously not that.
Any minute
Still
now.
nothing,
I mean,
huh?
it's been way too long at this point. I think the last round has definitely died.
Yeah, I think something definitely went wrong. It's just not clear what. Like, there's also nothing on ACBL Live, which suggests maybe there's some deeper technical issue going on.
Yeah, it could be. They prepped 24 boards and not 26, so they're like out there shuffling the boards now. Players are just milling about, discussing hands.
Yeah.
I mean, the nice thing about everyone playing all of the same boards at the same time is that you can discuss hands.
Yeah, that was one of the nice things about playing the event last year, is the end of every round. It was like, oh, like, what did you do?
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. I just... You know what? And now I'm getting flashbacks, because Greco would come up to me after every round and be like, what did you do? What did you do? He wasn't like going around to ask everyone. He was just coming up to me. Like, I don't know why. he was just like, what was your score on this board? I don't know. I felt a little bit violated by that.
I think that's a compliment.
I mean, I guess, but like, we weren't having a good set. So I have no idea why he kept asking me. Maybe I was just there. Like, I think I might have just been following him or something. And so I kept, like, going up. Because it's one of those movements where you just, like, move to, like, you go to the same spot that someone else was, like, over and over and over again.
Right, yeah.
And
yes, you don't move up one like you would in a normal pair game, but you follow the same pair all day.
Right, and so, like, I think I was just, like, always standing behind him as he was finishing the hand, and he would get up and, like, I'm the only one he could talk to, and he's just like, what'd you do on this board?
Well, I'm becoming very pessimistic that we're going to see any more bridge this evening.
I am too, but I am trying to stick around until we get the final results to see who's qualified. Yeah. I'm a little bit surprised that if they have finished play, well, because we're still 20 minutes behind, so they must have finished play by now. It shouldn't be that hard to upload the standings, but...
Or, I guess to put it a different way, we're well over 4 hours into real-time play over there, so there's no way they're still going.
Right. So yeah, we should be able to get the results, and we'll see who qualified. And then, yeah, we'll be back tomorrow at... So I will try and start up around the same time again today, which was about 10:45 Eastern time, because I want to catch all of the early risers and snipe people from the ACBL stream. How is the ACBL stream doing, by the way, people? Let's take a look. YouTube,
I'll take a look right now.
ACBL Wait, what is this crap? Legal Eagle is quitting? Well, we are all fucked. Okay, ACBL Bridge.
Live, here we go.
Oh, no, they finished the stream 10 minutes ago. So,
Yeah, so they must just have never gotten the last round either. It says 662 views.
yeah, I mean, I could check my channel to see how many views I have had on the stream. I guess I can't.
guess I don't know how it defines a view.
It's generally just someone clicking in to watch the thing. So, let's see. I might be able to look at this in my
BradyBot Live. So you had
508.
400. Okay, so what is that? Like 20% of their audience?
No, it's 80% ish, 5/6.
Wait, I thought you said you had 400 and they had like 3,000 or something.
No, they had 600 views and I had 500.
Oh, I'm sorry. I saw 3,000 subscribers but 660 views. All right, yeah, that's great then. And
I mean, there's also Twitch, so
Right.
I don't think they're broadcasting on Twitch at the same time, although I could be wrong. Either way.
yeah, and of course, you also have the most elite viewers, of course. So.
Well, yeah, that is the most important part about watching on this channel, that you're one of the best. And did you know that if you had Amazon Prime, you can subscribe to one streamer every month for free by connecting your Amazon Prime and Twitch Prime accounts? Now
I did not know that. All right. Well, I think given that the ACBL has called it a day and we don't have a leaderboard up, I'm also going to call it a day.
Sounds good. All right, thanks for joining.
So, yeah, I think tomorrow I've got plans during the first segment, but I should be able to join you for the exciting conclusion.
Okay, sounds good. Maybe I'll try and get Kai
Very cool.
on for the first set.
Oh, that'd be fun, yeah. I may lurk for a bit of it before I head out, so I hope to see you in the morning.
Sounds good. All right,
Cool.
see ya.
Catch you later.
All right, chat. I am feverishly refreshing the ACBL live page to see when the thing pops up. I hope it's not going to take all night. That would be very unfortunate, but we'll try and get a leaderboard for you all so that we can see who made it and who didn't. I think this is important. K platinum pairs. Not yet. That's pretty disappointing that we don't get to see the final round. I imagine that Greco and Hampson have qualified. I think we saw Kent and Joel had a pretty poor set, but they were also pretty high up there. Let's see if I can find them. Hello? Hello? Did they disappear? Didn't I just see them? No, apparently I was just seeing things. Okay. It wasn't them then. Well, I would like to see the qualifiers now, please. So what have we got for the rest of the week? Let's talk about that for the time being while we wait. So we got platinum pairs again tomorrow. Do I have Monday off? This is an important question. I have no idea how I can figure out if I have Monday off, but I guess I will. I guess we'll take a look. we could read through the comments on this thread on Bridge Winners about the Singleton Honors. Here we go. So for anyone who was curious, stiff jack of spades got open to no trump. Hey, Jay Holden, thanks so much for the Prime sub. Really appreciate it. 5 months of support. Welcome back to the lounge. Chris Compton says, it took 25 years to get the ace, king, and queen allowed singleton. I lost the jack in committee. Non-profits move glacially. Oof. Richard, thanks so much for the Prime sub. Didn't you sub earlier today? Well, I appreciate you for the Prime sub. Thanks so much. And welcome back. The convention charts will always restrict players what they can do, but since they apply to everybody, the playing field remains level. Here, it might be a problem to get to hearts, but everybody has the problem, and the player who finds the best solution within the boundaries will score the best. That's what we want. I agree with this. The problem is that players are opening a no trump and not being penalized. I mean, I know that's not exactly the direction that this thread has gone, but that's basically a problem. Twitch confused you with someone who was expected to re-up later in the day? Gotcha. Compton says, fine. Meanwhile, one no trump is the correct bridge bid, and we administrators are making the game worse. I mean... Proquar! Thanks so much for the Prime sub. Really appreciate the support. Welcome back to the lounge. 4 months of support. Assuming the Platinum Pairs uses the Open Plus convention chart, a one no trump opening on this fan is fine, but it does not use the Open Plus convention chart, unfortunately. You have a dinosaur? What is this? That's an Arcane Season 2 premiere. Cool. Yeah, you have a fox, too. Fox is basically like a dinosaur, I think. Shift trying to get the prime train moving. I do not have an exclamation point prime command. An ABC plus rule change needed. I need one. Okay, I can try and make a prime command right now. Hold on, I'm refreshing the leaderboard. Nope. It is still not live. We do not have second session results yet, which is terrible. Pretty clear to open one minor and rebid a no trump IMO. Pretty clear. Let's go back up to the Chris Compton comment. Okay, fine. Meanwhile, one no trump is the correct bridge bid. Pretty clear to open a minor and rebid one no trump. Okay. Yep. How did this get 2 likes? Really? Nope. Get out. Pretty clear. Maybe these are troll likes? Sometimes people just, you know, click the like button to mess with someone. Did they receive any kind of penalty for playing illegal methods, or are the rules only enforced against the little people? That is an interesting point. Anywho. Richard has a point. He does. I think that was the main point that I cared about, is that if you're going to have a bad rule, you have to enforce the bad rule and you have to do it equally to everyone. Refresh. No! Show me the finals! I just want to see the results. Okay, we can look at the imp pairs while we wait. Imp pairs. David Collins, Paul Mearshart. I've seen this name before. I'm not familiar with David Collins all that much. Fly says, clear is an overbid, but it's not nuts holding softish 15 with stiff jack to treat it as a weak no trump. Richard only trolls on YouTube. John Hurd and Jillian Miniter comes in second. Ira Hessel, Jeff Aker in third. Zhang from Toronto and Yan Wang from Ontario. Both Ontario, I guess. In fourth. Danny Sprung, Brian Platnick up there. Yeah, BZL kind of makes the big point is that some people just like to see what they can get away with, and so they'll open no trump anyway. And sometimes they might even just claim ignorance because they're foreign. And that's just not okay. Because there are people who read the rules of the ACBL and don't open a no trump with these hands, because even though they think it's the right bid, because they know it's illegal. And yeah, again, I mean, Aaron specifically got penalized super harshly for doing it with basically this exact hand in the past, and got singled out to make an example of him, which that seems obnoxious already to start with. That I forget what the penalty was. I think the penalty was basically they got a 0 on the board and got a procedural penalty of several other boards. So it was basically they were taken from a situation where he did something that was not allowed, and I don't know how well known this thing was, but he did something that was clearly against the rules, and then effectively was just told, you're getting last in the event. Which seems obnoxious. So look, if that's the penalty, fine. Fine-ish the full board that he did this and 4 additional boards. But that's a stupid penalty. So of course you can't do that. Anyway, yeah, it's nuts. I mean, just let people open a no trump on whatever they want. At least in real events. Well, Pepsi is up here, presumably with a sponsor. Okay, well, how are we doing now? Do we have the K Platinum pairs? Let me refresh. Can it reload? No! No! Come on! Okay, here's what we're gonna do. Let me go back to BBO. Alright, we're back on BBO. What is the ViewGraph broadcast? Japan Intercollegiate Championships or New Zealand national teams? So basically tier D events that we've got going on. We could click in on one of these while I continue refreshing the page, or we could do a robot thing while I continue refreshing the page, but let me pull this out and I will refresh as much as possible. Wait, McManus, Ware are good. All right. We can jump in. We'll hang out here for a bit while I wait for the results to come through. You mean really good? Brad says he was going to be on at some point. Oh no. What happened? Permit. Try again. A club by West. What is this crap? What is a club by West? A club, a heart? This is a lot of alerting. Oh, you gave me a thing. Boom. Looks pretty New Zealand. Yeah, that's kind of how I feel about this auction. Alright, let me make a command. Your head hurts? Don't worry, I'll be with you in a second. Let me make sure I get a prime command. Because this is obviously very important. Then people can spam the prime thing whenever I fake go into my CTA. Should I remove the cooldown? I don't think I should. Okay. Well, there we go. I have created a prime command. You're welcome. Platinum pairs. Any minute now, we're going to get a result. 6 clubs. Okay, there was a lot of alerting. Let's see what's happening. Strong club, maybe. A heart showing clubs. A no trump asking. 2 clubs showing diamonds. 3 clubs natural with clubs. 3 spades cubid. Maybe shortness. 3 no question mark. 4 clubs is a thing. 4 hearts, 6 clubs. Perfect. Jack of spades lead. Well, that makes things easy, right? We can just pitch a heart. I guess we could also just ruff and take a heart finesse. Yeah, probably ruff and pull trumps and take a heart finesse is better. Fine, fine, fine. Ruff with the ace of clubs, just in case spades are 10-0 between the north-south hands. You can afford it, even if clubs are 3-0, I guess. Ruffs with the 2 clubs. Bad player. Why are we even watching this table? Still just waiting on the platinum pair results. Strictly worse play. That's how I like to think about it. Strictly worse play. So what is this event? New Zealand national teams 8 of 8. I guess this is probably like part of a round robin or something. The other table, so they're not playing the same boards at the same time. They're playing offsetting boards. Was Brad actually on? How did he do? Does anyone know? I know, I need to keep refreshing. Norman K. Platinum pairs. Nope, still no results. Spades 10-0 is a remote possibility. Yeah, there's probably nothing wrong